Chapter 1332. In Yenji County at the border of Yuzhou, the Tao family could be called a famous family in the county. The children of the family were well versed in both civil and military affairs in Yuzhou. The Tao family was simple and honest. The head of the Tao family, Tao Jinzhao, had a good reputation. He had built a warehouse for grain and had opened the warehouse many times to provide disaster relief in Yuzhou. When the million-strong army of Beimang was bearing down on Beiliang, many large families in Yenji County followed the principle of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. They had their young children secretly move out of Beiliang with their property. Only the Tao family did not make any moves. A group of more than a dozen horses rushed to the Tao family's mansion in the middle of the night. In the darkness of the night, the dense horseshoes stepped on the bluestone road with 6 memorial archways bestowed by the imperial court. It was particularly crisp and melodious. Tao Jinzhao, who was over 50 years old, had received a secret report that caught him unprepared. He hurriedly put on his clothes and set out with his entire family. The family of more than 100 people knelt respectfully on the stone steps outside the door. The leader of the group was a young man covered in a thick fur robe. Behind him was a one-armed old man with 2 strands of snow-white eyebrows and a white-clothed woman whose figure was better than that of the northern warriors. The dozen or so retainers behind them all carried short crossbows and cold sabers. They were all white horses. Tao Jinzhao's 2 unmarried granddaughters knelt side by side. They couldn't help but take a peek at the young man who was smiling and helping their grandfather up. He was extremely handsome with a good appearance and an even better temperament. They guessed that he might be a son of a Central Plains aristocratic family who had risen to power while the scholars were in decline. In the past, they had always heard that the scholars from Jiangnan were handsome and elegant. Every movement of theirs carried the fragrance of books. They were like heaven and earth compared to the local men of Beiliang. Of course they guessed wrong. It was true that scholars from other parts of Beiliang took every opportunity to occupy seats, but other than Yu Luandao and a handful of others, no one had the qualifications to make the head of the Tao family mobilize so many people. The one who made them fall in love with him at first sight was the king of Beiliang, who had led 10 white horses to Yenji County in disguise. Su Fengyin and Tao Jinzhao quickly walked through the main door. They saw a young child in the arms of a woman. The child looked delicate and pretty, so Tao Jinzhao took a jade pendant from her waist and gave it to the child with a warm smile as a greeting gift. Then Su Fengyin had the old, young and women of the Tao family disperse to rest, leaving behind only Tao Jinzhao and Tao Wenhai. Without any polite greetings, Su Fengyin lowered his voice and asked straightforwardly, "Have you settled down the last group of spies from Lingzhou?" Tao Jinzhao, whose emotions were surging, calmed down a bit, and then reported, "This group of 26 individuals have already been placed in various places. The 3 groups of people have a total of 81 individuals. Together with the 4 second-level masters and 15 third-level experts that were secretly dispatched from the King Manor to Yenji County, they can coordinate with each other in secret. Everything has been prepared, and we are only waiting for the northern Mang loyalists who have infiltrated our borders to walk right into our trap. Now that all the passes at the border have been closed, and there are elite crossbowmen and local scouts of Yuzhou roaming around. Even if there are some who slip through the net and cross the line of defense, it will be very difficult for them to enter the hinterland of Yuzhou and assassinate officials." Su Fengyin nodded. Tantai Pingjing, Sui Shegu, and Bai Ma Yitsong naturally wouldn't participate in the secret conversation. Only Su Fengyin and the Tao family's father and son were left in an elegant room. Lush green bamboos could be seen outside the window. At the end of last year there was heavy snow everywhere in Liang, and Beiliang was even more so. This year's late spring wasn't as cold as before, but Su Fengyin didn't take off his fur coat after sitting down. Tao Jinzhao and Tao Wenhai were also given a seat. However, it was clear that they were very reserved in front of this famous young vassal king, even in their own territory. Instead they were like shabby guests. The elderly head of the Tao family was in awe, and Tao Wenhai, who was a county magistrate in Yenji County, was in awe over fear. Soon, a graceful woman came in with hot ginger tea. After putting it down, she went to the corner of the room and sat down. She bent down and skillfully opened a drawer and box, placing a dozen kinds of precious spices on a small table made of red sandalwood in front of her. The sandalwood table was previously furnished with a typical master and servant: a bottle, a furnace, and a box. The furnace was the master and the box was the servant. Su Fengyin held the ginger tea with both hands and took a sip. Immediately the cold was driven away a bit, and the warmth seeped into his heart and spleen. In this rare moment of leisure, he subconsciously looked at the woman who gave off a quiet and peaceful feeling. She was probably the kind of woman who was said to be delicate and beautiful. Her clothes were appropriate, but her breasts, waist and buttocks as well as her kneeling legs, all kinds of rounded curves didn't disappear because of the winter clothes. Of course, Su Fengnian didn't have any romantic feelings, and he didn't have any thoughts of doing anything with her. However, such an outstanding woman was pleasing to the eye. Su Fengnian was an expert in the art of appreciation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a grandmaster. Otherwise, Great P City would not have been so obsessed with the calligraphy and paintings that Bailiang and His Royal Highness had used seals to call fakes in the early years. Su Fengnian looked over and knew that the brass incense burner came from the famous Nanju Huangju. The incense burner was very ancient and had diluted its toughness. After many years of maintenance, it gave off a bright red color like a famous sword that shone with light. If there were no accidents, the ashes in the incense burner would be the remains of agarwood that had been burned for many years. 10 years of burning incense and half a burner of ashes. Su Fengnian's mind wandered absent-mindedly. His gaze stopped near the young woman. Tao Jinzhao smiled knowingly. His oldest granddaughter had been unwilling to marry for so many years, causing him to be mocked by some of his old friends who had failed in marriage as, having a daughter in the Tao family is a rare commodity worth hoarding. Different from his father who was quick-witted, Tao Wenhai had been secretly observing this king of Bailiang who had turned over a new leaf. Because the Tao family had a hidden identity in the whisk water room, Tao Wenhai had participated in the transmission of military intelligence in Yuzhou very early on. Compared to the other descendants of large Bailiang clans, Tao Wenhai was much more curious about Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian gathered his thoughts and said frankly, "Excuse me." The woman smiled sweetly. Su Fengnian took a big sip of ginger tea, put down the teacup and said in a deep voice, "According to the intelligence that Chu Lushan dug out from the South Dynasty, the Empress of Beimang has long asked Li Mibi to make a plan to send assassins before the troops and horses move. Beimang's Jianghu forces are divided into two parts. Most of the top masters and all the low-level warriors have joined the army, while the middle-level masters are assigned to Li Mibi, the head of the Beimang spies, to accurately assassinate our border generals and civil officials. They won't go to the Bailiang Protectorate where Chu Lushan is to seek their own deaths. But Tao Wenhai, you are indispensable to the Bailiang and a core official who lacks personal guards, so you are the best target for the men of sacrifice of Beimang." Su Fengnian stretched out his finger and gently turned the teacup. The border to the north of Liangzhou is full of military towns and cities, so it's very difficult for the enemy to find an opportunity. In Yuzhou it's much more complicated. Although the area around the mouth of the calabash is densely covered with webs of various sizes, their original purpose is to impede the rapid advance of Beimang's army. They don't have the power to deal with these men of sacrifice of spider web and Jianghu masters. Even though Great General Yan Wenwan and Yuzhou General Huang Fucheng have already sent out 16 elite cavalry units of about 500 men to hunt down the fish that slipped through the net, I believe it's still very difficult for them to succeed. The real battle in Yuzhou will still take place within the border. Therefore, the Peregrine Falcon Eagle Guard in Wutong'an and Whisk Room will mainly focus on the border counties like Yanji County. However, even though the Peregrine Falcon Eagle Guard has already sent out all their forces, when the time comes, they are bound to be flustered. Tao Wenhai gently glanced at his father, Tao Jinzhao, who nodded. Only then did Tao Wenhai say, "Your Highness, what this lowly official is most worried about right now is that after Beimang enters the border, Beimang will scatter their troops. Each troop will be led by one or several top masters. Even if we have the Peregrine Falcon Eagle Guard secretly protecting us and sending out a message at the cost of his life before he died, our men of sacrifice in the vicinity will immediately rush to the battlefield to encircle and annihilate them. I'm afraid that the enemy has concealed their strength in the previous attack and has no intention of retreating after succeeding in one strike. At that time, we may instead suffer a second round of heavy casualties. By the time we come to our senses, we will have no choice but to gather several main forces to intercept them. Perhaps the enemy's other top forces will begin to quietly make their move again." At this point, Tao Wenhai seemed to want to say something but hesitated. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "There's no harm in speaking frankly." Tao Wenhai went straight to the point and said, "After all, our Bailiang is only a sparsely populated place. We don't have the upper hand in this kind of battle of attrition of masters. Beimang's Dao De Sect, Chess and Sword Music School, Princess's Grave, and Mount Tibbing have all sent their elites to join the battle. Many famous Beimang Devil Path heroes are also working for Li Mibi. Our side is definitely at a disadvantage in terms of the number of level 2 and level 3 martial arts grandmasters. But it's precisely these kinds of people who can make the most decisive impact in the battle of assassination and counter-assassination. Our large number of light cavalry can't perform well. To put it bluntly, we may be led by the nose from the beginning to the end. We may not even be able to catch the corner of their clothes. Su Fengnian nodded and said, in fact there are 5 level 1 masters in Beimang with definite identities. They are the disciplinary elder of the Dao De sect, the great music school of the chess and sword music school, little idea of the princess's grave, and 2 famous devils. So this time, the whole history of Beimang's Jianghu has been dug out by His Majesty. Our Yuzhou will be the first touchstone for that old woman to reorganize the Jianghu. Tao Wenhai and Tao Jinzhao looked at each other and saw the deep worry in each other's eyes. Su Fengnian smiled and said, of course the good news is that other than little idea of half-face makeup, the rest are only in the Vajra realm and the Finger Mysterious realm. Moreover, most of the level 2 grandmasters are from the chess and sword music school. Their realms are not low, but when it comes to a life and death battle, they may not be comparable to Beiliang's level 3 martial artists. Chapter 1333. Tao Wenhai smiled wryly. Since the enemy was so strong and difficult to defeat, this didn't seem like good news to be happy about. In the corner, the woman sitting with her knees bent slowly stirred the incense ashes evenly and cut the agarwood into small pieces. The charcoal and the agarwood were filled with a graceful beauty. Because tonight's conversation would definitely not be short, her movements were neither hurried nor slow. Tao Wenhai said carefully, Your Highness, if I may be so bold as to suggest, Su Fengnian quickly said, you want the Wu family's cavalry and swords to come to Yuzhou to put out the fire? Somewhat embarrassed, Tao Wenhai nodded. Su Fengnian shook his head and said, the Wu family swordsmen have to stay with Chu Lushan in case of any accidents. They can't move yet. Tao Jinzhao and Tao Wenhai knew that the long-browed, one-armed old man next to the king of Beiliang was a sword immortal who had become famous in Liangzhou city. Of course, they didn't think that such an expert would leave the king of Beiliang's side. Most importantly, no matter how bad their eyesight was, they could tell that the king of Beiliang was acting very strange. It was as if he had only won a Pyrrhic victory after a great battle. If they guessed right, then the sword immortal old man couldn't leave without permission. In fact, Su Fengnian hoped that Sui Xiegu could help since Tantai Pingjing was by his side. However, the old man didn't care about the situation in Yuzhou at all. He didn't care about his seniority at all. Wherever Tantai Pingjing went he would go. The two of them added up to more than 200 years old. In Sui Xiegu's words, how many times can I look at her now? Of course, I'll look at her as much as I can. However, Su Fengnian wouldn't just wait for death and allow Beimang's forces to strut around Yuzhou. In addition to the mobilization of Wutangen's Whispering Room and Tide Listening Pavilion's experts, he also sent Mi Fingjie, the master of the Heavy Sword Cave, to Yuzhou to cooperate with Fan Xiaochai, the granddaughter of Fan Baoshan, who used to be Northern Han's defender general. Fan Xiaochai's Finger Xian realm wasn't something that Daozong's Xian realm could compare to. With Fan Xiaochai's current strength, she could easily defeat any second-level master of the chess and sword music school, even if it was 1 against 2. In addition, the Guanyin Sect's Qi refinement warriors had already secretly rushed to Yuzhou. They wouldn't directly get involved in this muddy water, but they would do their best to keep an eye on those first-level masters who only appeared briefly during the battle. They would pass on the information to the nearby Peregrine Falcon Eagle Guard so that Yuzhou would have a target to target. This battle would definitely be a series of small-scale and bloody battles. Once the two sides met, they were destined to die or be injured. There was no way to escape unscathed. It was a competition to see which side could move faster and more stealthily. Tao Jinzhao and Tao Wenhai only guessed that the king of Beiliang was seriously injured, but Beimang's Li Mibi clearly knew about it. Thus, Suaxia Valley was a target that Beimang had to focus on. In Su Fengnian's opinion, other than the princess's grave, Suaxia Valley, who might be a backup plan for an imaginary enemy, there should be another top-notch master hiding even deeper. Of course, the top-notch in Su Fengnian's eyes would not be on the same line as literati like Tao Jinzhao and Tao Wenhai. Su Fengnian asked, is there a detailed map of Yuzhou's situation here? Tao Wenhai hurriedly got up and went to the study to fetch the maps. After that, he came back with a large pile of maps, including the map of the territory of Yuzhou province and the maps of prefectures and counties. He spread out the largest map of the entire Yuzhou province on the desk and put the smaller maps separately. Not everyone dared to hide these things among the people. Once the government found out, they would definitely be thrown into jail. Su Fengnian stood up, followed by Tao Jinzhao and Tao Wenhai. Su Fengnian inquired about the distribution of the men of sacrifice in each county of Yuzhou in detail, hoping to fill in the gaps. Naturally, the three of them would occasionally talk about the topography of each county. Tao Wenhai was surprised to find that the king of Vassal knew the geography of Yanji County like the back of his hand, which many locals of Yanji County did not know. He could also casually mention the garrison troops and commanding officers in each county. He even knew the background and character of the generals who were no higher than level 6 or level 7. Tao Wenhai could not help but suspect that he, a small county magistrate, could not escape from the king's eyes. For a moment, he was worried that he would leave a bad impression on the young king. The three of them chatted for 4 hours. The young woman sat in the corner with her legs bent, except for pouring incense, tea and candles. Chapter 1334. Her name was Tao Tanxiang. She wasn't trying to please the king of Bailiang. In fact, she had been paying attention to Su Fengnian for a long time. At that time, he was still the infamous good-for-nothing His Royal Highness. Tao Tanxiang's father, Tao Xianlong, had spent a lot of money to buy a famous painting from Bailiang Palace. It was Ladies of the Dragon Palace, from the Western Shu Kingdom of the previous dynasty. When she saw the two huge fakes, she was stunned. How could there be such a bastard in the world who would waste natural resources so recklessly? Every time these celebrities and refined scholars opened a scroll, they would look at it with a pilgrimage mentality. It would definitely be passed down from generation to generation. As long as it was well preserved, it might even be placed on a table to be admired 500 or even 1,000 years later. Wasn't this guy afraid that he would go down in history because of those two words? Later she was a little angry. As long as it was a painting with His Royal Highness's seal, she would ask her father to buy it back at a high price. It was funny. At that time, Tao Xianlong, who was only a secondary 7th rank official, spent a lot of money to buy fakes. Because of this, the governor of Yanji County, Hong Shandong, who was a righteous official, thought that this person was a talent. Especially when His Royal Highness became the king of Bailiang, Tao Xianlong was promoted again. Over time, Tao Tanxiang collected no less than 30 paintings with Su Fengnian's seal. Not all of them were fakes. For example, Su Fengnian's hastily written calligraphy was privately praised by collectors in the capital for being witty and interesting. There was also a concise and vivid phoenix portrait seal with rough words. The mother-son seal on Loquat was even more memorable. So Tao Tanxiang slowly felt that she had known this man for a long time. She knew every news he had received from Liang Lake, from the capital's imperial court, and from Bailiang's officialdom over the years. She gently placed her hands on her knees and raised her head to look at the man who had never been domineering. Every time he frowned and every time he smiled warmly, she would carefully observe it as if she was collecting a treasure. After another 2 hours, Su Fengnian smiled and let the old Tao Jinzhao go to bed first. He continued to chat with Tao Wenhai by the light. Their topics were broader and they were no longer limited to Yuzhou or even Bailiang. Instead, they included the politics and military of Liang and Beimang, as well as the local customs of the two dynasties. When the Tao family patriarch left, he went to his granddaughter, Tao Yanxiang, and asked her to make tea and prepare some pastries. Therefore, when they moved to the couch by the window to chat, she sat between the king of Bailiang and Uncle Tao Wenhai. It was a bit humorous. When the sky began to brighten, Tao Wenhai, who was in high spirits and didn't feel sleepy at all, still got up and bid farewell. He asked the king of Bailiang to allow Tao Tanxiang to stroll around the Tao residence with him. Su Fengnian smiled and nodded in agreement. The two of them strolled toward the Tao library. From beginning to end, the two of them were shoulder to shoulder apart and didn't give off the feeling of being neither close nor distant. Su Fengnian said apologetically, "Miss Tao, you've worked hard." She shook her head and said with a smile, "It's not hard at all. It's just that grandfather might be a bit disappointed, but I'm not disappointed. I'm very content." Su Fengnian smiled knowingly and didn't mince his words. "You don't have to worry about not being able to find a husband. Nowadays there are a lot of handsome scholars who want to become officials, and there are also many who are talented and learned." Tao Tanxiang made a sound of acknowledgement and walked closer to the building. She said, "People of the world value additions and complete order when it comes to collecting books. For example, there is a saying that 1 page is worth 100 taels of silver and a set is worth 1,000 taels of gold. However, our library doesn't care about this. Grandfather feels that nothing is as important as the words of the sages in the books. Rather than spending 1,000 taels of silver to buy a set, it's better to buy 100 sets of normal books. Therefore, the number of books in this library is no less than those in the Central Plains. Furthermore, if scholars come to borrow books to read, they will be able to do so without obstruction." Su Fengnian nodded and said, "I've heard that your Tao family is also fully responsible for the food and lodging of the scholars who come to study. That's very rare." The scholars of Bailiang don't travel as much as the Central Plains, but because of your Tao family, Yanji County doesn't lose to Jiangnan. Tao Tanxiang said gently, my father once said that a prosperous family is like a person with plump skin. However, if the yang energy is too strong and isn't adjusted, there will be a day when the internal organs will be damaged. Thus, our Tao family's year after year of disaster relief, borrowing books and kindness to our neighbors are all necessary treatments. We can't wait until the illness is beyond cure to mend the pen after the sheep is lost. Su Fengyin joked, just based on these words your father is more than qualified to be a governor. Su Fengyin walked toward the door of the Tao Manor. As he crossed the threshold he said to Tao Tanxiang, you should go back first. It's very hurtful for a woman to stay up late. I still have to go to the memorial arch to wait for someone. She narrowed her eyes and smiled brilliantly. She said mischievously, it's fine. I really want to know who in the world can make the king of Bailiang wait. Su Fengyin dismissed it with a smile. The two of them stood under a memorial arch. After waiting for a long time, a carriage and a group of more than 100 white horses finally appeared at the end of their vision. Tao Tanxiang turned her head and happened to see him smile. She saw him quickly walk over to greet them. She did not follow. She stood where she was and watched his figure gradually disappear into the distance. The carriage and the group of riders neatly stopped. Tao Tanxiang saw a young woman whose face could not be seen clearly walk down from the carriage. Su Fengyin looked at the woman who had come all the way from the prince's mansion in Liang province. He asked gently, are you cold? She shook her head. One of the riders who had come with the white horse righteous attendant did not dismount from his horse. He only exchanged glances with Su Fengyin and nodded. Then he turned his horse around and rode away. This rider did not carry a saber or a crossbow. He only carried a heavy iron spear. But with this rider and spear, the entire Yuzhou would not fall into chaos. Su Fengyin asked for a war horse from the white horse righteous attendant. He first carried her onto the horse. Then he mounted the horse himself. The two of them rode together. Su Fengyin said apologetically, I promised you before that I would see the scenery of Bailiang. She leaned into his warm embrace and did not say anything. Su Fengyin squeezed the horse's belly and galloped along the path the white horse righteous attendant had taken. Other than the two of them and the horse there was no one else around. Her face glowing, she raised her hands to her mouth and said with a childish smile, Su Fengyin takes Lu Qingyan and the white horse righteous attendant to Bailiang. The white horse righteous attendant to Bailiang. A thousandly swift wind. Chapter 1335. When Beimeng's army was pressing on the border on 3 fronts, the Liang imperial court had not learned of this matter. Bailiang would not pass this military intelligence to the capital. Even if the capital heard of this, they would probably only breathe a sigh of relief. Barbarians killing barbarians, dogs biting dogs, it had nothing to do with them. It would be best if both sides were heavily injured. It would be a great thing to drive away bad luck for the Liang imperial court. On the straight official road outside the south gate of the capital, there were 4 people who didn't have passports. A couple with a child. The child was riding on the neck of the man with the sword. It was clear that they were a family of 3. Then there was an extra white-clothed person beside them. This white-clothed person gave people a vague feeling. In terms of appearance he was not outstanding. He did not have the beauty of a woman, nor was he as handsome as a man. The people nearby did not dare to look at this person. They only glanced at him. But when they thought about it he should have left some impression. But they did not have the courage to look again. As for the inconspicuous family of 3, they were naturally ignored. The man holding his child's legs looked at the city walls of Great Peace City and sighed. In the world, this is probably the only city that can make things difficult for me. I want to go in but I'm afraid of causing trouble. The 3 of us do not have proper identities in Liang, and we can't really force our way in. It's also not appropriate to sneak in at night. At the time there was a person surnamed Xie in the city. He was not my match in fighting, but it was easy for him to find me. I wanted to take my wife and daughter into play, not to go in and kill everyone. For this kind of thing it would be better if I was 20 years younger. The white-clothed person laughed coldly. Didn't Hong Shixiang do it? The man said helplessly, aren't you comparing me to Ancestor Lu? The white-clothed person said calmly, in terms of those unclear identities would you lose? Even in terms of martial talent in this life you would not lose. In the end you fell to a state worse than Tuoba Bodhisattva. The man had a smug look on his face as if he had nothing to say to her. His wife quickly smoothed things over and said with a smile, my husband was born lazy. Actually, isn't it pretty good? He doesn't have to fight with others for no reason. It's also peaceful. The man nodded in agreement. That's right. The child rested her chin on her father's head and nodded along with him. Although she didn't understand anything, she still cheered, "That's right, that's right." The white-robed person gazed at Great Peace City. Over the past 800 years, from the Great Qin dynasty to Liang, apart from the most majestic city in the world in front of her, she had been to almost every capital city. The child suddenly said, "Father, didn't Mother say before that there was a guy who liked to wear green clothes who often went to the city? Why do you have a headache?" "Father, it doesn't matter if you can't defeat my future master, but you can at least fight for the second or third place in the world, right?" The man rubbed his chin and said seriously, "That's true." The woman pinched him hard on the waist. Just as the man was about to speak, he found that the person he had been traveling with had turned and left. He really was as lazy as his wife had said. He couldn't be bothered to use his brain to think of the reason, but he couldn't help but complain. "Aren't your identities as the great demon Luo Yang a mess? Do you have the right to criticize me?" The white-robed person was Luo Yang. He was the person who had run from Beimang to Liang and found his wife. Then, because his wife said that swordsmen were the most natural, he found a sword and pretended to be a swordsman. He had a precious daughter and met Luo Yang and Tuoba Bodhisattva at the foot of Mount Hui. If this was in Beimang, his fame would be great. Beimang had 5 large sections. The sect he belonged to was one of them, and he was the only member of the sect. The only one in the world. One person, one sect. Of course, he knew that he was very talented in martial arts, but he had never pursued anything like becoming the first in the world. It was like his wife wasn't that beautiful, but he fell in love with her at first sight. There were always some things in the world that didn't have a reason. His only pursuit was to be unrestrained. When he was young, he had his own freedom. After he met his wife and had a child, he had the freedom of a family of 3. As for what freedom was, he didn't want to think about it. Looking at the majestic city, he could clearly feel the flow of fate. Presumably, after the new emperor of Liang ascended the throne, because Han Xingxian, Master Lu Hao, and the one surnamed Xie were all dead, he was afraid that he would be beheaded after wearing the dragon robe and sitting on the dragon throne for a few days. Therefore, he set up layers upon layers of murky traps. This was reasonable. With the Liang dynasty's thriving national strength, they wouldn't be completely helpless against a single top martial artist. His daughter suddenly whispered, "Father, I want to eat leek pancakes." The man stilled and then turned with a grin to look at his daughter-in-law, who was not as important as him. The woman stepped on his foot. "Idiot. What are you practicing martial arts for? Can't your daughter eat a pancake?" She quickly added, "It's not like we don't pay." The man who had received the imperial decree nodded and smiled. "All right." He freed a hand to hold his wife and said softly, "Daughter, hold tight." In an instant, all the first-grade experts in Great Peace City, both on the surface and under the surface, felt a great presence. The northern sect's dragon-rising chi refinement warriors were panicking like headless flies. The man raised a smiling face. What was freedom? At least at this time he knew the answer. Freedom. That was when his daughter said she wanted to eat pancakes. Even if the entire Great Peace City wanted to stop her, they could not stop him. Huyen Grand Monastery. There was a flash of light on the road like a rainbow falling into Great Peace City. Great Peace City did have the saying of late autumn cabbage and spring leeks. These two things, whether it was the officials, the nobles, or the common people, every family could afford to eat them and liked to eat them. The people of Jing liked to use leeks to eat spring. It was the best season. Eating a bite of the spicy and fresh green leeks could expel the foul energy that had accumulated in the organs all winter out of the stomach. In the Zhao family manor, which was the largest building in the capital, the burps of many officials emitted the smell of leeks, not to mention the farts that came out from under the buttocks of some officials. It really made people frown, but soon they smiled. On Zhao Jiaoweng's side, there was the Hanlin Academy, which had always been noble and aloof. There were also the 2 big yamens of the 2 provinces under the Hall of Governmental Affairs, which used to be deserted but now slightly lively. However, the most boisterous ones were the yamens of the 6 ministries of Shangshu province. The Ministry of War had always been the most important place among the 6 ministries of external court. Even after the Prime Minister Yin Maochen replaced Zhao Yuling as the Minister of Personnel Affairs, he could not change the situation. Unlike the other 5 great generals who had their fates changed every few years, the Ministry of War had only had 3 people who had been in that position since the first year of Yonghui to the second year of Xiangfu. They were the great pillar state Gu Jiantang, the king of Shu Qinjibao, and the current Tangxi sword deity Lu Baijia. The latter 2 had only been in that position for less than 2 years. Without a doubt, the Ministry of War had always been the feng shui treasure land that the new Jinshi wanted to have the most. So much so that last year, Gao Tingshu, who had been the second place of the imperial exam, admitted that he would rather be the head of the Department of Martial Selection and Purging Officials than go to the Ministry of Rights to be the most easily promoted minister-counselor of the Department of Rights. One had to know that the Minister of Rights, Bai Guo, was present in the main hall at the time. Minister Bai was so angry that he laughed and kicked the other minister, Liu Baijie. Rumor had it that Bai Guo was transferred to the Minister of Revenue. One day he met the new second place in the imperial court. The Minister of Rights teased him, "Fortunately, I didn't take up a post in the Ministry of Appointments. Otherwise, you would be sitting on the cold bench in the Ministry of War for 10 or 20 years. Today, the unusually busy Ministry of War had a somewhat unexpected guest. Everyone in the Ministry of War, whether they were walking outside or sitting inside, either stopped and saluted when they saw him or stood up solemnly. Everyone looked excited. It was not much different from meeting the Emperor alone. It was very simple. It was because this person was Gu Jiantang, the youngest warrior of the four great generals of the spring and autumn period, the former master of the Ministry of War, Gu Lu. As a general, Su Xiao, who was also a famous general of the spring and autumn period, had already died of old age. Gu Jiantang could not even be considered old. As an official, Zhang Lu, who had been in conflict with Gu Lu for more than 10 years, had already collapsed. Zhang Julu had died a miserable death. Gu Jiantang, on the other hand, was the only super first-rank pillar of the Liang imperial court. He held the power of 300,000 soldiers and horses at the northern border. Gu Jiantang walked alone into the large room of the old Zhang Lu. Without needing him to say anything, a large group of arrogant officials in the 6 ministries stood up and saluted, then quickly sat down and continued with their work. This was the cold and hard temperament that Gu Jiantang had left for the Ministry of War. You can be arrogant and despotic in your conduct, but you must be swift and decisive in your work. You must not be sloppy. Unlike the other 5 ministers and assistant ministers who each had their own room, the 3 main and assistant ministers of the Ministry of War all worked in the same room. The minister's desk was placed at the far left of the room, while the left and right assistant ministers' desks were placed at the far right. At present, of the 2 assistant ministers of the Ministry of War, the general of Piao Yi Lu Xingxiang was not in the capital as the general of the southern expedition. The newly appointed assistant minister, general of Dragon Xiang, Su Gong, was patrolling the border in accordance with the new etiquette of Liang. Thus, only the minister Liu Baijie was left in the room. After seeing Gu Jiantang, he did not deliberately put on airs. Instead, he stood up like his subordinates and stood up to greet the old minister. He even waited for the others to return to their seats before standing up. This was not only because Liu Baijie's official patch with a second-rank lion embroidered on his chest was slightly inferior to Gu Jiantang's first-rank qilin. It was also because Liu Baijie had undisguised respect for the senior of the Ministry of War, Gu Jiantang. Liu Baijie walked around the table to Gu Jiantang's side and said with a smile, "General, sit down and have a cup of tea?" Chapter 1336. Gu Jiantang nodded. Liu Baijie took the lead and walked to the 2 empty tables on the far right side of the room. Soon, the second-ranked scholar who had written The Drunken 8 Immortals and had been personally threatened by Minister Bai Guo arrived with tea. He first served it to Gu Jiantang, who was far away, and then to Liu Baijie, who was close at hand. After Gu Jiantang took the tea, he slowly asked, "You're not going to Gao Tingshu of the Ministry of Rights?" The young manager of the Department for Purging Officials, who didn't dare to make any unnecessary moves and only wanted to leave as soon as possible, couldn't help but tense up. He said in a trembling voice, "That's me." Gu Jiantang didn't have a smile on his face. He asked the newcomer of the Ministry of War a rather sharp question, "Why didn't you serve tea to Minister Shangshu first?" Gao Tingshu was speechless. Liu Baijie laughed and said, "Great General, oh great General, you're obviously secretly happy. Don't take advantage of the situation and pretend to be obedient. Manager Gao took a huge risk to come to our Ministry of War. No matter what, he's half a family member of yours. You don't have to scare a junior like this." After being disturbed by Liu Baijie, Gu Jiantang no longer deliberately kept a straight face. He smiled and said, "Just for the sake of you serving tea first, even if the Ministry of Personnel suppresses you in the future, I'll first ask Minister Bai for a favor. I guarantee that I won't delay your promotion in the future. But you should learn a bit more. Look at how Minister Bai became an official. He not only gave himself a way out of the embarrassing situation, but also made you remember that he helped you get out of trouble." Liu Baijie's face was full of helplessness. Hey, great General, you're not being kind. It's one thing to freeload tea, but you're also undermining me. In the future, I'll have no prestige in this room. Lu Baijie turned his head and glared at Gao Tingshu. He pretended to be angry and said, "Stinking brat, get out of here. Aren't you afraid that I'll make things difficult for you? Do you want to annoy all the ministers of the 6 ministries? When the time comes, even if you have the great general to protect you, at most you'll have to run to the border to drink the wind and eat the sand." Gao Tingshu hurriedly wiped the sweat on his forehead, turned around and trotted away with a silly smile. The officials of the Ministry of War, who were actually secretly listening, immediately burst into laughter. Amidst the laughter, everyone was naturally envious of Gao Tingshu's good fortune. He immediately left a good impression in the hearts of the 2 ministers of war. Gu Jiantang finished the tea in one gulp. After putting down the teacup, he sighed, "It's not easy for Minister Lu." Lu Baijie lowered her head and took a sip of the bitter tea. She nodded with a bitter smile and said, "It is quite difficult." Gu Jiantang was silent for a long time. After standing up, he said, "I'm about to leave the capital and return to Liaoxi. I won't disturb you any longer." Lu Baijie stood up as well and said calmly, "Let's see the Grand General off." After the 2 of them walked out of the room, Lu Baijie hesitated for a moment before asking in a low voice, "Is the Grand General really leaving?" Gu Jiantang grunted. Like the Minister of War beside him, he was not as relaxed as he was in the room. His expression was serious. "If I had decided to stay before we reached the capital, there would still be hope. Now, even if I insisted on staying, do you think it would be possible?" Lu Baijie was speechless. The Grand General Gu Jiantang's meaning was not deep. When the late emperor was alive, Gu Jiantang had accompanied him all the way back to the capital. However, he still could not persuade the late emperor to let him, a pillar of the northern region military and politics, replace Lu Xingxiang to preside over the southern expedition. Now that the new emperor had ascended the throne, how could Gu Jiantang rely on his past achievements to coerce the new emperor? In fact, Gu Jiantang and Lu Baijie both agreed with a certain someone's prediction of the situation. The suppression of the rebellion in Guangling should be done quickly. The imperial court had sent Lu Xingxiang, Yang Xinxing, and Yan Jinchuan to the southern expedition, assisted by several vassal lords. In terms of military strength, it was actually enough. It could not be considered a genius, but it was certainly not a bad move. However, a very small number of people had forgotten one thing. The deployment of troops on the battlefield was much more straightforward than the officialdom where everyone could sit behind closed doors and drink slowly. Lu Xingxiang had excellent talent as a general, but at that time the undercurrent of the imperial court did not give this general of the assistant minister of the Ministry of War a chance. Not only did he not have a chance, but he was also a burden to the point where it was extremely difficult to deploy troops. As a result, the imperial court forcibly turned the situation into a rotten quagmire. If Gu Jiantang had been in charge, even if there was a group of rich playboys who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth stirring up trouble, Yang Xinxing absolutely would not have been greedy for merit and rashly advanced. Thus, the imperial court would not have harmed Yan Jinchuan's entire 30,000 cavalry and caused the 2 vassal lords, Zhao Ying and Zhao Sun, to almost be sent to their deaths. Gu Jiantang quietly slowed down his steps and said, "Lu Xingxiang has obtained the position of General Piao Yi. If nothing unexpected happens, he will vacate the position I just sat in. At that time, my subordinate, General Tang Taizhuang of Liaoxi, will enter the capital to take over. This is not good news, but it is also not bad news. I'm just taking this opportunity to tell you about it first. Tang Taizhuang is different from Lu Xingxiang and Su Gong. He is not good as an official, but he is very good at leading soldiers in battle. After he enters the Ministry of War, Minister Lu, you should try to get him to bring a few young people with him to the Guangling circuit. At that time, it might be south of the capital." Gu Jiantang said calmly, "The reason I'm saying this is not out of selfishness. I want Tang Taizhuang to have a smooth career as an official. I just hope that in your hands the Ministry of War can retain the taste of the battlefield for a few more days. In the future, those sitting in the Ministry of War probably won't know what horse dung tastes like, and even fewer will have calluses on their thighs from riding horses." Lu Baijie sighed and said, "This matter shouldn't be too difficult." Gu Jiantang suddenly turned his head to look at the former Gu Lu. In the dusk, there were still some remnants of the spring sun shining on the roof. Gu Jiantang then smiled at Lu Baijie and said, "There's no need to see me off. I'm going to a place I never had the chance to go before." Lu Baijie stopped in her tracks and watched the great general leave. He knew where Gu Jiantang was going. The former Zhang Lu was originally where the Ministry of Personnel was located. After all, no matter how arrogant Gu Jiantang was when he controlled the Ministry of War for many years, the Yamen of the Ministry of Personnel was still nominally the most important place of the external court in Liang. Later on, Zhao Yuling parted ways with his teacher, and the Ministry of Personnel was moved. At that time, Wang Xiongui, the only one left who stood firmly behind the Grand Secretary as a proud student, did not move into Zhanglu. However, at that time the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Rights, and the Ministry of Justice all had an assistant minister sit obediently in Zhanglu so that the civil official leader could convey his intentions, or rather, his will, to the various joints of the 5 ministries as quickly as possible. Now, Zhao Yuling was promoted to the Hall of Governmental Affairs, and Yin Maochun was in charge of the Ministry of Personnel. The latter unexpectedly chose to sit in that room. Of course, there would no longer be any mention of Zhanglu in the world. Compared to the oft-mentioned Gulu, this place was not even mentioned again. It was as if it had never appeared in the Liang imperial court. Gu Jiantang walked to that place and looked there. Under the curtain of night, compared to Gulu, there was not even a trace of afterglow there. On his return to the capital, that night, the emperor, who had not yet been called the previous emperor, stood in the imperial prison. That was the last time Gu Jiantang saw that person and passed on his last words. That person was separated from him by the iron fence, but he did not say even half a word of his last words. He only waved his hand at Gu Jiantang. Gu Jiantang gathered his thoughts. He did not look at the important members of the Ministry of Personnel who rushed out of the room and down the steps to welcome him. He also did not look at the Prime Minister Yin Maochun who had stopped at the door. Gu Jiantang turned and strode away. An additional person had silently appeared in the capital. Logically speaking, let alone an additional person in the most virtuous place in the world, even an additional 1,000 people would be like a drop of water. However, no one could underestimate this sinful guest. King of Jing and Zhao Sun, the youngest vassal of the Liang dynasty with the surname of Zhao. From the time Zhao Sun was summoned to the moment Zhao Sun entered the capital, the Ministry of Rights had not been able to interfere. Everything had been handled by the imperial clan court. There were no walls in the capital that did not let in the wind. Small news had already begun to spread rapidly in the higher levels of officialdom. However, no one knew whether Zhao Sun's trip to Great Peace City was a blessing or a curse. In the battle outside Yaoyu Pass, the Duke of Huainan Zhao Ying, who was also a vassal of the imperial clan, had died in battle after 3 victories. It was not appropriate to say that he was sullen, but it was also wrong to say that he was brave. He was brave, but he was too unstrategic. Abandoning the 3 passes and running to the plains to play a battle of cavalry, how could he be called wise? As for Zhao Sun, there was more praise than criticism. After all, this king of Jing had gone to save the Duke of Huainan and had almost been killed by the cavalry of the West Chu rebel army. The 2 vassals, who were 1 generation apart, did not have much of a relationship. From this, one could see that Zhao Sun's loyalty to the court was unquestionable. Compared to his father, the old king of Jing and Zhao Heng, there was a world of difference. However, His Majesty the Emperor had just inherited the throne, and the Emperor's heart was hard to fathom. Zhao Sun temporarily lived in a mansion on Junwang Street that had nothing to do with him. More than 100 years ago, it had been the private residence of a powerful official of the Liang dynasty. It was extremely illegal and occupied a large area with more than 400 rooms. Among them, there were even halls that were several zhang above the street level outside. Later, about 40 years ago, the Liang Emperor bestowed it to Prince Zhongyi. Unfortunately, the title of prince was only hereditary for 1 generation before it was lost due to a crime. In the last 40 years, it had changed hands several times, and the owners did not live far away. The most famous of them was, of course, the old Grand Preceptor of West Chu, Sun Shiji. Although Zhao Sun was nominally a vassal who had gone to the capital to ask for punishment, the wording of the imperial edict was very strict. If not for the blind Mr. Lu's prediction, Zhao Sun really might have been scared out of his wits. At the time, Lu Su's words were very simple: since you have gone, you should make the best of it. Chapter 1337. Since Zhao Sun was already here, he might as well make the best of it. These few days he would often stroll around the mansion alone, admiring the bright corridors, towering ancient trees, and the surrounding mountains to his heart's content. At this time, Zhao Sun was standing in a pavilion in the middle of a lake with a smile on his face. The right leader of the imperial clan court, who had escorted him here after arriving in the capital, looked at him with disdain. Zhao Sun looked at him like he was looking at a wild dog on the side of the road. Perhaps he had heard some news yesterday and came here in a hurry to repair their relationship. His wrinkled old face bloomed with a smile. Of course, Zhao Sun would not make a fuss about it on the surface. He even gave the right leader a mercury jade thumb ring that he had prepared beforehand. The old fellow's eyes lit up when he saw it. Clearly, Mr. Lu had carefully prepared such a small item that hit his weak spot. In fact, other than the jade thumb ring, Lu Su had also asked him to carry an ink-colored tortoise-back inkstone with him. He said that if the right leader of the imperial clan came out to receive him, he needed to give this item away. Zhao Sun sighed with emotion. Lu Su, you really are a genius. When this king was still His Royal Highness, he always felt that the so-called top strategists like Li Yishan and Nalin Yusi were just heroes created by the times. Once placed in a time of peace and prosperity, they would fade into the crowd. Only after meeting you did he realize that no matter if they were in a time of peace or chaos, there would definitely be a place for them. Zhao Sun had previously thought that using the destruction of 6,000 cavalry to complete the retreat in order to advance arrangement was too heavy a price. But when Zhao Sun came to Great Peace City and stood in this mansion, he began to understand that Mr. Lu was right. Zhao Sun suddenly saw two figures appear on the shore of the lake and then walk toward the pavilion in the middle of the lake. No one led the way. Zhao Sun frowned and instinctively became alert. When the two gradually came closer, Zhao Sun was stunned. After recognizing one of them, he asked in confusion, "Brother Song?" The young phoenix of the Song clan, Song Kelly. The last time he came to the capital, Zhao Sun had a brief encounter with Song Kelly. Song Kelly bowed and said, "Greetings, King of Jing'an." Zhao Sun quickly smiled and said, "Brother Song, you don't have to be so polite." Song Kelly looked relaxed and he was neither arrogant nor impatient. He didn't show the slightest sign of depression due to the decline of his family. Moreover, he and the gray-haired Confucian came to visit together, which made Zhao Sun very hesitant. Song Kelly said softly, "This is Mr. Yuan. Sun Shiji and the others from West Chu are just Mr. Yuan's guests." Zhao Sun wasn't stupid. He immediately figured it out. Her surname was Yuan, the real owner of this house. He was the #1 strategist of Liyang that his father, Zhao Heng, hated to the bone, half-inch elemental tongue Binshi. Zhao Sun bowed deeply. Junior Zhao Sun greets Mr. Yuan. Yuan Binshi didn't say anything. He just waved his hand. Song Kelly smiled and said, "I'm here to tell you that you can leave the capital and return to Qingzhou soon." Before Zhao Sun could react, Song Kelly's words of "very soon" came true very soon. A eunuch from the ceremony directorate, dressed in a bright red robe, held the imperial edict and walked towards the three of them. His steps were very fast, but he didn't seem to be in a hurry. The old eunuch holding the imperial edict nodded slightly when he saw Yuan Binshi. He then read the edict to the king of Jing and Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun naturally had to kneel. Song Kelly also took a step back and knelt to listen. Only Yuan Binshi was facing the lake and turned a deaf ear to it. The head eunuch, who was one of the top 3 eunuchs in the world, didn't show the slightest change in expression. After receiving the imperial edict, Zhao Sun had to leave the capital quickly. Plus, without Lu Su's plan, he didn't know how to talk to the emperor of Liyang. He was afraid of making a fool of himself, so he took the opportunity to leave the pavilion. After Zhao Sun and the head eunuch left, Yuan Binshi asked, "What do you think this eunuch from the ceremony directorate will be asked when he returns to the palace?" Song Kelly shook his head. Yuan Binshi smiled and said, "The emperor won't care about the king of Jing'an. He will ask Yuan Binshi if he is respectful when he sees the imperial edict." Song Kelly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yuan Binshi calmly said, "Previously I advised the late emperor that if Prince Jinggan Zhao Sun had the intention of concealing his strength during the Jingnan campaign, I would issue an edict to have him enter the capital, remove his title of nobility, and demote him to a commoner. If he failed despite all his efforts, he would be allowed to keep his title, but he would have to live in Great Peace City for a year or two." The late emperor took this matter to heart, but it's not that the current Son of Heaven doesn't care. However, to the Son of Heaven, Zhao Sun is just an ordinary vassal king. The Son of Heaven wants to use this opportunity to imitate the way the late emperor dealt with Zhang Julu. He wants to test the waters and nibble away at him bit by bit. Song Kelly said in a small voice, "That's too hasty." Yuan Binshi didn't express his opinion. He struggled to open the conversation and continued, "Zhao Sun is very smart. It's not that he is smart. In fact, he is not as smart as his father, Zhao Heng. But he knows how to listen to the people behind him. I wanted him to stay in Great Peace City and watch the world change because Xiang Fan, as the backbone of the world, was too important and could not be lost. That blind but lively young person was a great variable. I originally wanted to completely disrupt the factions of Qingzhou, and have either Su Gong or Tang Tai's Huang go to Xiangfan City. Now it seems that maybe maybe one day Qingzhou will become a place that the military will fight for. Liang, Beimeng, Bailiang, Westchu, Western Shu, Nanjiang, all of these are possible. Song Kelly wanted to speak but stopped. Strategists, scholars who plan, their identities are set. They're just scholars. Then it will depend on how they plan for the people they support. But before that they must find the right person. Yuan Binshi narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Li Yishan was right to find Su Xiao. Zhao Chongling was wrong. I was right to find the late emperor. Sun Ping was wrong. Nalin Yusi was right to find the Yan King Xiaobing. Lu Su was wrong to find Zhao Heng and Zhao Sun. Song Kelly asked curiously, then Song Dongming, Su Beiji and Qin Shiliang were right to find Su Fingyan? Yuan Binshi said with a smile, I don't know. Song Kelly asked seriously, Mr. also has things you are not sure of? Yuan Binshi asked in response, can there not be? Song Kelly said with a smile, yes. Yuan Binshi smiled and then said, I once asked 2 monks the same question. Killing thousands and reviving tens of thousands, is there something to do or not to do? When I asked if killing 10 people and reviving tens of thousands, Yang Taisui nodded and said there was something to do. But when I asked if killing 1 person and reviving tens of thousands, Li Xiaoxin still refused to nod. After Yuan Binshi finished speaking, he paused for a long time and pressed a hand on the pillar. He said, next I will have you bring an imperial decree and a secret decree to Ji province. The former is for you to take root in Jinan. The latter is for you to give to that mad dog Yuan Tingshan, and have him boldly open the gates to Ji Bei. Song Kelly was puzzled at first but then his face quickly paled. Yuan Binshi said coolly, just make Bailiang more chaotic. Those who seek the living live, those who wish for the dead to die. The Bailiang cavalry is the best in the world? Then let the entire Central Plains wait and see. Just like in the past, Great Peace City welcomed the flying literary talent of the first month that could not be missed. For a time rumors flew all over the place. The imperial examinations began in Dafeng, flourished in West Chu, and flourished in Liyang. In West Chu, the subjects of the imperial examinations were extremely complicated. After the reform in Liyang, the emphasis was placed on the imperial examinations. In a certain person's hands, the imperial examinations gradually became more focused on trial and error. At first there was a clamor that the Grand Secretary neglected learning and only favored the imperial examinations. There were more and more people who passed the grand exam, going from 3 to 4 people in the Great Feng dynasty to 20 to 30 people in the West Chu dynasty. Then there were 100 people in the late Eternal Hui dynasty, until there were 200 people in the first year of Xiangfu dynasty. Because of the rise of the imperial examinations, many people who came from other places to take the examinations continued to enter and stay in Great Peace City. Thus, there were the 2 interesting things of passing the imperial examinations and passing the imperial examinations. Imperceptibly, the relationship between the literary and official circles was pulled closer. Li Yang's imperial examinations were held in the first month, and the results were released in the second month. Not to mention the fact that there were very few people who could pass the imperial examinations, the scholars who failed the examinations were not naive enough to think that it was over. They could not return to their homes. After all, the large amount of traveling expenses when they first came to Shangjing was not something most scholars could afford. Thus they had to stay in the capital. Those who had connections would find friends and relatives, and those who did not would have to stay in the temples. During this period, other than continuing to study hard, they also had to learn how to get their favorite essays to be looked at by the officials or famous figures in the literary world. Or, they could directly send it to the officials of the Ministry of Rights other than the examiners of the imperial examinations. Thus, there were sayings like, the Prime Minister's gatekeeper is a 7th-rank official, and the King of Hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. The 7th-rank gatekeeper was a bit unusual. After Tantanan, he had presided over the imperial examinations several times and was now the heavenly official. Naturally, there was a lot of traffic in front of Yin Maochuan's door. This was not strange. The Song family, which had produced 2 teachers, was also not strange. What was unusual was that this year, the residence that received the most name tags was not the residence of the head of the secretariat, Qi Yanglong, nor was it the residence of the great master of science, Yao Baifeng. It was not the residence of Yan Jieshi, who was both a relative of the imperial family and a scholar. Instead, it was the residence of 2 young officials. One was the new assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Jean Lanting, who was rumored to be the next head of the Ministry of Rights, and the other was the new Right Chancellor of the Imperial College, Sun Yin. It was said that the name tags received by these two gatekeepers could fill dozens of large baskets. Chapter 1338. The two most popular officials in Liyang also showed completely different attitudes. Even though Jean Lanting had a lot of work to do, he still tried his best to meet all the scholars. Even those who could not squeeze into the assistant minister Fu because they were ahead of the Empress Dowager and could not meet, official Jean would carefully review the letters and give them back to them. He would not be careless in his responses. As a result, he had to stay up all night almost every day. Other than meeting the scholars in person, he would also reply to essays and poems. Some of the best poems would even be passed around by Jean San Lang among the 8 talents of the capital. It could be said that he did not spare any effort to help those scholars gain fame. However, when compared to Sun Ying, Chancellor Sun Ying's son, he appeared to be extremely unreasonable. He accepted the invitation, but during the first 10 days of the first month, he did not receive anyone. He only casually replied to 7 or 8 copies of the letters he received. It was just that this fellow's performance during the martial arts lecture at the directorate was simply too shocking. Don't forget, it was this person who won the battle of words that shook the entire court. Thus, even though this person who was recognized as arrogant in the capital wrote the words, "You don't know shit," in a letter, the person who received the reply still treated it as if he had received a treasure. He shamelessly spread the news and was treated as a joke by the entire Great Peace City. In just a few short years, it went from the Yellow Door Minister Fu to the Wine Minister Fu and then to the Assistant Minister Fu. Then, was it still far from the title of Minister Fu? After Jean Lanting sent off the other 7 of the 8 talents of the capital, he walked alone in the corridor. He knew that there was a mountain of letters on the desk in the study. He also knew that as long as the imperial examination had not officially started, the mountain would only pile up higher and higher. The Ministry of Rights was indeed the weakest of the 6 ministries. However, once he became an assistant minister, it was a clean yamen with oil and water. However, this kind of oil and water was more hidden than gold and silver. Jean Lanting stopped beside a pillar. He raised his head and closed his eyes. His face was filled with intoxication as he took a deep breath. Great Peace City, how can I, Jean San Lang, not be proud of my success? After a long time, Jean Lanting opened his eyes. His gaze was burning. He said in a voice that only he could hear, "Minister Fu, I will do better than you." The small house that Sun Ying currently lived in was rented. When he first rented it, he was only a small official in the province. The rent was lowered to 10 taels of silver every 3 months after Sun Ying racked his lips with the rich merchant. After Sun Yin's reputation rose, Fu Jia eagerly ran to Sun Yin's door and said that he wanted to gift the house to the right chancellor. Sun Yin didn't agree and only changed the payment from once every 3 months to once every year. Today Sun Yin wanted to go out. Through the crack in the door, he saw that there were still a dozen or so people waiting outside. Sun Yin turned and left through the back door. In the end, he was still stopped by a shabbily dressed young scholar. Sun Yin's path was blocked. The scholar introduced himself with a thick old Western Shu accent. Then he bent over and handed over a stack of things with both hands. It could be many poems or it could be a long essay. The scholar's face turned red. He mumbled something. It was clear that he had sent the examination to the assistant minister's manor. Most of the time he had been examined by Jean San Lang. It was also certain that Jean Lanting had only given him a dull and tasteless greeting. That was why he came to Sun Yin's place to try his luck. Sun Yin fumbled around and took out a handful of silver. He opened his palm and asked, "I haven't taken a fancy to anyone in the past 10 years. The things in your hands will most likely be mine. I can't even be bothered to scold you." The high officials in the capital all cherish their reputation. When they meet someone like you, they will at most pinch their noses and give you some money to send you off. Then, do you want me to give you the silver so you can quickly pay back the rent you owe me and have a few good meals? Or do you want me to look at your things? The scholar from Shishu who had an average appearance and temperament shook his head and said, "I don't want money. I only want Lord Chancellor to look at my poems seriously." Sun Yin took back the silver. He took the stack of poems with neat handwriting. His left hand pinched a corner and his right hand casually flipped through 7 to 8 pages. Soon, he was about to hand it over to the scholar whose hands were full of frostbite. However, when the latter's hands were about to grab the poems, Sun Yin let go first. The poems immediately fell to the ground. Sun Yin looked at the scholar who had a stunned expression. He didn't know why, but he took out a small piece of silver. He casually threw it on the ground. When he brushed past the scholar, he sneered, "I won't pick up that piece of silver. To me it is not worth mentioning. Your poem should be the same to you because it's too worthless." Sun Yin swaggered off just like that. After walking far away, Sun Yin turned his head to look at that person. The scholar who was wearing thin clothes was squatting on the ground, picking up the poems page by page. Sun Yin even saw that person raise his arm to wipe his face. Sun Yin sighed and slowly walked towards a mansion that wasn't too far away. When he arrived, the gatekeeper, who was known to be extremely difficult to serve in the capital, didn't stop him at all. He even revealed a very sincere smile. This was obviously not as simple as Sun Yin being the second in command of the Imperial College. Without needing anyone to lead the way, he found Tantanon, who was eating peanuts and drinking wine in the study room. Sun Yin didn't say anything and just minded his own business and drank his wine. Huanwen smiled and said, "Sephora flowers are yellow, scholars are busy. When spring turns green, it means you are busy. Just get used to it. When you reach my age, you won't be busy anymore." Chapter 1339. Sun Yin, who had drunk several large bowls of wine, suddenly picked up a pair of chopsticks and lightly tapped the edge of the wine bowl. He softly said, "The capital's snowy night freezes one's fingers, the broken-down temple beggars snore thunderously, the vermilion gates and high walls are warmer than spring, the purple-clothed and white-clothed old nobility, one can't close one's eyes and beg." Listening to Sun Yin's long speech, Huanwen listened for a long time. A bowl of wine was brought to his mouth, but he didn't drink it. In the end, he couldn't help but laugh and scold, "What a mess." Sun Yin stopped and didn't say anything. Huanwen drank a mouthful of wine and softly said, "But the meaning is still a little bit." Sun Yin calmly said, "I borrowed it with a piece of silver. I borrowed it, I can't afford it." Tantanon was shrewd and experienced. He only leisurely drank another mouthful of wine and let out a string of tisk-tsk sounds. It wasn't clear if the wine was too spicy or something else. Sun Yin asked, "There's no more wine?" Huanwen rolled his eyes and said, "Young people shouldn't drink to drown their sorrows. Young people don't know what sorrows taste like. Only 70 or 80 years old, tired of living, would drink to destroy people's livers." Sun Yin glared and said, "Don't be jealous, speak human language." Huanwen slammed the empty wine bowl on the table and also glared and said, "You don't understand what I mean, kid? There's no more wine for you to freeload." Sun Yin slumped against the back of the chair. Huanwen said angrily, "If you didn't know to take advantage of your official status and put your first month's salary into your pocket and quickly change it to a yearly payment with that merchant, you wouldn't even be able to enter my door, let alone drink those few bowls of wine." Huanwen was really angry when he spoke of this. He used his finger to fiercely point at the youngest Right Chancellor in the history of the Imperial College. "You've got water in your head. With Beimeng and Li Yang as the offensive and defensive sides talking about martial arts? Talk your head." Huanwen grabbed the wine bowl on the table and threw it at Sun Yin. He didn't care that Sun Yin's forehead was bleeding profusely. He said in a stern voice, Well said, in the face of a national calamity, you don't care about your body for martial arts, you don't care about your reputation for literature. An inch of blood for every inch of land. What a good Beimeng. Going straight to Great Peace City. In this world, only you, Beiliang Sun Yin, know the art of war and understand the current situation." Sun Yin simply closed his eyes. He did not fight back, nor did he retort. The more Sun Yin acted like this, the angrier Huanwen became. He slammed the table heavily. "Do you think His Highness the Crown Prince, who was sitting on the praying mat at that time, is a fool? The head of the Secretariat, Qianglong, is a fool?" Huanwen cursed, "Do you think I, Huanwen, am a fool? *CKU. Sun Yin said indifferently, "I'm sorry, my mother died a long time ago. *CKU. Also dead. I don't care if your 18 generations of ancestors are dead or not." Sun Yin did not speak anymore. Huanwen paused, his expression distressed. His hands trembled as he said softly, Bai Yen never showed favoritism in his life. He only made an exception once for a bastard like you when he was alive. Sun Yin's expression was wooden. In the Imperial College, there were so many scholars who felt that the Beiliang's 300,000 cavalry should have all died. They even felt that it was okay if the millions of Beiliang citizens died. When Yan Jinchuan died, they did not do anything. When Zhang Julu died, they were satisfied. These people felt that if they were Yan Jinchuan, they could easily defeat Xiexi's cavalry. These people felt that if they were Zhang Julu, they could have ruled the world long ago. These people were all scholars. Sun Yin lowered his head and covered his face with his hands. He said in a choked voice, "When I was young, I finally managed to get into a private school. Teacher was a remnant of the spring and autumn period who stayed behind in Beiliang for some reason when Hongjiao went north. I remember that teacher liked to take us to read and sing this song of everlasting regret. Before I left Lingzhou, I saw teacher for the last time. Teacher said that he did not expect that the sound of reading he heard in Beiliang was the same as the sound of reading he heard in his hometown. So teacher said that after he died, it was fine to be buried in Beiliang. The great peace city of these scholars is so peaceful. I do not want to see this kind of peace. I Sunin want to return to my hometown. I would rather see the smoke of war rise there. Huanwen said to himself, Sunin, if you want to return to Beiliang, I will not stop you. But I hope you know that the great peace city of the scholars you see is not the true great peace city, and not everyone's great peace city. This city had my teacher, Zhang Julu, Sun Ping, Yan Jinchuan, and I, Huanwen, who is still alive. There are many people that you do not know. Su Xiao, Li Xiaoxin, Chao Changqing, Yang Taisui, they were all once in this place. They were so high-spirited, and each of them had a clear conscience. When you return to Beiliang, you may become an official, you may be a strategist, you may die on the battlefield with a clear conscience. But if you do not give up today, one day in the future at a certain time, you will have a chance to say to another young person, in Great Peace City there is me, Sunin. In this world there is me, Sunin. In a secluded courtyard in a narrow alley, a woman sat quietly on the threshold of the inner courtyard. The wooden door of the outer courtyard was open. She looked outside the door. It was as though she was waiting for someone to come home. She would occasionally hear the melodious shouts of the hawkers selling candied fruits from the distance. But maybe because this alley was too small, she could not see the figures of the hawkers carrying the candied fruits pass by the door. She put a hand on her abdomen and said softly, Border, the child and I are fine. But we miss you very much. Chapter 1340. If the post roads after the start of a war were compared to the meridians of a dynasty, then the endless supply of troops and provisions would be the blood of the empire. At this moment, Beimang displayed a huge tension that was enough to move the central plains. The Empress of Beimang, Taiping Ling of Chess and Sword Music School, and a fat man stood beside a post road. They looked at the busy transportation from north to south. The three of them had different expressions. The old lady, who was wearing a brand new mink coat, was full of pride. It was precisely because of her slow and appropriate governance that the Central Plains, which was on the verge of unification, did not gain the slightest bit of the upper hand for more than 10 years. She even forced Liang to spend half of the country's tax revenue on the Eastern Front, and finally led to the revival of West Chu and Guangling Road. Among her subjects, there was still Tuoba Bodhisattva, Dong Zhuo, Lu Gui, Huang Songpu, Murong Baoding, Yang Yuanzan, and a series of meritorious generals, not to mention the grassland eagle with the surname Yellow. They were a gathering of stars, shining brightly on the vast grassland. Standing beside the empress was an ordinary-looking old scholar in a green robe. This old man, who had spent 20 years traveling the Central Plains, had a cold look in his eyes. As for the fat man, who was constantly hugging his hands to expel the cold, his body was already huge, and after wearing the armor, he looked even more bloated. The Empress of Beimang retracted her gaze and turned to look at the fat man whose reputation was notorious in the streets of Xijing. She joked, South Chu and North Dong, two big fatties. Back then you lost to Chu Lushan and were driven out miserably. Now that he has become the Protector General of Beiliang, you are the king of the South Courtyard. In terms of official position you are already better than him. Do you have the confidence to get back at him this time? Dong Zhuo, the king of the South Courtyard, who was in charge of the entire border war, did not grin in front of the old lady for the first time. He rubbed his cheeks and said softly, If Lu Qiuer and I had the same number of troops, it would probably be very difficult. But the current situation is that I have 1 million troops against his 300,000 troops. There is no reason for me to lose, but I always feel that it is a little unfair. When I see Lu Qiuer, he will definitely not be convinced. The Empress of Beimang smiled and said, I know myself well. I don't know much about war, so I don't have the bad habit of giving orders to the warriors at the border. It's just that your deployment of troops is so strange that I was so curious that I traveled more than 800 miles to see you. Even though the imperial decree of peace has patiently explained your intentions to me time and time again on the way, I still hope to hear it from your mouth. Otherwise I won't feel at ease. After Huang Songpu heard about your deployment, he was so angry that his face turned ashen. He even shamelessly asked me to allow him to be the king of the South Courtyard again. He just wants you to pack up and get out of here so that you don't squander the wealth that the South dynasty has accumulated for 20 years. Dong Zhuo clenched his fist, knocked on his red nose and said in a muffled voice, Among the Liuzhou, Yuzhou and Liangzhou that border our dynasty, Liuzhou is the easiest to take and Yuzhou is the most exhausting. But of course the northern line of Liangzhou is the most difficult to take. At this point, Dong Zhuo paused for a moment. The Empress of Beimang waited patiently, but the fat man was completely silent. After waiting for a long time, the old lady could not help but laugh angrily. "Are you done?" Dong Zhuo continued, "Logically speaking, it's better to break one finger than to injure all 10. The main force should attack Liangzhou and march straight down, swaggering all the way to the Beiliang Palace on Mount Qingliang before stopping. Using a relatively small number of troops on the two flanks to tie down Yuzhou and Liuzhou is the best strategy." The Empress of Beimang nodded. It was obvious that she thought so too. In fact, this was the conclusion that Beimang had reached in the early stages of their discussion. The dried-up bait in Liuzhou did not interest the Beimang at all. Attacking Liuzhou was meaningless other than prolonging the supply line. If the stalemate in Liuzhou was prolonged, Beimang's gains would not make up for the losses. After all, there were several elite cavalry units on the border of Liangzhou that were equipped with terrifying long-distance attacks. Li Yishan had single-handedly created the situation of more than 100,000 refugees in Liuzhou. His original intention was to increase the breadth and thickness of Beiliang's strategy, which had always been its weakness. Dong Zhuo put on a distressed expression and said, "This strategy was indeed the best strategy." However, after more than 10,000 light cavalry units infiltrated Jizhou, the situation began to change. Furthermore, Beiliang has been flirting with the western regions for the past few years. I'm afraid that when the time comes, not only the north of Jizhou, but also the western regions will emerge and attack the southern dynasties. When the time comes, the southern dynasties will be in a mess. I've considered Su Fengnian's temperament. He's a scoundrel who's never afraid of dying together with others. He'd rather give up his headquarters in Liang province to defeat the southern dynasty. I'm sure he'd do it. Even if he has to wipe out all the Beiliang cavalry, he'll still destroy the foundation that Beimang has painstakingly built up over the past 20 years. This should be his plan. Dong Zhuo suddenly spat and cursed, King Liang. He's so lucky. After Su Xiao the butcher left, he's replaced by that crazy Su Fengnian. Even if it were Chen Jibao, I wouldn't be so conflicted. Dong Zhuo's eyes turned ruthless. He gritted his teeth and said, "Since Su Fengnian wants to risk his life, it's simple. I won't give him the chance to play tricks. Beimang's million-strong army will be divided into 3 groups. I'd like to see how he'll twist and turn. After all, we have the advantage in numbers on every front." Yan Wenwan said that 150,000 corpses are needed to fill the gourd, so I'll use 300,000. Liuzhou has 30,000 dragon elephant cavalry and those refugees. I'll use General Lu Gui's 200,000 to fight. Liangzhou is difficult to conquer. Will 500,000 be enough? If it's not enough, I'll ask your majesty for another 200,000 to 300,000. The Beimang Empress frowned and said, "In this way, although the southern dynasty won't have anything to worry about, isn't the price too high?" Dong Zhuo shook his head and said, "The Liang imperial court dares to use West Chu to train their soldiers. As a people who live on horseback, we Beimang are natural warriors. Why wouldn't we use Beiliang to train our soldiers?" The old lady wanted to say something but stopped. Dong Zhuo said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, I Dong Zhuo, can promise you that even if Beiliang destroys 500,000 or even 600,000 of our soldiers, as long as we conquer Beiliang, I'll definitely return the 2nd million-strong army with both hands." The imperial decree of peace finally opened his mouth and said, "Your Majesty, after winning this war, Beiliang and Jizhou will soon become the 2nd southern dynasty. All the civil officials of the southern dynasty are already prepared. Wherever the cavalry's hooves pass, it will be the beginning of the scholar's pen. This is the real backup plan that I've prepared for Beimang. As long as Beimang's army conquers those territories, I'll be able to manage those places immediately and let the Beimang dynasty's borders follow the war horses as they move southward." The Beimang Empress nodded but soon asked worriedly, "I'm not doubting your ability, but will the Liang imperial court give us enough time to digest the results of the war? Also, won't Gu Jiantang's eastern front take the opportunity to cause trouble?" The imperial decree of peace said calmly, "Everyone thinks that West Chu's revival is a flash in the pan, but I firmly believe that Chao Changqing will be able to see the top of Great and City's city wall." Dong Zhuo smiled and said, "Yuan Binshi and the others felt that after the Battle of Liangmang, even if they gave up the entire northwest to us, they would still have the 2 pillars of Liao, Gu Jiantang and Western Shu, Qin Jibao to support the border. Therefore they were happy to see the last drop of blood of Beiliang. However, if it's really as the imperial decree of peace said, then Gu Jiantang will have to leave the 2 Liao and return to Great and City. At that time we can place a small number of troops in Bailiang to deal with Qinjibao. Taking a step back, at that time, we will have the depth of Bailiang and the Southern Dynasty. This is a huge geographical advantage that cannot be ignored. Naturally, we will be able to greatly reduce the losses caused by Qinjibao's troops. No matter how amazing Qinjibao is, it will be difficult for him to turn the tide in a short period of time. However, we can follow West Chu's lead to Greaton City and take a look at the world's largest city with a population of millions. I Dongjua must go and see how tall the city wall is. The old woman said emotionally, after training with the Bailiang cavalry, then climbing up the city walls of Great Peace City, and taking care of Gu Jiantang and Qinjibao in the Central Plains, the men of Beimang will kill their way to the southern border and throw themselves into the sea. Even though I am a woman, I feel heroic just thinking about it. Dongjua grinned. The magistrate of peace glanced at the king of the southern courtyard who had left everyone else in the dust in the Beimang court. His gaze was complicated. The Empress of Beimang raised her hand and patted the fatty's shoulder. She said calmly, "As long as you can reach that step, I am not that Liang Zhao Dun. I can tolerate a Dongjua who seizes territory. South of Guangling River, everyone can have the surname Dong. I want the history books to remember the name Dongjua for hundreds and thousands of years. After 100 years. She looked to the south and laughed loudly. In the future, whatever the surname of the world, I have no children, I don't care. With a thump, Dongjua knelt on the ground. The old woman kept looking to the south. Old cripple, the world could have had the surname Su. In the early spring of the second year of Xiangfu, a group of Bailiang crossbowmen roamed outside the mouth of the gourd in Yuzhou. As the sun rose from the east, the morning dew on their armor gradually dried up as the chill of late spring dissipated. Each of these elite scouts rode 2 horses. Their mounts were the best war horses from the largest pastures in Bailiang. With a great battle imminent, the best horses from the various pastures were given to these special troops first. Compared to the battle lines in Liangzhou, where an arrow was knocked on a bow and could be triggered at any moment, Yuzhou, which had more strategic advantages, made people feel more at ease. This was because both sides in Liangmang acknowledged that if Beimang wanted to attack Yuzhou, they would have to use more than 100,000 lives to fill the gap or even flatten it. Butcher Su Xiao had spent more than 10 years meticulously building the Wu Castle system at the mouth of the gourd. It could be said that it had reached the pinnacle of defense in the history of the Central Plains. Endless black-armored cavalry poured into the mouth of the gourd like a flood. This scene was like the great tide of Guangling River. Chapter 1341. Once upon a time there was a mountain called Wudong. There was a peak on the mountain called Lotus. A young Taoist once lived on the peak. He wanted to go down the mountain but didn't dare. His name was Hong Shixiang. But after that young headmaster returned from the mountain, it was said that he left the world. Then the even younger headmaster, Li Yufu, brought back a young child with spirited eyes. His name was Yufu. Perhaps his parents hoped that this child would be able to save up some good fortune every year. If a poor family wanted to live a long and stable life, it was nothing more than saving up. The Lantern Festival was a big festival. In order to welcome the Lantern Festival in the second year of Xiangfu, all the Taoists on Wudong Mountain, regardless of seniority, chopped bamboo to make lanterns and then pasted rice paper on them. Even the most senior Taoist masters like Qin Yao and Yu Xingrui were no exception. Unfortunately, the oldest martial uncle on the mountain, Song Jiming, passed away last year. He didn't ascend to immortality. The old Taoist master passed away peacefully. He only muttered that if only his younger martial brother was still alive, he would be able to refine several furnaces of truly good pills. Then there was the month before the old man's death. He often saw martial Uncle Song standing at the gate of Big Lotus Peak, looking at the foot of the mountain. Needless to say, he was waiting for the headmaster's martial nephew. From Wudong's old Jinren Shifu Huang Manshan, to his de Shixiang Wang Zhonglo, to his little shitty Hong Shixiang, and finally the current Jiao Li Yufu Song Jiming, other than the paintings of his ancestors, lived for 200 years and met 4 Wudong Jiao Jiao. Therefore he passed away very peacefully. The older generation of Taoists was withering day by day. The great Taoist master Qin Yao, who was in charge of discipline, also couldn't hide his old age. Fortunately, Wudong Mountain had always been indifferent to birth, old age, illness, and death. Moreover, Wudong Mountain was now flourishing with incense. Several peaks on the mountain held several not-so-grand but still solemn opening of the mountain ceremonies. Even though it was close to the Lantern Festival and the sky had not yet brightened, there were still many good men and women who started to climb the mountain to burn incense. It was different from the many Taoist temples in Liang that would specially open a back door for high officials and dignitaries, and the common people could burn incense for a lifetime without being able to burn the first incense. In Baelyang, as long as you were early, the common people could also burn the first incense on Mount Wudong. There was an endless stream of pilgrims on Mount Wudong's southern Divine Avenue, and there were even many foreigners who spoke with foreign accents. As Baemang's army was marching south, the three prefectures of Baelyang were like a funnel, and the population was plummeting. These foreign pilgrims were like carps swimming against the current, which was enough to show the prosperity of Mount Wudong. There were even rumors that the imperial court would soon transfer the title of Mount Longhu to Mount Wudong to appease the people of Baelyang. Among the incense-burning army, there was a young man and woman who looked like a young couple. Probably because they were from a small family, they did not wear embroidered clothes or mink coats, nor did they have intimidating squires. They did not even have a lantern. They were climbing the mountain together with another family they met at the foot of the mountain, and they used the family's lantern to make their way up the mountain easier. The young man introduced himself as Su Chi, a native of Baelyang. His wife's surname was Liu, and her hometown was Qingzhou. In his words, she was married to a chicken and followed the chicken and dog, which was why she had come to Baelyang to suffer hardships. The large family traveling with them consisted of 4 generations, a total of 16 people. The old man's surname was Yan, and he was 80 years old. He said he was Taoist Guangling, and he had been an official in the capital as well as a local official. He had only returned to his hometown last year. The old man spoke humorously and was extremely talkative. Along the way he chatted with Su Chi about what he had seen and heard in the north and south of the Yangtze River, adding a lot of laughter to the boring mountain journey. Although Su Chi did not say anything surprising, he was able to pick up on the old man's words every time. Other than the old man, the other 2 men of the Yen family originally did not like this so-called Baelyang barbarian. This could not be blamed on their arrogance. Among the many territorial disputes in Liang, Baelyang, where Su Xiao was in charge, and Nanjiang, where Zhao Bing, the Prince of Yen, was in charge, had always been the big brother. Not to mention the second brother, both were barbarian lands in the imperial court. They could not even compare to the 2 Baelyang. As a result, there was once a big joke in the imperial court. They remembered that the first Baelyang scholar had passed the imperial examination like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate, becoming a jinshi. This made Tai and City very surprised, and they wondered how there could be scholars in Baelyang. As a result, many people helped that scholar search the family tree. When they finally found out that the scholar's ancestral home was in Jianzhou of the Central Plains, they felt relieved. However, they did not care about the fact that the scholar had been born and raised in Lingzhou of Baelyang for many generations. It was not until Yan Jieshi became a relative of the imperial family and then a grand scholar of the palace hall, Jean Lanting's meteoric rise, and the great scholar of Confucianism, Yao Baifeng, came to the capital to preside over the imperial college that their terrible impression of Baelyang as uncivilized was slightly improved. They pinched their noses and admitted that Baelyang also had a family tradition of scholars. The distance from the main peak of Wudong's Golden Peak to the southern Divine Path was 12 miles. It was also a mountain road. With the old and young of the Yen family, their legs were weak and they walked slowly. By the time the first morning bell rang, they were only halfway there. They rested at the pavilion for travelers and pilgrims to rest. The old man took advantage of the first rays of dawn to look into the distance. Su Chi and his wife stood side by side, admiring the scenery below the mountain. After the old man retracted his gaze and sat down, his young great-grandson immediately ran over to massage his legs and feet. The old man laughed heartily and dotingly picked up the child and placed him on his lap. He pointed to the east and said, "This scene is called, 'The Sky Opens to White.'" The child clearly had no interest in the sky opening to white. He raised his head and asked in a childish voice, "Great-grandfather, is there really an immortal on the mountain like my mother said? Can immortals ride on the clouds?" The old master of the Yen family laughed heartily and stroked the child's head. He did not give an answer. He only turned his head to look at the mountain peak shrouded in clouds and fog. He sighed softly and said, "I don't dare to speak loudly for fear of alarming the people in the sky." Chapter 1342. The child, who did not get an answer, kept pestering him. The old man could only say, "As scholars, we must scrupulously abide by the saint's words of not speaking of strange forces and chaotic gods. However, I can still talk to you about something else. In fact, when I was young, I used to travel under the guise of traveling and secretly went to visit immortals in green robes with a sword. Perhaps I didn't have the lucky chance, so I didn't meet those masters with white hair and youthful faces in the eyes of the world. However, when I was middle-aged, I went to the Taoist master mansion on Longhu Mountain with many people and met the old Taoist master of that generation. However, we didn't have the opportunity to have a deep conversation. After all, at that time, my official status was too low and I was only at the bottom. At that time, I felt that being an official was inferior to cultivating Tao. There were so many scholars in the world, and it was so difficult to become a scholar after the death of a grand tutor. There weren't many people who cultivated Tao in the world, so it was relatively easy to become a first-rank official. The child was disappointed. Great-grandfather, then why did we come all the way to Mount Wudong? My father said that his bones were about to fall apart from the bumpy ride. A young Confucian scholar nearby suddenly blushed. The old man stroked his snow-white beard and smiled. Great-grandfather has never seen immortals, but when I was in charge of a region, I met a Taoist priest of the same age. We had a pleasant conversation, and that Taoist priest taught me a set of body-nourishing techniques. The reason why great-grandfather can live to this age is because of that Taoist priest's kindness. Although so many years have passed, I still remember that Taoist priest's appearance very clearly. He was tall, benevolent, righteous and heroic, with the style of an ancient wandering scholar. Compared to the yellow-purple noble of the celestial master's residence, he really didn't have any arrogance. The old man sighed. That Taoist priest was the previous leader of Mount Wudong called Wang Zhonglo. I only found out that he was the leader of Beiliang's Mount Wudong after a long time, so before I was completely buried in the earth, I hurried here to take a look. At the same time, I also wanted to see how high Beiliang's northwest sky was. Because when great-grandfather was an official in Tai and city, there was an imperial censor who impeached a person. He said that after that person arrived in Beiliang and held a banquet, he pointed to the chair under his butt and said to everyone that this chair was not the dragon chair, but it was much higher than the one in the capital. The old man's son was almost 60 years old. After hearing this he laughed and said, "It's most likely nonsense." The old man nodded. Beiliang Su Chi, who had been watching the old man carry his great-grandson, did not say anything. He turned around and silently looked into the distance. His wife held his hand, tilted her head and asked softly, "Is it true or not?" It was indeed the Su Fengyin Su Chi. He said softly, "It's true. I was still young at the time. I was sitting on my father's lap. He was actually the one who said this to me. He probably wanted to tell me that being an emperor was meaningless." Su Fengyin gripped Lu Qingyin's slightly cold small hand, quietly revealing the truth. Officials retiring at 70 is Liang Imperial Court's rule. Being able to retire at 79 is not something anyone can do. The old man is Yen Song, the highest-ranking official in the capital, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. He did not have the same political opinion as Grand Secretary Zhang Julu. Later on he was pushed aside to Gangnam-do's Luzhou. He was disheartened and thus began to study in peace. This time, Grand Secretary Zhang's reputation was ruined. The entire court kept quiet out of fear. Yen Song was one of the few who dared to stand up for Grand Secretary Zhang, so it could be seen that back then he and Zhang Julu had an open and above-board dispute. The reason why I traveled with him was because Su Zhao's impression of this person was not bad. Of all the people who scolded him, Yen Song scolded Su Zhao fiercely, but it was reasonable. The old man suddenly smiled at Su Fengyin. "Su Chi, before I entered Beiliang's territory and came to Wudong Mountain, I visited a few academies. The scene there greatly surprised me. It seems like your new King Liang is even more scholarly than the old King Liang. It really is rare." Lu Qingyin glanced at Su Fengyin, who revealed an expression of shame for the first time, and smiled knowingly. Su Fengyin turned around and said, "It must be because he knows that his martial arts are not as good as Su Zhao's, so he can only take a step back and fill in the gaps in his scholarly work." The child was confused. He tugged on the old man's sleeve and asked, "Great-grandfather, didn't my uncle say that the king of Beiliang's martial arts are very powerful?" A middle-aged man did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "The martial arts of scholarly work and martial arts are not about the ability to fight." After chatting for a while, the group began to climb the mountain again. Now that they had come to Wudong Mountain to burn incense, there was one thing that visitors and pilgrims had to do. That was to see with their own eyes the many Taoists on the mountain, regardless of age or seniority, who collectively participated in the morning and evening exercises. The reason why the old and young of the Yen family had rushed up the mountain so early was to enjoy the scene. Hundreds and thousands of Taoists were practicing together in the square. It was rumored that the set of fist techniques was created by the previous chief Hong Shixiang. Anyone could practice, learn and benefit from it. When the group finally arrived at the square of Wudong Mountain, they did not miss it. Otherwise they would have had to wait until dusk. Sure enough, just as the rumors said, Countless Wudang Taoist priests who were standing close to each other were practicing martial arts together in the square. Even the layman could tell that the set of martial arts was comfortable. Yes, comfortable. There were no profound movements, nor were there any sounds like the normal practice of martial arts. It was quiet and peaceful. The old man Yen Song praised, "What a natural and smooth move." The child who was sitting on his father's neck pointed into the distance as if he had discovered some incredible immortal. With a face full of surprise and joy, he said, "There's a child about my age who is also practicing boxing over there. There, he's at the very front." Although the old man could not see the situation clearly, he was a little surprised after hearing it. "Isn't it said that the person leading the fist techniques is the current chief, Li Yufu?" Su Fengyin explained. Li Yufu took in an apprentice. Behind those Taoist priests, there were many pilgrims who were also practicing boxing. Perhaps it was not the intention or even the form, but every one of them was very enthusiastic. It was just that they could not see the movements of the leading Taoist priest, so they could only practice boxing with the pilgrims in front of them or nearby. It looked a little out of place, but everyone was very serious. Then the old and young of the Yen family saw a young Taoist who did not seem to be very senior slowly walking from the front to the back. Along the way, he was constantly giving instructions to the pilgrims who were learning the fist techniques. He smiled and helped to correct any movements that were too forceful, or where the technique was not in place, or where the wrist was not enough, or where the back was misunderstood. Su Fengyin looked at the young Taoist who was leading the fist techniques meticulously. His expression was a little strange. When the young Taoist saw Su Fengyin, he smiled and walked quickly. Lu Qingyan whispered, "Do you want to practice too?" Su Fengyin asked, "Do you want to see?" Lu Qingyan smiled and nodded. Su Fengyin slowly walked forward and stood at the back of the line. Then he began to practice leisurely. The young Taoist was stunned for a moment, then he stood beside Su Fengyin. Their movements were the same, smooth and pleasing to the eye. Su Fengyin closed his eyes. In the past, there was an unlucky guy who knew that he would be beaten every time he saw him. He would force a smile and say, "You are here." Su Fengyin whispered to himself, "The one who rides the bull, I am here." Chapter 1343. Wudang Mountain and Su Fengyin were fated to be, and it was Su Fengyin's blessed land. This was already recognized by Bailiang. It was said that Su Fengyin, the new Prince Liang, was able to become the world's #1, thanks to the hard work of the two headmasters when he was practicing on the mountain. That was why he was able to make rapid progress in the realm of martial arts. Nowadays, the elephant cleansing pool on the mountainside of Wudang Mountain had become the holy land of neo-martial arts. The stone house behind the waterfall was crowded with martial artists from all over the world who came to meditate and face the wall every day, just to touch the immortal aura of the invincible man in the world. Every now and then, there would be people fighting for a place. This disturbed several young Taoist priests who were in charge of cleaning the elephant cleansing pool. They often complained to their master that it was delaying their practice and desperately begged for a change. Later, the headmaster, Li Yufu, let his disciple Yufu take over the responsibility. However, although Wudang Mountain opened the elephant cleansing pool to the public, the small thatched cottage and the small vegetable garden not far from the pool were always hidden under the instructions of Bailiang Palace. No outsiders were allowed to come near. The little Taoist priest, Yufu, would occasionally go to the thatched cottage to play. The originally abandoned vegetable garden also saw green again. After separating from the Yen family, Su Fengyin followed Li Yufu to the elephant cleansing pool. When Su Fengyin saw a large group of people bustling out of their tents and going to the pool to wash up with cotton towels on their shoulders, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He turned to Li Yufu and asked, "Is it like this all year round?" Li Yufu nodded and smiled. "Yes, these martial artists generally do not make trouble. They take care of themselves. Every day except for going to the square to practice martial arts in the morning and evening, they practice here. Wudang Mountain can't drive them away." It was unknown who had spread the news that youngest martial uncle had cut the waterfall with his wooden sword. Over the past half a year, more than 100 broken wooden swords had been fished out of the pool. Later on, there was another saying that the reason Wang Ye's divine skill was so great was because he found a martial arts secret manual at the bottom of the lake. Therefore, even though these people were not landlubbers when they went up the mountain, now each and every one of them was very familiar with the water. However, they did not find the secret manual, but they did find a lot of pebbles as bright and clean as jade from the bottom of the lake. Scattered all over the place, there were at least several hundred of them. Later on, after some discussion, they found a craftsman at the foot of the mountain who polished a set of top-notch chess pieces and presented it to Wudang Mountain. Although the gift was not heavy, but the affection was heavy. Su Fengnian was speechless. The Jianghu he was familiar with was like this. The lower the level of the market, the more pitiful and lovable it was. He found a gap and squatted by the elephant pool. Beside him were two Jianghu men who were still wearing old unlined clothes despite the cold of spring. Su Fengnian knew that this was not the realm of being unaffected by the cold and heat. They were just pretending to be strong. In Jianghu it was important to not lose to others. In the winter if you wore a mink coat to keep warm, then you had to grit your teeth and wear unlined clothes. Even more ruthless, they would simply bare their arms. This was the same way as the literary world. In the midsummer, there were many madmen who wore fur coats and sang loudly in order to fish for fame. Su Fengnian squatted down and picked up a handful of cold water to wash his face. The burly man on his left glanced at him and was surprised that a young man who looked like a scholar had come to join in the fun. He asked in the jargon, "Newcomer? Is there a mountain?" Su Fengnian nodded. "Mountain? Qingliang Mountain should count as a mountain, right?" Su Fengnian asked with a smile. "There are so many people squeezed here. Not to mention eating and sleeping, even farting and taking a dump isn't satisfying. May I ask, Senior, is there really someone breaking through here?" That fellow thought deeply. He probably felt that this kid was quite smart. He lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "How could there not be? 2 days ago there was a brother who broke through the threshold of the third-rank realm in one night. It was a rather sloppy method, but after breaking through, his sword flowed like flowers and water couldn't get through. Before that, there was an old senior from Lingzhou who came here to comprehend the Tao. He stayed in the third-rank realm for more than 20 years. In the end he just sat here for 3 months and broke through. I heard that after that senior became a master he was in high spirits. On a full moon night he let out a long roar. His voice was so loud that even a few miles away from the foot of the mountain could hear it. For a full hour it was like thunder. Don't you think that's weird?" Su Fengnian held back his laughter and nodded seriously. "Us normal people can't even make a pot of tea's worth of time, let alone a full hour. Moreover, we'll definitely be mute for a month. For this senior expert to be able to roar for an hour, he definitely has a lot of internal strength. He's definitely in the master realm." The swordsman on the right secretly shuddered as he washed his face with cold water. He rolled his eyes and said, "Little brother, don't listen to little Kitten Kong's nonsense. What clear and long howl? What half an hour? Those are all nonsense. Who would be bored enough to shout for half an hour? Besides, isn't that old man afraid of disturbing the rest of the Wudong immortals? I, Su Shiring, don't respect any martial path master. I only respect the Taoists on this mountain. They are really skilled. My grandfather's grandfather personally saw old ancestor Huang. My grandfather also received help from old sect leader Wang. When sect leader Wang split the river with a finger, my grandfather was watching from the side of the river. Now that sect leader Li is also an expert. Just looking at his fist I have to give him a thumbs up. The man whose real name was Kong Dahu but who was ridiculed as Kitty Kong turned his head and looked at his brother who gave him a thumbs up. He laughed. Forget it, Su Shiring. You're always bragging about your relationship with the king of Bailiang. Other than the 2 words Su and Su being homophones, the 2 of you are like heaven and earth, not even half a copper coin. Su Shiring fiercely threw the cotton towel on his shoulder and glared. My grandfather was one of the first old soldiers to follow the great general to Bailiang. My grandfather still has the armor and the 8-dipper bow passed down by my grandfather at home. Kong Dahu laughed out loud and said, "If your grandfather is really a foreigner like the great general, then why did you say that your grandfather's grandfather had seen the founder of Wudong sect, Huang Manshan? Did you not prepare your boast properly?" Su Shiring felt guilty for a moment and then became angry out of humiliation. He said, "Anyway, my grandfather was born in the 2nd generation of the Liaodong old barracks. Before the imperial court used the era name Yonghui, he had followed the great general to the north and south. My grandfather could shoot with the 8-dipper bow on foot and hit 8 out of 10. He could shoot with the 6-dipper bow on foot and hit 7 out of 10. My grandfather said that even the great general praised his archery back then. He said that when he went to Bailiang, he would let the Baimang barbarians know the strength of the Liaodong warriors." Kong Dahu sneered and said, "I've heard that other people say that divine archers can hit 100% of the time, or they can shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away. Your grandpa Su Shiring can only hit 70% of the time. How could he be praised by the general?" Su Shiring, "Oh Su Shiring, are you not afraid of choking yourself to death with your bragging?" Su Fengnian immediately had a whole new level of respect for Su Shiring, because in the early days of the imperial court of Liang, there was a martial arts examination called the Law of Testing and Equestrian Archery. According to the law, Su Shiying's grandfather's archery skills were indeed excellent. It was precisely because Su Shiying didn't mention anything about shooting with 100 shots, that it was more realistic. Su Fengnian asked, "Brother Su, why didn't you enlist in the army?" Su Shiying sighed and said sadly, "When my father was young he wanted to study and pass the imperial examinations. My grandfather didn't like it and said that studying was useless. My father couldn't persuade my grandfather, so he could only enlist in the border army and become a small official in the Xinli ranch. In the end, I don't know how, but he angered a big shot above him. The big shot had an even bigger backer. I think it was that Huaihua great general Zhong Hongguo. When he came back he was half dead. My grandfather was a person who cared about his reputation. Even when he died he didn't say anything. He just wanted me, his grandson, to study. Unfortunately, I'm not cut out for studying. I only want to practice martial arts so that I can accumulate some military merits like my grandfather and get an extra set of armor for the family to pass down as a family heirloom." At this point, Su Shiying grinned and said, "I also have an older brother who joined the army at the border of Yuzhou. When he returned home during the spring festival last year, I heard him say that he would soon become an official crossbowman. My brother followed my father's example and was very good at studying and practicing martial arts." Su Fengnian asked curiously, "Your father was wronged at the border. Why did he let your brother enlist in the army? Besides, the culture in Beiliang is gradually growing. Studying can also give one a good future. Besides, the northern barbarians are coming. It's not safe to be a soldier." Su Shiying, who always gave off a sloppy feeling, said sincerely for the first time, "I don't know what my brother was thinking. At first he really didn't want to be a soldier, but after a few years he didn't want to study at home. Luckily there was a young lady in his hometown who missed him. She's almost become an old maid. But last year my brother promised his future sister-in-law that as long as he became the most difficult crossbowman in Beiliang's 300,000-strong border army, he would marry her grandly the next time he returned home. As for my father, when he returned home from the border, he only knew how to drink. After my brother joined the army he drank the most. But in the past 2 years he drank less and didn't say anything crazy. Especially after the spring festival he even quit drinking. Last time, when he and my brother went to visit my grandfather's grave together, when my father toasted." Su Shiying didn't continue speaking. He lowered his head and washed his face fiercely. Although Kong Dahu and Su Shiying usually teased each other, their friendship was actually quite good. The Beiliang martial artists who came to the elephant cleansing pool to bask in the glory were divided into different groups. Small characters like them who didn't have any family background couldn't even squeeze into the areas with good feng shui near the pool, let alone meditating and facing the wall in the stone house behind the waterfall. Some of the disciples of sects and schools formed groups, each with their eyes on the top of their heads. Not only did they feast on fish and meat every day, there were also many young female heroes who stuck close to them and messed around in their tents every night. Every morning when they woke up, their faces were glowing. People like Kong Dahu and Su Shiying could only watch enviously from afar. Those who were more daring would go and eavesdrop. Of course, the premise was that they weren't afraid of being beaten black and blue by the young heroes of the righteous sects. Chapter 1344. There was a commotion behind the three of them. It turned out that some people had recognized Li Yufu and his disciple Yufu. They all went up to greet them. Li Yufu was famous on the mountain for treating people kindly and not putting on airs with anyone. This was not the surface of being smooth and slick, but the spirit inside. This was also the chi of Wudong. Wudong Taoists did not care about seniority or Taoist temples. They all had the homework of reading the fortune sticks for the common people on the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month, and even writing letters on behalf of others. On this matter, an unshakable rule had been set since ancestor Lu. Huang Manshan had read the fortune sticks and written letters for people. Wang Zhongluo was like this, Hong Shixiang was like this, Li Yufu was also like this, and maybe in the future the little Taoist boy Yufu was also like this. Cultivation in Wudong was to cultivate people before becoming an immortal, and cultivate oneself before becoming a Taoist. This was the true chi of Wudong Mountain. Su Fengnian and the other two turned to look at the young leader. Kong Dahu introduced him softly. "This is Wudong's leader Li, a disciple that the old immortal Yu Xingrui took in the Eastern Sea in his early years. Leader Li's temper is very good. There are rumors in Jianghu that he killed an evil dragon in the number 1 blessed land of Taoism, Earth Lung Mountain. His cultivation is unfathomable. There are also people who say that the king of Beiliang made a special trip to Wudong Mountain to write to the imperial court, requesting for Wudong to be conferred as the ancestral court of Taoism. I think this is reliable. In the past, I didn't have much of an impression of that prince. Later, he sent troops to the border and refused the imperial edict to enter Bailiang, which was very satisfying. He also killed the arrogant and domineering old military chief Zhong Hongwu in Lingzhou. I feel that the new Prince Liang did not disappoint. This time, when the northern barbarians attacked, I heard that prince went directly to the border and did not hide in Mount Qingliang. This matter was done to vent people's anger. Otherwise, if he became the #1 master in the world and still hid at home, it would be too embarrassing for Bailiang. For those of us who walk the Jianghu, if we leave Bailiang, wouldn't we lose face? Su Fengnian smiled helplessly. Su Shiying softly said, if the battle at the border is fierce, I'll ask my brother to introduce us to kill the barbarians. Killing one is worth it and killing two is worth it. Kong Dahu couldn't help but mock, you're just a pretty face. If you go you'll definitely lose money. Do you really think that the northern barbarians are easy to mess with? Those barbarians have been relying on archers and horses since they were young. Their archery skills and horsemanship aren't bad. It'll be useless even if you go. Kong Dahu suddenly sighed with emotion. His Highness has done something wrong. He gave all the good stuff in the Tide Listening Pavilion's armory to that Wulin Alliance head of Mount Hui. It looks like that purple-clad woman is as beautiful as the rumors say. Otherwise, His Highness wouldn't have been so generous. Speaking of which, it's not a bad idea to leave some leftovers for us martial artists in Bailiang. Let's not talk about top-notch secret manuals, second or third-rate ones. Just give us one or two of them. Su Shiying spat, with your little backbone you want to become a peerless expert? Even if His Highness were to give you a pile of secret manuals, it would still be a dream. Kong Dahu didn't get angry. You, Su Shiying, have a lot of backbone. Can't you just give me a few pounds? Su Fengnian tried to smooth things over with a smile. Wudong's nameless fist technique that everyone can learn has deep meaning. It contains Hong Shixiang's understanding of the Great Tao. I dare say that even if you only learn this fist technique for the rest of your life, you'll benefit from it regardless of whether you've been training in the past. Let's not talk about attaining the Tao and ascending to the heavens or becoming a first-rank expert. After all, it all depends on one's fate. But if you want to talk about strengthening the body and extending life, you'll definitely be able to ask the King of Hell for a few more years. In my opinion, even the 100 secret manuals in the Tide Listening Pavilion can't compare to that fist technique that everyone can learn. Kong Dahu was skeptical. Little brother, is this fist technique really that extraordinary? Su Fengnian nodded and said, it's just like an article written by a blind person. It looks very knowledgeable, but in everyone's eyes it's just that. It's not really good knowledge. Similarly, the harder it is to learn a martial art, the higher the threshold. It might not be a good martial art. Kong Dahu laughed. This logic sounds nice, but it might not be true. Which martial art in the world doesn't have a high threshold? Little brother, do you think the old god of swords Li Chuangong's two sleeves green snake is hard to learn? How could it be something that anyone could learn? The new god of swords Dong Tai's sword technique, even a master wouldn't be able to understand it. Su Fengnian, who was rebutted, laughed. This is the brilliance of Wudong's fist technique. It is also the true meaning of Hong Shixiang's great Tao. The heavenly Tao that people can't reach is like the dangerous path at the peak of Mount Hua. It's just a narrow path. Although there are footsteps, there aren't many people. However, Hong Shixiang's great Tao is the flat path in the world. Everyone can walk on it. As long as one perseveres, even if one's talent is mediocre, one can walk far. Kong Dahu was stunned. He pointed at this brother and laughed. It sounds like a twisted logic, but it does make sense. Su Shiying patted Su Fengnian's shoulder and said, little brother, you have good perception. In the future you will definitely become a famous master. Su Fengnian smiled. Thank you for your kind words. After the three of them stood up, Wudong's chief Li Yufu was still surrounded by people. The little Taoish child who went up the mountain during the heavy snowfall last year stood outside. He carefully sized up Su Fengnian. For some reason, the child had an unreasonable respect for this mysterious man whose identity he didn't know, but who was able to make his master pay special attention to him. But soon he felt a sense of closeness in his heart. But in the end it was more fear than respect. So, from the beginning to the end, the child hid behind his master and didn't say a word to this guy. Just when Su Fengnian and the little Taoish child Yufu's eyes met and the latter quickly turned his head, a handsome young man dressed in brocade clothes and marten fur crept up to Su Fengnian. He didn't dare to move forward 5 or 6 steps away. His fists were clenched and his palms were sweaty. Behind him was a group of disreputable friends who had nothing better to do and came to Wudong Mountain to admire the scenery and the moon. They didn't care about the chief of Wudong or the fist skills. But now, the officialdom of the old three provinces in Bailiang, as well as the descendants of the officialdom, had a completely different impression of a certain person. Especially after the young people who had competed with that person to see who was more prodigal back then added fuel to the fire, they had reached a consensus that the most manly thing in the world was a prodigal son who had turned over a new leaf. After the young man with a look of disbelief stopped, he timidly said tentatively, "I'm Lu Yukuan. My father is Lu Gongqi, the county chief of Danyang County in Lingzhou." Su Fengyan smiled. "Your elder brother is Lu Yushan, the cavalry captain of the Dragon Elephant Cavalry?" At that time he followed the Longxiang army straight into the enemy's territory and beheaded 12 people? Lu Yukuan, who was the most domineering in the eyes of his companions, suddenly had tears in his eyes and trembled all over, as if he had been struck by lightning. Eldest young Master Lu was about to kneel down, but when he saw the man in front of him gently shake his head, he immediately straightened his knees that had already bent a little, not knowing what to do. Last year, in the farce of the officialdom in Lingzhou, many meritorious generals were forced to take off their armor in front of the public by a young man with the title of Lingzhou General, revealing scars all over their bodies. Lu Yukuan was there to watch from a distance. At first he did not feel that the scene was very shocking. But later he saw his elder brother who had returned from the border. His elder brother, who had always looked down on him, almost broke off relations with his father and the whole family because his father, who was a civil official, made a few sarcastic complaints at the dinner table. Later he drank wine with his younger brother for the first time and talked intermittently about the war on the border. He talked about how his fellow soldiers died in battle calmly. Only then did Lu Yukuan begin to understand the heavy significance. So Lu Yukuan climbed Mount Wudong in the cold spring. He just wanted to know how the new Prince Liang practiced martial arts. Su Fengyan did not want to reveal his identity here, so he stopped chatting with Lu Yukuan. Then he said goodbye to Kong Dahu and Su Shiring, gave Li Yufu a look, and walked to the hut with Lu Qingyan. After he left, Kong Dahu and Su Shiring looked at each other. How did this guy get involved with the dignified satrap's son? Looking at the situation, he was at least a figure with a family background of the same level. How could he be patient enough to talk to the two of them for a long time? The corner of Su Shiring's mouth twitched. At that time he had pretended to pat that guy on the shoulder for fear that these aristocratic sons who liked to hide knives behind smiles would turn around and attack him. He hoped that he would not be put in a sack and sink into the elephant washing pool before he could figure out a master. Lu Yukuan had the courage to observe for a long time. When he saw the king of Bailiang squatting and chatting with the two poor martial artists for a long time, he hurried forward and made a toast. He took the initiative to get close to them and said, "Brothers, I am Lu Yukuan from Lingzhou. It is fate that we met. I have wine, the most authentic green ant wine. Why don't the three of us drink it together?" Kong Dahu asked stupidly, "Young master, you don't charge, do you?" Lu Yukuan smiled helplessly and said, "You are slapping my face, aren't you?" Kong Dahu and Su Shiring went to Lu Yukuan's luxurious silk tent in a daze and drank the boiling hot green ant wine. Around them, a group of playboys in bright clothes were looking at them with admiration, and the eyes of the few young and beautiful heroines were even brighter. When the two finally learned the man's identity, they were dumbfounded. In the 4th year of Xiangfu, Su Shiring, a cavalryman from Liangzhou, died at the border after his brother, who was a crossbowman. In the 6th year of Xiangfu, Kong Dahu, a foot soldier from Yuzhou, died in Beimang's Aquarius Prefecture. The two of them smiled before they died and died without regrets. Chapter 1345. On the way to Little Lotus Peak from the thatched cottage, Su Fengyan and Lu Qingyan unexpectedly met the old and young of the Yan family again. This kind of fate made the old family head Yan Song feel quite marvelous. In their conversation, some of the misgivings of a shallow friendship lessened. If Yan Song's post in Liyang before the destruction of the Great Chu was added, the old man could be said to have been a seasoned official. He had seen the 4 reigning emperors of the Great Chu and Liyang imperial courts. In fact, he had seen the new emperor Zhao Zhuan of Liyang a long time ago. However, when Yan Song was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites, Zhao Zhuan was still a young 4th prince who was not outstanding in any aspect. When he saw the old man who often went to the diligent room to teach, he also had to bow like a student. Yan Song's eyes were shrewd and ruthless. Naturally he would not consider Su Fengyan to be an ordinary Bailiang pilgrim. Later, when Wudong sect leader Li Yufu received him, it confirmed the old man's opinion. It's just that both sides were well aware that there was no need to put it on the table too openly. As for which Bailiang's descendant this young man was, Yan Song, who had already seen the highest point of the Liyang temple, had nothing to do with Bailiang, so there was no need to fuss over it. As the two people climbed the mountain, they unconsciously talked about the blue-eyed Grand Secretary. Regarding Zhang Julu, Yen Song, who was standing in the opposing camp, felt regret. He said that Zhang Julu was still half a step away from becoming a saint. He had achieved the goal of helping the world, but unfortunately he was not able to protect himself. Deeply worried, Yen Song said, "Vassal kings, foreign relatives, eunuchs, military officers, civil officials. These 5 types of people, if they do not stand upright, are the most likely to cause chaos in the world. Our dynasty's empress is virtuous and virtuous. The foreign relatives have never been able to make a name for themselves, which is the world's greatest blessing." The eunuchs were led by Han Xingxian, Song Tonglu, 2 heads of the Directorate of Rites. There's nothing to say about their character, but they were all loyal to the Zhao family's Son of Heaven. They were also very cautious in matters of authority. Our dynasty's eunuchs scrupulously abide by their duties, so there's no need to worry about eunuchs interfering in politics. With the assistance of Zhang Julu, the late emperor did his utmost to weaken the feudal vassals, quietly suppressing military force, combining hardness and gentleness. It was quite effective. The new king of Jinggan, Zhao Sun, is also devoted to the country. The king of Guangling, Zhao Yi, has no ambition. Your Beiliang is restrained by Beimang. Even if you want it, you are powerless. Then there is only the king of Yanqi, Zhao Bing, who has elite troops and is good at hiding his strength. There is no big enemy in Nanjiang, so Zhao Bing can slowly accumulate power. He must be a big problem for our dynasty. Then Yen Song said self-deprecatingly, "As for us civil officials, scholars can't rebel for 10 years. The emperor is the easiest to get rid of. The Grand Tutor has always been the highest pursuit of a scholar. Even if you can't become a Grand Tutor, there are so many 2nd and 3rd rank officials that you can be. As for posthumous titles, other than Wenzheng, there are a lot of other titles that can be taken into the coffin. Taking a step back, being an official is not promising, but you can still leave your name in history. That's why I say that we civil officials are the most ambitious, but also the least promising." "But..." Yen Song suddenly paused. With a solemn expression, he said in a low voice, "With Zhang Julu as a role model for all scholars in the world for 20 years, it's different." Su Fengyin smiled and said, "That Jin San Lang who rose to the top, said something that poked through the window paper. It was Zhang Julu who taught him that the people are important and the monarch is not. It was also because of this that Jin Lanting submitted to the new emperor that the late emperor decided to kill the Grand Secretary." Yen Song said bitterly, "That little bastard, he's not a son. He's not a subject. Tantanon hit him well." Su Fengyin seemed to dismiss it with a smile, but Lu Qingyan intuitively sensed that he was revealing a trace of murderous intent. Yen Song sighed and said, "Almost all of the civil and noble officials of Spring Eternal Hui's Xiuqi and Ji Ping are excellent. There are no big problems to be found. However, after following Zhang Julu for so many years, once they lose the breadth of mind of the Grand Secretary, there will be a result of going too far is as bad as not going far enough. The more peaceful the world is, the easier it is for the competition between gentlemen to degenerate into a competition between personal feelings. This old man has many students, and the number of his favorite students can be counted with 2 hands. It's not that this old man is boasting, but he has always followed the teachings of the sage and taught without discrimination. In the first 10 or 20 years nothing can be seen, but by the time this old man is about to retire, the difference is like heaven and earth. Regardless of whether they are from aristocratic families or from poor families, they can all be considered capable officials and have good governance. However, except for a few students who have managed to start and finish well, the rest more or less have some corruption. However, those with good family backgrounds have a much better table manners. Those who suddenly become powerful are unsightly." This old man was also puzzled. Later on, after thinking about it, it was one of the poor students who revealed the secret. They are afraid of being poor, and they are also afraid of being poor. Even if they don't think for themselves, they have to accumulate wealth for their descendants. Su Fengyin smiled and said, "Actually, this is human nature." Yen Song shook his head and said, "As an official, it is human nature to let your descendants have no worries about food and clothing. However, to let your descendants sit on a mountain of gold and silver for 10 lifetimes is too much." Yen Song took a deep breath and forced a smile. Perhaps this is only this old man's view of the big picture. Yen Song said bitterly, 2 years ago, there was a student who this old man hoped would one day become an important minister in the palace. He was almost 50 years old. After the scandal was exposed, he knelt outside this old man's study for several hours. This old man wanted him to die, but when he thought of that young face and that pair of clear and clean eyes when he asked me for advice, this old man couldn't be ruthless. In the end he just let him lose his official position. I heard that now that the new emperor has ascended the throne, his thoughts are active again. He wantonly operates in the capital, trying to recover. You have to know that the target of his extravagant spending just so happened to be the clan members and nobles that he thought were the rats and worms of the country back then. I still remember that this old man had tried to console him back then. Su Fengyan asked, did he succeed? Yen Song said incomparably self-deprecatingly, with a lot of money to clear the way, and the identity of the student of my political enemy, of course he succeeded. He became the director of the Ministry of Rights. After that, he even wrote a letter to me, his teacher, saying that he would inherit my mantle and become the assistant director of the Ministry of Rights. Su Fengyan clicked his tongue in wonder and said, this guy's skin isn't thin. It would be great if he came to our Bailiang. The old man asked doubtfully, why is that? Su Fengyan joked, just his skin is as thick as a city wall, and he can help block tens of thousands of Baimang soldiers. Yen Song immediately laughed heartily. The other Yin family members beside him also laughed. The long mountain path eventually came to an end. At noon they arrived at the top of Little Lotus Peak. Looking into the distance they felt relaxed and happy. Yen Song sighed sincerely to Su Fengyan, who was standing beside him. To tell you the truth, this old man came to Bailiang because someone invited this old man. He happened to be one of Bailiang's students. He said that Bailiang was a good place for people to vent their frustrations. This old man didn't believe him, but that guy wrote 8 letters in one go. This old man was so annoyed that he thought that it would be good to visit the northwestern frontier fortress before he died. He wrote a lifetime's worth of feminine and graceful poems. Who knows, maybe when he's about to die, he'll be able to write 1 or 2 frontier fortress poems that will be handed down for generations. The old man's grandson stood up for him and said, Grandpa's poems are wonderful. The late emperor praised them endlessly. Even Huang Longshi, one of the top 3 in the spring and autumn period, admired them. What's so feminine about them? The old man, who was in an extremely good mood, laughed and retorted, nonsense. What admiration. Don't flatter this old man. Huang Longshi only commented that it was weak and passable. Although he retorted, it was clear that the old man was somewhat proud of this harsh comment that sounded more positive than negative. Su Fengyan smiled and said, it's not easy to make Huang Sanjia, who never praises people, say that. The old man narrowed his eyes and stroked his beard. That's right. This old man can only accept such words from an outsider like young Master Su. What's the point of flattering his own grandson? Lu Qingyan smiled knowingly. This old man was also a wonderful person. Chapter 1346. Lu Qingyan hesitated for a moment and said, you said that Bailiang is powerless among the vassals, but I don't agree. Yen Song turned his head. Oh. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingyan only said something that did not seem to make sense. She asked, I think that as long as the general is here, the world will not be in chaos. Bailiang will not dare to go south, Westchu will not dare to send troops, and Nanjiang will continue to be dormant. What do you think? Yen Song was silent for a long time. Yen Song, who seemed to be absent-minded, sighed softly and nodded. I see. This old man understands. Lu Qingyan quickly said, I don't dare. The old man looked away with a complicated expression and looked at Su Fengyan. If I remember correctly, you once said in Tai and City that you would do something for the people of the Central Plains? Su Fengyan asked, how did you guess? Yen Song said calmly, for a woman to have such knowledge, she must be the daughter of a big family. She also has a Qingzhou accent. Coincidentally, I have worked with Lu Feiqi, who is the backbone of the Green Party in the imperial court for many years. Then, her identity and your identity will naturally come to light. The old man snorted and turned to leave. Most of the Yin disciples did not know why their ancestor's face suddenly turned from sunny to gloomy. They just followed him down the mountain uneasily. They thought that the trip to Wudong Mountain was a trip with high spirits but ended with disappointment. Lu Qingyan said apologetically, it's my fault for drawing legs on a snake. Su Fengyan touched her cheek and said softly, don't worry. The teacher of our Bailiang's dean has already prepared to stay in Bailiang. Lu Qingyan smiled. A pillar of the country who is not a cabinet minister but better than a cabinet minister betrayed the Central Plains and went to Bailiang. This is not good news for the Liang Imperial Court. Su Fengyan nodded. Yen Song is ending his career for the scholars. Lu Qingyan blinked. Song Dongming is very smart. Su Fengyan reached out and tapped her forehead. Not as smart as you. Lu Qingyan smiled. Su Fengyan explained, I didn't just accompany you to the mountain to burn incense and pray for blessings. This is my blessed land. To be precise, this is a part of my territory. When I fought with Wang Xinji, if it wasn't for the Wudong Mountain going all out to set up the Zhenwu formation, I wouldn't have had a chance of winning. Ever since he was born, because of his identity, fortune and misfortune were interdependent. The fortune was him and the misfortune was his family. After I started practicing martial arts, I had many battles where my life was hanging by a thread, but I didn't die every time. Even if my vitality was greatly damaged, I could always recover afterwards. At first, I thought it was strange. Later, when I gradually reached a higher level in martial arts, I understood that the bigger the restaurant, the bigger the customer. I was like a guest going to a restaurant. Although my identity was special and I could often eat exotic delicacies, I still couldn't escape the fate of eating whatever the owner of the restaurant gave me. Huang Longshi had once divulged a heavenly secret, saying that I would probably have to eat my last meal in the next few years, and then there wouldn't be a next meal. This was probably the fate of that me in this life. I guarded the northwest gate, but I died in battle. Bailiang was gone and 300,000 cavalry were gone. I only left a few words in the history books that I didn't know how to praise or criticize, and then this page would be over. What happens to me in the future will depend on how the heavens write the history books. Su Fengyan's eyes were resolute. But ever since I started practicing the blade, I never thought about accepting my fate. At that time, I was just a useless prince and I wanted to take revenge against experts like Yang Taisui and Lu Haoshi. Later on the mountain top, I wanted to slay the dragon and the celestials. Now I want to protect Bailiang. I don't want to eat the last meal the heavens gave me. That's why you've also seen it for yourself. The heavens aren't easy to negotiate with either. Very quickly, the worst situation of northern Mang being pressured by 3 fronts appeared. This might be the so-called retribution of the heavenly Tao. Lu Qingyan held Su Fengyan's hand tightly. The cold wind blew against Su Fengyan's face and he smiled. You must have suffered a lot to marry me. Lu Qingyan stood shoulder to shoulder with this man. There's joy in the bitterness and the aftertaste is endless. It's enough for me to eat for several lifetimes. Li Yufu brought his disciple Yufu to the top of the mountain. There were several thatched cottages here and they were all clean. They only saw Su Fengyan standing on the side of the cliff. Lu Qingyan's body was weak and she couldn't stand the wind at the top of the mountain, so she went to rest in one of the cottages. Li Yufu walked to Su Fengyan's side, but the little Taoist boy didn't dare to come closer. He stayed a few feet away from the two. Su Fengyan whispered, "Is it easy?" Li Yufu looked back at his disciple and smiled. "It's more troublesome than I thought. This child is stubborn and likes to get to the bottom of things. A few days ago, I helped an old man who came to the mountain to burn incense. It was a bad lot and his grandson was going to die at the border. This disciple complained about what I did at that time, and was angry with me for several days." Su Fengyan curiously asked, "How did you do it?" Li Yufu replied, "I didn't tell the old man the truth. I only said that it was a good lot and it's half a blessing and half a curse. It depends on fate." Su Fengyan asked, "What did the child complain about?" Li Yufu said helplessly, "He complained that I shouldn't have lied, or I should have been a good person to the end and changed the lot for the old man's grandson." Su Fengyan thought about it and didn't say anything. He wasn't the little Taoist boy Yufu, so he naturally knew the complexity of the matter. He sighed, "It seems that the old chief Wang Zhonglo must have suffered a lot when he had such a little junior brother." Li Yufu smiled but didn't say anything. Su Fengyan whispered, "I've squandered most of the aura of Mount Wudong. I'm sorry." Li Yufu shook his head and said, "Since ancient times, mountains and rivers have spirits." Su Fengyan asked, "Aren't there immortals who are spirits?" Li Yufu smiled and said, "Huang Longshi said that there were immortals in the world and then there were no more immortals around. The more people know about it, the more they value chivalry. At that time, chivalry will become the backbone of Jianghu and the world. In my opinion, immortal cultivation is too difficult. It's far away but it's easy to be human. If a difficult thing can't be done, everyone has an excuse. If an easy thing can't be done, it's hard to find an excuse for yourself." Su Fengyan said, "I may not climb the mountain in the future." Li Yufu whispered, "I will go down the mountain often." Su Fengyan smiled and said, "In the future that child should be beaten. Who told him to kidnap my sister without telling me in his last life? He still owes me." Li Yufu smiled and didn't say anything. Su Fengyan didn't rush down the mountain. Instead he stayed at the top of Small Lotus Peak. Lu Qingyan sat with him at the turtle-carrying tablet for a while and then went to sleep. When she woke up the next day, she didn't know if she had a dream. She seemed to have seen a scene in a daze last night, but she couldn't be sure. After she opened her eyes, she saw Su Fengnian sitting by the bed. The latter smiled warmly but didn't give an answer. That night, a father and son stood side by side. The old man folded his hands in his sleeves and his back was slightly hunched. The old man looked at the territory of Baelyang. The young man smiled and said, "Father, I just know that without you, there are no tigers in the mountains." The old man just gave an irrelevant answer. "If you can't bear it, don't force it. I only said half a sentence before. There's no reason that no son can't die. The second half is true, but there's also no reason that no son must die." Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "I'm the king of Baelyang. I'm not guarding the country for the emperor of Zhao, nor am I guarding the northwest for the people of the central plains. Father, you also said that where mother was in the past was where Su Zhao's home was. Later where our children were, was where your home was. So to me, Su Fengnian, where my parents' graves are, is where my home is. I'm afraid of death, but if there's a day when I die, I'm not afraid of dying in Baelyang." The old man pointed to the distance and laughed loudly. "This is a great place. I, Su Xiao, led the cavalry under my command and trampled all over the 9 countries of spring and autumn. Xiaonian, will you go to Beimang for me one last time?" Su Fengnian nodded and said, "Okay." Chapter 1347. On the Lantern Festival of the second year of Xiangfu, Baelyang Province, Chang'an City, the provincial city of Yuzhou. The lanterns were lit and the fireworks were dazzling. Among them was a middle-aged man in a Confucian robe who was enjoying the scenery with his family. Although he was not eye-catching in the officialdom of Yuzhou Province, he was only a secondary Class 5 civil official. There were so many generals in Yuzhou Province, Tang Wenjin was just an assistant official from a poor family. His superior official, Hong Xinjia, was able to enter the field of vision of the central government of Liang Province, especially the Ministry of War because of Gu Jiantong's favor. However, perhaps not many people in Yuzhou Province had heard of Tang Wenjin's name. Nevertheless, Tang Wenjin's significance to Yuzhou Province, especially the military significance of the frontier line, could not be underestimated. Tang Wenjin had made a great contribution to the Wutong system, which was said to be capable of killing 160,000 northern barbarians. It was Tang Wenjin who had followed Hong Xinjia step by step across the gourd mouth and participated in the whole process from the drawing of the geomancy map, the selection of the Wutong system and the excavation of the ground. It could even be said that Tang Wenjin had the most meticulous and perfect military map in his mind. Once the war broke out in Yuzhou Province, if Hong Xinjia and Tang Wenjin were not at the gourd mouth, the effect of the Wutong system would be greatly reduced. Being exposed to the wind and the sun all year round, this civil official, who had a good reputation, had a dark complexion. His beautiful and fair-skinned wife, who was from Yanji County, made Tang Wenjin look like a big piece of charcoal. This time, Tang Wenjin returned to Chang'an City from the border to report the detailed military situation to the general of Yuzhou, Huangfu Cheng. The reason why he enjoyed the lanterns with his wife and son on the Lantern Festival was not because he was bored, but because Tang Wenjin felt that if he missed this family reunion, he would be separated forever. Although Tang Wenjin was a civil official, most of the civil officials in Baelyang could ride and shoot the enemy. Since ancient times, Yanji County had been rich in beauties. In the unofficial history, there was a saying that the common people still took delight in talking about. It was precisely because of a foxy woman from Yanji County that caused the great Qing dynasty to perish for 2 generations. Therefore, the people of Baelyang had a humorous saying, "If you marry a wife, you should marry a daughter from a rich family in Lingzhou, and if you marry a concubine, you should marry an aunt from Yanji County." Tang Wenjin married a woman from Yanji County, but he did not take any concubines. For many years they lived in harmony. The only flaw was that they gave birth to 2 daughters, but they did not have a son. However, Tang Wenjin did not feel any regret. He doted on his 2 daughters very much. On the other hand, his wife always felt that she had let down the Tang family. Tang Wenjin often joked and comforted her, saying that the Wubao beacons at the mouth of the gourd were his sons. If it was not easy for parents to raise their children with a handful of shit and a handful of urine, then Tang Wenjin, who was in charge of trivial matters, could indeed be called the biological parents at the mouth of the gourd. Tang Wenjin had some solid martial arts skills, so it would not be difficult for her to kill 3 or 4 northern barbarians. Moreover, it would only be meaningful if there were many skills in the army that could be used in a battle formation. Naturally, it would not be enough to deal with the top experts of the Jianghu. Tang Wenjin was a scholar in her bones, and she had never planned to play catch and kill with any experts in this life. Therefore, Tang Wenjin did not know that in the crowded crowd, there were no less than 10 pairs of eyes paying attention to him. Those gazes were all like dragonflies skimming the surface of the water. They were experienced and were not even enough to make Tang Wenjin have some kind of intuition. At most, he only misunderstood them as lechers who were drooling over the wife beside him. Tang Wenjin and his wife each held the small hands of their daughters. It was inevitable that he was a little absent-minded because his mind was on the mouth of the gourd. He was thinking about which Wu castle needed to be strengthened, which beacon needed more manpower, which post road and which pass needed to be assigned scouts. In the army of Bailiang, young civil officials such as Hong Xinjia and Tang Wenjin, as well as the new Honglu general Cao Xiaojiao, were forcibly classified into the Qin faction. Besides being in their prime years, these border officials were more or less influenced by the former governor of Bailiang Qin Jibao. They believed that details would determine the war situation. Therefore they had a lot of differences with the veteran generals such as Yan Wenwan and Qin Yunshui. When the king of Bailiang changed, many people were afraid that they would be suppressed and purged. Thankfully, Su Fengyin did not touch the bottom line of these hardcore people after he took the throne. On the contrary, many of these hardcore people were promoted more or less. Undoubtedly, Cao Xiaojiao, the #1 troublemaker in Yuzhou province, was a typical example. They also reciprocated the tacit consent of Su Fengyin and the specific implementation of the policy of pacifying the border army and mobilizing the provincial army, which was carried out by Su Beiji and Qin Shiliang. Tang Wenjin had no impression of the king of Bailiang. He did not admire or dislike him. As long as he did not come to the defense line at the mouth of the gourd, Tang Wenjin would continue to work for him without complaint. Tang Wenjin suddenly smiled and felt a little proud. It was true that the mouth of the gourd had consumed a huge amount of Bailiang's provisions, but he and General Hong were using those stones to exchange for the lives of the Bailiang barbarians. It was a good deal for Bailiang. The late emperor of Liang Xiaodun was an open-minded ruler. Although he and the empress lived a simple life, they did not forbid women from wearing makeup. Bailiang was far away from the emperor, so they did not know what it meant to overstep their authority. Although the people were poor, their families were not poor. Every festive season, rich and powerful women would compete with each other for beauty. As long as they had money and dared to wear it, they would not be restrained even if they wore phoenix coronets and robes. At this time in the crowd, there was a young woman who imitated the heavenly treasure makeup style of the old southern Tang imperial women. She had a graceful figure and a personal maidservant who combed her hair into a bun. One of the two women was plump and the other was slender. They complemented each other very well and were very eye-catching. Many idlers who liked to wait for an opportunity to take advantage of them swarmed over. In order to block the disaster for her mistress, the maidservant had already dropped several of the exquisite little combs made of gold, silver, and jade. However, it was still impossible to guard against them. The young woman's delicate buttocks still could not escape from the disaster. She was gently patted by a nimble skinny monkey with a mouth full of yellow teeth. Obviously he was a veteran. The young woman was so frightened that her face turned pale and she hurriedly ran away. This scene happened to fall into the eyes of Tang Wenjin's wife. In addition to sympathy and annoyance, she also had a hint of jealousy and ridicule. She whispered to her husband, "Wearing such gaudy clothes and without the protection of a strong servant, isn't she just attracting bees and butterflies? Who's to blame?" Tang Wenjin did not care about these trivial matters. He nodded carelessly and had no intention of being a hero and saving the beauty. Cold women's temperaments were mostly unyielding and valiant. They were not inferior to men. Don't be fooled by their appearance of being gentle and timid. If they were really angry, they would definitely roll up their sleeves and fight fiercely, scratching other people's faces until they bled. Wasn't the wife next to Tang Wenjin the same one who, after marrying from a small place in Yanji County to the provincial capital, rewarded the prodigal with a ruthless kick to the groin when she participated in the lantern market for the first time? Not far away, a tall old man with a felt hat on his head threw a string of copper coins as a reward to the dwarf who was performing a fire-spitting performance. At the same time, in the sea of people, there was a traveling monk who was becoming more and more common in Bailiang. He carried a bamboo rack with scriptures on his back. There was a young couple dressed in coarse linen. They were buying a stick of candied haws for their child from the man selling them. In the northeast corner of the downtown, there was a prosperous Dongfu temple. From the top of the bell tower, one could overlook half of the market. There were young masters and beautiful women in luxurious clothes talking and laughing. There were poor scholars scratching their ears and cheeks, trying to recite something. There were old men in their twilight years muttering to themselves. In the corridor outside the attic, a short Taoist holding a horsetail fly whisk glanced at the scenery where Tang Wenjin was standing. Then he took out a small booklet from his chest and dipped his finger in his saliva. He opened the booklet and saw the name Tang Wenjin in the light that was almost as bright as day. He chuckled softly and said, "Wenjin, what a great name. I heard that in the imperial court of the Central Plains, only a rare court official could receive such a title after death. Boy, you should take it easy in your next life." Just as the Taoist finished his soliloquy, a series of imperceptible changes took place in the downtown area. The girl from the Heavenly Treasure makeup, who was molested by the skinny monkey, lowered her head and ran a few steps away from Tang Wenjin. She twisted her waist. Even though she was in a difficult situation, she still had a natural charm. At some point in time, the servant girl in the bun had taken a small silver hairpin from her head. She should have flicked her wrist and flicked it upwards, but when her young miss twisted her waist to the left, the silver hairpin brushed against the right side of her waist and accurately pierced towards Tang Wenjin's heart. But at this moment, her wrist was tightly grasped by the skinny monkey who looked no different from an ordinary ruffian. The servant girl pretended to be panicked and turned her left elbow, trying to hit the temple of the man who was trying to stop her. But in an instant her body went limp. After the skinny monkey, who looked only obscene, held the servant girl's wrist with one hand and suddenly exerted force with the other hand, which was only a foot away from the girl's back. It was the mountain-splitting punch, which was Lu's specialty in the external martial arts school of Bailiang. This punch directly broke the delicate girl's spine. Then he carried the servant girl on his shoulder and shouted loudly that he was going to marry a wife and go home. He ran all the way, which made the people around laugh. They thought that this was a guy who dared to molest a girl in the street. He would have to eat in the state prison after this. Chapter 1348. The skinny monkey-like man who was running with the woman on his shoulder had an obscene smile on his face, but his eyes were actually very deep. As a direct descendant of the Lu family, the first in external martial arts in Bailiang, although his name did not appear in the genealogy of the Lu family, his skills and temperament were naturally the best. In fact, he was an A-class master of the whisk room who had been lurking in Chongqing City in Yuzhou province for many years. At the age of 20, he was already a level 3 master of both internal and external martial arts. The maid he killed was not simple either. She was a butterfly catcher from the spiderweb room in Baimang. After the successful strike, the skinny monkey-like man did not make any unnecessary movements and directly withdrew from this unconventional battlefield. He clearly remembered that when he first joined the whisk room, the senior who led the way only taught him a seemingly simple truth. There was a fine line between killing and being killed. After saying this, the senior smilingly asked him if he understood. Before the skinny monkey-like man nodded, he was sent flying backward. After lying on the bed for 2 months, he could finally get up and walk. After that, he understood a little. In the whisk room, which was built by Chu Lushan, rules were the most important. When and where to kill, what method to use to kill, when and where to withdraw. If there was an accident, someone else would secretly remedy it. No one was allowed to act on their own. The most taboo in the whisk room was to be self-righteous. If anyone dared to break the rules, Chu Lushan, the team leader, had a variety of rules to teach people. Therefore, for so many years, the assassination of the whisk room spies and men of sacrifice was very clean from the beginning to the end. Over time, there were very few accidents. After seeing the butterfly catcher being carried away, the old man in the felt hat who had thrown a string of copper coins to the vaudeville dwarf blocked in front of the man and woman in linen clothes, preventing them from getting closer to Tang Wenjin and her husband. The old man greeted them with a smile as if he had met a longtime friend of his. In an instant he exchanged 6 moves with the young man. Finally, the old man with a kind smile, put his arm around the young man's shoulder and stabbed a poison dagger into the waist of the Baimang catcher. What's more, the dagger was quickly pulled out and stabbed again. The young woman who had disguised herself as the butterfly catcher looked at all of this as usual. Even when the old man in the felt hat supported her husband, and quickly moved away from her, she did not move. However, the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. When the old man in the felt hat realized that something was wrong, his head seemed to have been hit violently and he leaned back. The old man with blood oozing out of his forehead saw a young child standing not far away. The child, who looked innocent, tilted his head and gently spat out the second hawthorn seed. Then the old man in the felt hat, whose vision was blurred, laughed. The butterfly catcher hurriedly squeezed into the crowd and disappeared in an instant. However, the child, whose real age could not be guessed, was left behind forever. There was a wooden stick that was originally used to skewer the candied hawthorn on his forehead. The honest old man who was selling candied hawthorns on the street picked up the child and quickly walked to the old man in the mink hat who was about to fall back. He inserted the stick that was full of candied hawthorns into the ground and freed one hand to support his old friend and the dead catcher. The old man in the felt hat was speechless. He looked at his old friend who had quarreled with him for half of his life. His lips trembled, but he could not say anything. The latter's eyes were red. He first wiped the blood on his old friend's forehead and then pulled his old friend's felt hat to cover his forehead. He said softly and hoarsely, "Lao Rong, when the Qingming festival comes back, I'll definitely bring you a pot of good wine that Master Chu gave me last year. Don't worry." The old man in the felt hat leaned back against the stick and slowly closed his eyes. A dozen or so steps to Tang Wenjin's right, a Wutong courtyard's eagle soldier and a northern Mang dragonfly catcher perished together, both of them using the dagger in their sleeves to kill each other. The two of them sat side by side on the ground, as if they were good brothers who held each other's arms after getting drunk. The young woman in the makeup that day was indifferent to the changes around her. Her only target was Tang Wenjin. The spider web that Li Mibi painstakingly managed had a pair of cocoons, 6 pole lifters, 300 catchers and 80 butterfly catchers. She was the best among the butterfly catchers. She even had the chance to become the first female pole lift in Beimang. The premise was that she had to kill Tang Wenjin tonight. The 16 Yuzhou officials that she had killed before could not be compared to Tang Wenjin. Therefore, the death of those butterfly catchers was worth it. One step. She was only one step away from Tang Wenjin, who was still in the dark. Suddenly, the inconspicuous young woman beside Tang Wenjin bumped into her arms. In the corridor outside the clock tower, a burly young man with a sword appeared beside the short Taoist. He leaned his body and put his elbow on the railing. He narrowed his eyes and watched the hidden battle in the downtown area. He curled his lips and said, "What a waste of effort." The old Taoist withdrew his gaze. He seemed to be unwilling, but he still put away the booklet. He put the fly whisk on his arm and said flatly in the Liang official language, "If you want to blame someone, blame your spider web for the wrong information. You couldn't even find out that Tang Wenjin's wife was a spy for Bailiang." The young man with a sword had a much more pleasant Liang accent. He sounded exactly like a Central Plains person. He said casually, "I'm just a pole lift who does the dirty work. I'm not an immortal. To be honest, you, the great immortal of the Dao sect, are the ones who are called immortals." The old Taoist did not get angry. There were 135 targets in the booklet. So far, only 37 people have been killed. Not to mention the Jianghu men of sacrifice of our dynasty and the scouts and riders of Bailiang, 1 pole lift, 12 butterfly catchers and 31 catchers have died in your spider web. Isn't the loss outweighed the gain? The pole lift of Beimang did not speak. The great immortal of the Dao sect frowned. "We don't have any backup for this trip to Chang'an City. Do you want to join hands with me to kill the heavily guarded Yuzhou General Huang Fujin?" The young swordsman with old age spots on the back of his hands sneered. "Apart from you, Cui Wazi of the Dao sect, who came with me to watch the show, the yin-yang face in the princess's tomb, the great music house of the chess and sword music school, and the 2 on the devil's master ranking didn't show up. Aren't you curious where they are? Why did the 5 of you only make a few moves along the way? It's not like Bailiang didn't send anyone to guard the front line of the Calabash Cave. Half of the Tide Listening Pavilion's experts are hiding there, waiting for an opportunity. The immortals of the Dao sect were good at cultivation, but they were not enlightened when it came to these dirty tricks. Cui Wazi was famous outside the Dao sect, but his reputation in the sect was average. His talent was average. Not to mention the immortal Yuan Qingshan, who had already attained Dao and ascended, he could not even be compared to the senior brother who had been sleeping in a small building in Shijing with the flood dragon in the vat for 20 years. However, the Empress had assigned tasks to all the major sects, so the Dao sect had no choice but to push him, the great immortal of the Dao sect. Cui Wazi also knew his own limits. Even though this spiderweb lifting pole beside him had not reached the Finger Shen realm, and he was not even sure if he had reached the Vajra realm, but if the 2 of them were to really go all out in a fight, the one to die would definitely be him, a genuine Daoist Finger Shen expert. Therefore, among the 5 first pin experts of Jianghu, the other 4 obviously looked down on Cui Wazi. He had no choice but to be an accountant. The old immortal asked tentatively, could it be that State Preceptor Li was targeting Huang Fujin from the beginning? The old man quickly added, or the more prestigious Yuzhou provincial governor Hu Kuei in the Bailiang frontier army? The spiderweb bandit, who was skilled in disguise, could not help but roll his eyes. Playing the lute to a cow. Chapter 1349. Cui Wazi clenched the handle of the fly brush and said gloomily, I respect Master Li, not you. Don't push your luck. However, The sword did not pay any attention to this virtuous and respected enlightened master of law. Instead, it turned around and stared fixedly at a weak and delicate woman who had previously accompanied a certain silk-clothed young master in a show of cultured elegance. In the general's mansion in Yuzhou, Huang Fujin, dressed in official robes, sat on a red sandalwood chair. In the hall stood an old swordsman who was resting with his eyes closed. He was carrying a heavy sword case. He was the master of the profound finger technique, Mi Fingjie, who had been recruited by the king of Beiliang himself. Compared to Cui Wazi, who practiced the profound finger technique on the bell tower, Michigan Fingjie's profound finger technique was based on the sword. Huang Fujin knocked on the table with one hand and held a teacup lid with the other. He gently fanned the steam rising from the tea in the cup. This powerful general had a mixed reputation in Beiliang, but no one could deny that he was the king of Beiliang's favorite. In Yuzhou, he was probably the only one who could bear the title of trusted subordinate. Huang Fujin could drink, but he did not like to drink. When he drank tea, he only drank strong tea that was so bitter that it made one's mouth feel bitter. Huang Fujin was silent. According to the intelligence reports from Wutong'an and Fushui, Beimang's network and Jianghu forces had infiltrated the hinterland of Yuzhou. Although they had spread out in all directions in the beginning, the Eagle Guard and Peregrine Falcons in the dark and the local garrisons on the surface had been exhausted and suffered heavy casualties. Later on, these desperados had chosen a central route to the south. Then, under the cover of large-scale assassinations on the left and right, they had gone straight to Yuzhou's capital, Chongqing City. The target of the assassination was obvious. It was either him, the general of Yuzhou, or Governor Hu Kuei. In Chongqing City, in addition to Mi Fingjie, who had a hidden identity, there were also many second-level supreme power masters in Governor Hu's mansion to protect Hu Kuei. There was also that crazy woman, Fan Shaochai, who was hiding in the city. It seemed reasonable for Beimang to attack Chongqing City, which was heavily guarded but had plenty of bait. After all, the life and death of Huang Fujin and Hu Kuei could affect the situation in Yuzhou province. Huang Fushi suddenly covered the teacup and said in a low voice, "That's not right." At the same time, on the outside corridor of the clock tower, Beimang, who realized that his identity had been exposed, lifted the pole and jumped without hesitation, leaving the Immortal of Morality sect to deal with the dangerous woman who had hidden herself deeply. He laughed and said, "Cui Wazi, it's time for you to sacrifice your life for the country. When we successfully kill Yen Wenwan, I will personally send the compensation to the Daoda sect." General Yen Wenwan's tent was not in the hinterland of Yuzhou. It was only 150 miles away from the mouth of the gourd. At first, when the Yuzhou border army heard that a large number of Beimang assassins had infiltrated, they sent out 20 scouts of each group of 50 people. Great Ancestor Gu was different from Qin Yunshui, who was stationed in Yuzhou. Great Ancestor Gu was in charge of the situation at the border of Liangzhou province. Because he was worried about the safety of the commander, he even asked Zhou Kong, the deputy commander of the cavalry army, to send the most elite crossbowmen to the old general's tent. He completely ignored Yen Wenwan's objection and sent them to the old general's tent in case of any accidents. As the spy reports were sent, it showed that the Beimang assassins kept coming south. Especially the tent of the deputy commander of the infantry army, Qin Yunshui, was attacked at night. The Yuzhou army suffered heavy casualties. If it were not for the fact that there were enough third-level masters and masters in the ambush, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the alert of Yen Wenwan's tent did not weaken, everyone was obviously relieved. This day just happened to be the time when the northern Mang cavalry crazily poured in from the other side of the gourd, the smoke of war rising from all directions. Yen Wenwan led 1,000 cavalry to rush to the front lines. Around the 1,000 cavalry, the crossbowmen on the 3 white horses and the first-rate scouts of the Yuzhou infantry were carefully and skillfully scouting. The more they did so, the more uneasy Yen Wenwan's guard commander felt when the 10 of them blocked the path of the 1,000 cavalry. At the end of the road, the person in the lead was a woman whose face was covered by a white veil. Beside her was a middle-aged scholar with thin eyes and a long beard. He had a Xiaoyao bandana on his head and a dark purple bamboo flute at his waist. They were the Princess Tomb and Little Thoughts. Chess and Sword Music School, Great Music House. Behind the 2 of them were 2 of the 10 giants of the Beimang Demon Path. A dwarf sat on the shoulder of a giant. It was a weird scene. The Beimang Jianghu only knew their nicknames, Iron Horseman and Thirsty Horseman. The latter was especially notorious. Just like the demon Xialing who liked to eat people's hearts and livers, they liked to drink the blood of living people. In the most unsociable position at the back, a white-haired old woman was coughing heavily. She had a delicate and beautiful flower on her head. The other 5 were all outstanding first-rate experts of the Beimang Jianghu. Yan Wenwan raised her arm and the 1,000 cavalry suddenly stopped. The old general chuckled and said, "This time the northern barbarians have quite the appetite." The cavalry commander of the personal army was deeply worried. He urged his horse to Yan Wenwan's side. But before he could speak, Yan Wenwan laughed and said, "Don't worry. There's nothing for us to do today. Just enjoy it. In the end, there's still the existence of 10,000 enemies in the world. We generals who rely on the strength of our soldiers and horses have no choice but to accept it." In the cavalry commander's confusion, one of the cavalry silently stepped out of the formation. A man holding a long spear took off his helmet. This man, who was hailed by the world's famous general Yan Wenwan as the enemy of 10,000 enemies, slowly urged his horse forward. Many years ago, during the era when the sword god Li Chenggang was the champion of the Jianghu, there was a man from Beiliang. One man, one horse and one spear, he was unstoppable on the Beimang grasslands. His name was the spear immortal Wang Xiu. After that, the world only knew that Wang Xiu taught a disciple who surpassed his master, the white-robed Chen Jibao. But even the people of Beiliang and even the king of Beiliang, Su Fengnian, did not know the reason why Chen Jibao was unable to take away the famous spear instant after killing his master Wang Xiu. It was because someone used an ordinary wooden spear to block Chen Jibao, who was wielding the plum ziqing. Looking at the seemingly ordinary cavalry charging with a spear, the leader of the great music house sighed helplessly. "It's Su Yanbing. Our previous plan has become a joke." A gust of wind blew past him and the princess. The great music house felt even more helpless. "You're courting death." The burly steel horseman galloped past them like lightning, and the dwarf laughed cruelly. When the distance between the two parties was about 50 steps, Thirsty kicked the giant's shoulders with both legs and used the momentum to leap forward. The thin and small figure's trajectory in the air was very ghostly and gaudy. In the end, it only brushed past him. The 1,000 cavalry behind Yan Wenwan did not see how the spear-wielding man attacked. They only saw the devilish dwarf explode into a cloud of blood in the air, and then the burly giant turned around and fled with all his might. They still did not see how the spear-wielding man on the horse moved his spear, but the enemy did not dare to run in a straight line. They circled back and forth, battered and exhausted. The next scene was even more inconceivable. The Beimang demon, nicknamed Steel Horseman, seemed to have been forced into a desperate situation for no reason. He turned around again and charged toward the horse. In the end, like an idiot committing suicide, he crashed into the tip of the spear, allowing the spear to pierce through his head. Su Yanbing flicked his wrist lightly and flung the giant corpse away. He continued to charge. It was not that Thirsty and Steel Horseman were too weak to withstand a single blow, but that the opponent they chose to attack with his spear had no chance of survival. In the past, when Wang Xiu, one of the 4 great grandmasters, fought against others, even if many of his opponents were on the same level as him, there were still very few who could withstand a single blow from him. Su Yanbing had already surpassed Wang Xiu's peak state by a lot. This was even more so. This meant that the battle between Su Yanbing and Chen Jibao in the future was destined to be a matter of a single spear. Chapter 1350. After the new Jinshi and Liyang, they were often not immediately appointed to an official post. Before they were officially promoted to an official post, they were sent to the 6 ministries and 9 ministers to practice their political affairs. This was the so-called Jinshi system. After the new emperor ascended the throne, he went one step further on the basis of the assistant minister of the Ministry of War to patrol the borders established by the previous emperor himself. He created the precedent of the Ministry of War officials observing the borders. This was originally one of the proposals of the king of Jing and Zhao Sun in the past. The purpose was to prevent the Ministry of War from only thinking about military affairs on paper and not being practical. It could be seen that the current emperor of the Zhao family was especially fond of this young vassal king, who was loyal and devoted during the Jingnan crisis. This time, the Ministry of War was leaving the borders of the capital, which attracted the attention of the whole court. The ranks of the officials of the Ministry of War were not high. Among them, the Assistant Minister of the Carriage Department, Kong Zhenrong, the Manager of the Military Selection Department, Gao Tingshu and the others, and the Manager of the Military Storage Department, Yan Qiji. In the capital's officialdom, they were all typical hairless young faces. There were 2 reasons why the big shots in the imperial court paid attention to them. The first reason was that the first choice for observing the borders was not the expected 2 Liao provinces, where the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War, Su Gong, was already coordinating with the Eastern Front. It was the northwestern frontier fortress of the Great Desert Smoke, Bailiang Road. The second reason was that the officials carefully selected by the Ministry of War were extremely thought-provoking. Among them, Gao Tingshu, the new second place, and Wu Tsongxian, the same year in the officialdom, were able to rise to fame in Taiyan City. Obviously, it was not enough to rely on their first or third place status. If it were not for Jin San Lang, who spared no effort to add fuel to the fire, they would have been eclipsed by the government observation in 2 or 3 months at most. In the Zhao family yamen, where there were many high-ranking officials, the Yonghui era had lasted for more than 20 years, so there was no shortage of Zhuangyuan, and Tanhua. As for the Jinshi, there were even more. Who in the world did not know that Jin Lanting, who had helped Gao Tingshu and helped him, had regarded the Bailiang Su family as enemies? In addition, Yan Qiji and Kong Jinrong's accompanying patrol was even more interesting. The Yan family entered the capital because of a woman, and Yan Jieshi and Yan Qiji became relatives of the emperor. What was even more unexpected was that the fourth prince, who had no ambition, could easily break the unshakable shackles of the imperial family's inheritance by not fighting for power. In the end, he smoothly became the emperor in the south. The emperor's father-in-law, Yan Jieshi, was previously a scholar of the Dongyuan Pavilion. Yan Qiji, who was often teased and bullied by the playboys of Taiyan City when he first entered the capital, had now become the emperor's uncle. Who did not know that the emperor not only had a deep relationship with the empress, but also had a close relationship with this gentle and elegant brother-in-law before he ascended the throne? Otherwise, how could Yan Qiji, who was also a Jinshi, become the head of the armory department of the Ministry of War? How could he be personally escorted by the assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments and even have Minister Liu of the Ministry of War personally greet him? Kong Jinrong was also born in Bailiang. His father, Kong Dai, had entered the capital to become an official and joined the second prince's tutelage. Kong Wuqi and Yan Qiji were brothers who could wear the same pants as the king of Bailiang when they were young. Adding on Li Hanlin, the only one left in Bailiang, the four of them had visited at least 70 or 80 brothels together in Bailiang, if not 100. Thus there was a lot to chew on. Of the four brothers, not to mention Su Fengnian, the hereditary king of the border, even if Li Hanlin had a father who was a second-level official in Liang, what position was he in now? He was just a small crossbow bolt. Moreover, Li Gongda, who was widely recognized as a skilled official, had only been a governor for a few days. His but had not even warmed the chair before he was quickly pushed aside by an outsider like Song Dongming. On the contrary, in the capital, not to mention Yan Qiji, who had an extraordinary status, Kong Jinrong was already a powerful figure in the Ministry of War. If they were in any other province, even an old county governor would have to address Kong Jinrong as his brother and treat him with great care. Perhaps the latter would not be willing to accept it. Not long after they entered the border, they received the shocking news that the Baimang army was advancing on 3 fronts. The old men of the Ministry of War intended to take a detour around the relatively peaceful border of Yuzhou as an explanation to the imperial court. After that, they would immediately set off for Jibei to greet Yuan Tingshan, who had recently risen to power. After that, they would go to Liao province and meet with Gu Jiantang and the right assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Su Gong. It was supposed to be a safe and peaceful journey. However, they did not expect that they would encounter such a tricky situation as soon as they entered the eastern part of Yuzhou. Who knew if that northwest barbarian surnamed Su would feel that he had been disgraced by the imperial court and become so bold that he would order the Bailiang frontier army to disguise themselves as Baimang cavalry and wipe out all the officials of the Ministry of War. Among the officials of the Ministry of War, a few old men who had witnessed the dangers of the officialdom hurriedly stopped at a courier station at the border. They discussed for the entire night but still failed to come up with a perfect plan. However, the young and vigorous Gao Tingshu did not agree with them. Not only did he propose to go straight to the calabash mouth of Yuzhou, but he also proposed to take a look at Huda City, which was the most impregnable pass in the northwest of Liangzhou province. The old men, who were already afraid of the cold, were so scared that their lips turned purple. If not for the fact that the bannerman was a junior in the officialdom who had a good impression on both Gu Jiantang and Minister Liu, he would have been kicked out of the Ministry of War by the time he returned to the capital. Compared to Gao Tingshu, who was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers, Yan Qiji, who had been gentle and courteous along the way, was much more amiable in the eyes of those old foxes in the officialdom. After a torturous night at the courier station, they did not know how many times they had picked the wick. In the end, it was Yan Qiji who came up with an idea that made the old men feel more and more appropriate, the more they thought about it. The imperial uncle proposed not to go to Yuzhou province or the northern line of Liangzhou province, but to go directly to Bailiang Palace and Mount Qingliang. Liang Shihu, who was in charge of the specific affairs of the department for purging officials, stroked his beard and made up his mind. He squinted his eyes and smiled as he said, "Good." Official Liang found this young imperial uncle more and more pleasing to the eye. Going to Mount Qingliang, which was famous throughout the world, was a good idea. No matter how unruly the king of Bailiang was, even if he had dared to send troops to resist an imperial edict, he would not be so daring as to kill someone in his own palace, right? Besides, with the friendship that Yan Qiji and Kong Jinrong had built up with the king of Bailiang, even if there was not much left, going to Bailiang Palace would not be a hongmen banquet. Besides, who had not heard of the spectacular sight of tens of thousands of carps swimming in Tidehark Lake? There were so many officials in Grand P City, but how many of them had the opportunity to see it with their own eyes? After leaving the capital, Gao Tingshu, who appeared to be in high spirits, hesitated for a moment. In the end, he did not say anything that would offend the public. It seemed that Manager Yan's status as the imperial uncle was not something that he, the second-ranked scholar with an unstable foundation, could provoke. Chapter 1351. When the political observation team stopped at the relay station bordering Liangzhou to rest, Kong Jinrong, who was returning to his hometown for the first time since he entered the capital, found Yan Qiji, who was reading Sages at Night. He sat down and did not say anything. After a few years of polishing, Yan Qiji gradually lost the childishness of a foreigner entering the capital. Furthermore, he had a scholarly temperament. After the Yan family had a meteoric rise, this young scholar with a weak temperament had imperceptibly become more assertive. This made his father, who was the Grand Secretary of the Grand Hall, feel very gratified. Kong Jinrong did not speak, and Yan Qiji did not take the initiative to speak either. There was only the sound of him flipping the book and the occasional sound of the lamp wick cracking in the room. In the end, it was Kong Wuqi who could not hold it in and asked in a low muffled voice, "Yan Qiji, do you think Brother Feng will be angry and refuse to see us?" Yan Qiji continued to read and seemed to be unsure. He said softly, "I don't think so." Kong Jinrong, who had just shaved his beard this morning, touched his stubble and sighed sadly. "You are lucky. You and Hanlin have been together with Brother Feng for a few more years. I ran to the capital a few years before you. The last time Brother Feng went to the capital, my father was muddle-headed and tricked me to go to the south of Jingji early. In the end we did not meet. Yan Qiji, you read more books. Do you think Brother Feng will think I am not loyal? If I had known it would be such a depressing situation, I would not have gone to the capital with my father even if I had run away from home." Yan Qiji did not flip the book again. He stopped at the page in his hand and was silent. Kong Jinrong asked, "Why don't you go to the Ministry of Personnel or the Ministry of Rights? Why did you come to the Ministry of War? Didn't you hate war and bloodshed the most since you were young?" Yan Qiji sighed. "It is because I hate it that I want to go to the Ministry of War." Kong Jinrong rolled his eyes. "You scholars have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. You don't say it directly. Others take off their pants to fart, but you wear your pants to shit." Yan Qiji's eyes suddenly sharpened. He looked out of the window and whispered, "When you go back, tell Uncle Kong to stop writing to King Tang of Gangnam-do." Seeing Kong Jinrong's confused appearance, Yan Qiji almost squeezed out word by word. "Especially the matter of King Tang sending people to the capital to present the auspicious white deer. Tell your father not to get involved." Kong Jinrong wondered, "Isn't this a good thing?" Yan Qiji sneered, "You don't have to care about anything. You just need to tell your father that it was an unintentional remark I made after a family banquet. Your father knows the severity of the matter." Kong Jinrong, who used to be Yan Qiji's shield, looked at Yan Qiji's face and said softly, "Eating chicken Yan, I don't think I know you." Yan Qiji's originally tense face softened a little. He picked up the book on the table again and said almost to himself, "I didn't want to either." The following trip to Liangzhou made the hearts of the officials, including Liang Jinrong of the Department for Purging Officials, slowly relax. Not only did the local armies of Liangzhou open the gates for them, there was also a newly appointed lieutenant who personally escorted them to the outskirts of Liangzhou city. Although there was a hint of surveillance, at least on the surface, it gave enough face to the Ministry of War's political observation this time. Liang Jinrong did not have a military background, but as an old official of Zhonglu of the Ministry of War, his vision was not bad. He could tell that Bailiang's local army was strong, far superior to the capital and Jizhou. Naturally, he began to feel fear of the Su family's 300,000-strong cavalry. He sighed with emotion. It turned out that Bailiang's light cavalry was already so majestic. When the group of officials who were looked at like monkeys by the people of Liangzhou arrived at the gate of the king's mansion at the foot of Mount Qingliang and saw the 2 stone lions that were as tall as 2 people, even the experienced and knowledgeable old men of the Ministry of War looked at each other and gasped. How majestic! Yan Qiji and Kong Jinrong's expressions were complicated. Gao Tingshu snorted coldly, scaring Liang Jinrong into coughing heavily, afraid that the people of Beiliang Palace would hear. In Liang there had always been a saying that the local officials were 3 feet lower than the officials of the capital. This meant that the prestige of the officials of the capital was naturally 3 ranks higher than that of the local officials. Now, there was no need to mention the officials of the Ministry of Personnel who were arrogant towards the officials of the capital. Although the Ministry of War, which had lost its backbone, was beginning to be overshadowed by the Ministry of Personnel led by the new heavenly official of Liang Yin Maochun, its prestige was still there. Liang Jinrong was the chief official in charge of all the political plans in the world and a proud scholar. Therefore, when he led the way through the side gate of Beiliang Palace, he had the air of a capital official that swayed his sleeves as he walked. Even the steward of the king's mansion could not help but take a few more glances. The king of Beiliang, Su Fengnian, did not appear from the beginning to the end. It was the deputy of Beiliang's Ministry of Economy, Song Dongming, who came out to greet the guests. He said that the king of Beiliang was in charge of military affairs at the border and could not leave. Liang Jinrong and the other old foxes could not wait for the son of a butcher to ignore them. They said a bunch of flowery words that did not cost any money and praised the king of Beiliang for being so busy every day that he even had to go to the front lines to guard the northwestern border for the imperial court. Song Dongming, the self-appointed deputy of Beiliang's Ministry of Economy, smiled and accepted everything on behalf of the king of Beiliang. It was probably because the deputy had the aura of a famous scholar from the Central Plains that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Liang Jinrong and the others immediately felt a lot better. They also felt that it was a pity that Song Dongming was a bright pearl covered in dust. If he went to the imperial court in the capital and stood side by side with the officials of the imperial court, that would be a sight to behold. After Song Dongming held a welcoming dinner for the officials from the Ministry of War, unexpectedly he did not have any intention of fooling around. As soon as he put down the chopsticks on the table, he stood up and led everyone to his office on the mountainside of Mount Qingliang to take a seat. He took the initiative to talk about the Northern Liangdao military officer's appointment and the border army's promotion and change, including the sensitive and important military affairs. Observing politics from the Ministry of War was a bit like patrolling on behalf of the heavens, but Liang Shihu dared to think this way when he went to Jizhou. How could he dare to be so arrogant in Northern Liangdao? He had originally thought that they would be lucky if they could eat a few meals and drink a few pots of green ant wine. He had even prepared himself to be ignored. The elders, including Liang Jinrong, insisted on only listening and not speaking. However, Gao Tingshu was not so particular. He asked many times about the distribution of troops in Beiliang and the specific military affairs at the border. Song Dongming did not show any displeasure and always found some excuse to skip the questions. Liang Jinrong was originally happy that Gao Tingshu was the first to stick his head out. If he could really find out the truth, it would be a great contribution. However, after the young manager kept asking, Song Dongming narrowed his eyes and lowered his head to drink his tea. Liang Jinrong could no longer sit still. He glanced at the door in fear, afraid that if the deputy threw his cup, 500 executioners would rush out and push them to the ground, chop them up, and feed them to the dogs. Liang Jinrong hurriedly tried to smooth things over. He said that he had heard that the scenery of the Tidehark Lake was the best in the world and wanted to bring his colleagues to see it for themselves. Song Dongming did not stand up this time. He only smiled and let his subordinates lead the officials to Tidehark Lake. Song Dongming then went to the top of the mountain alone. He looked at Su Fengnian, who was travel-worn, and asked, "Since you're back, why don't you talk about the old days?" Su Fengnian shook his head. He looked at Tidehark Lake and said, "Sir Song, come with me to the back of the mountain. Let's go together and engrave the 296 names on the tombstone." Song Dongming nodded. The deputy of the administrator, who was walking with Su Fengnian to the back of the mountain, was obviously angry for a long time. Finally, he could not hold back his anger and said, "What a good saying. But what about the 296 people in Beiliang?" Su Fengnian said calmly, "Beiliang will remember it." Chapter 1352. Behind the mountain was a forest of steels. Stone steels were everywhere, and there were even more under construction. Most of them were still wordless, but there were already several hundred stone steels in the periphery that already had owners. They were all made from calligraphy pills, and they were all from the Dragon Elephant Cavalry who had died in the battle in Liuzhou at the end of the auspicious year. There was an ancient saying that one would be thin if they used ink, and fat if they obtained vermilion. Therefore, calligraphy pills were best made with strength and hard bones. The people who had drawn these stone steels were two renowned Beiliang calligraphers. Because Mi Chang and Peng Henian lived in the north and south of Liangshan, there was a saying that the south's muscle and the north's bone. Because of the conflict between the north and south, the two old calligraphers put on a stance that they would never interact with each other. Moreover, when great General Su Shao was still alive, they did not think much of Beiliang's military and political affairs. However, when the Beiliang Palace announced that they were going to erect 300,000 stone steels, Mi Chang was the first to go to Mount Qingliang. He asked a few questions, and after getting the answers he stayed there and then wrote a letter to Peng Henian. The general idea was, "Grandson Peng, do you dare to come face to face with your grandfather?" Afterwards, Peng Henian took the set of 4 treasures of the study that he regarded as his life and ran to the back of Mount Qingliang. He and Mi Chang built a hut and lived next to each other. The two old enemies actually became neighbors. Then, in the midst of the two old men sparring, or more accurately, quarreling with each other, the deputy administrator Song Dongming personally gave them a list. On the list were names and 2 simple things: when and where they were born and when and where they died. At the beginning of the calligraphy pill, the two old men still had the intention of competing. Later, when Mi Chang wrote a name, he suddenly burst into tears. Lu Hongyi, a young man from Chunshui County in Lingzhou. When he was young, he relied on his family background and was unbearably naughty. This old man even scolded him for wasting that name. This child was only 21 years old, how could he die just like that? After that, Mi Chang Peng Henian became more and more silent. Other than communicating with the stonemasons who were responsible for carving the words on the back of the book, he did not like to talk much. Today, when the Mi and Peng elders heard that someone had arrived at the steel forest, their hearts tightened. With complicated feelings, they took their luggage and ran over to take a look. To their surprise, it was the king of Beiliang who had come in person. The two elders were not used to bowing to anyone, so their actions were very unfamiliar. Su Fengnian hurriedly helped the two elders up, but did not exchange any pleasantries. After a moment of hesitation, he divided the pile of paper into 4 portions, one for him and one for Song Dongming, and the other half for Mi and Peng, the 2 calligraphy grandmasters. The 4 silently began to write on the steel. Behind the 4 of them, there were 2 to 3 skilled craftsmen who had already prepared the tools and were waiting for the carving. In the evening, the sound of metal and stone clanging could be heard. Su Fengnian and Song Dongming finished half an hour earlier than the 2 old men. By the time they finished the last batch of rice, it was already dark. They didn't even have time to wipe their hands full of red rice. The old man walked to Su Fengnian's side with a tired look and asked in a deep voice, "Why are there wars everywhere in the hinterland of Yuzhou?" Su Fengnian said softly, "The spies of Beimang have infiltrated and are wantonly assassinating the officials of Yuzhou." Mi Chang directly pointed at Su Fengnian's nose, jumping up and down as he cursed. "Back then, when your father was still alive, Northern Mang also had assassins ambushing us. How could they have been stopped outside the pass? How did you become the king of Beiliang? Aren't you the best ace in the world, Su Fengnian? Do you only know how to stare all day long? You watch people die in front of your eyes, and then you collect their corpses and pretend to write a few names." Song Dongming was about to speak when Su Fengnian, wearing a thick fur coat, waved his hand and stopped the deputy administrator's explanation. He looked at the old man and said apologetically, "I didn't do a good job." Peng Henian's personality was not as impatient as Mi Chang's, but he was still angry. However, he still pulled on the latter's sleeve. When Su Fengnian had walked far away, the gloomy-faced Mi Chang spat heavily at the back of the figure. He threw the priceless green crab shell inkstone in his hand onto the ground and said, "I'm not writing anymore. I'm not staying in Beiliang anymore. I'm going to Jiangnan. I'll write the word Su Fengnian is a bastard, for as long as I can live in this life." Not long after, Song Dongming turned back and saw Mi Chang standing in the same place with his eyes closed. Peng Henian squatted on the ground and sighed. Neither of them picked up the inkstone. Song Dongming bent down to pick up the inkstone. He was not in a hurry to return it to its owner. He looked at the top of Mount Qingliang and said in a low voice, "The 2 of you probably haven't heard of Beimang Sword Aura is close to Huangqin and who the founder of the chess and sword music school's bronze statue is. Neither of you have seen a real dragon. In fact, I, Song Dongming, have never seen one. But I know 2 things. First, Huangqin died in Liuzhou. The real dragon raised by Beimang is also gone. Along with it, hundreds of Qi cultivators hiding in Beimang's Shijing are also dead. The second thing is that there are 2 tombstones here. They are almost engraved with 2 names. Coincidentally, both of them have the surnames Su Longxiang and Su Fengyan. Song Dongming turned around and returned the ancient inkstone to Mi Chang. He smiled calmly and said, "If Beimang is really gone one day, Su Fengyan will definitely be included on the tombstone. Of course I, Song Dongming, am an outsider. At that time I hope that old me will be willing to write it." After saying that, Song Dongming slowly left. Peng Henian deliberately did not look at Mi Chang, whose face was flushed red. He counted with his fingers and seemed to be talking to himself. "Su Fengyan is a bastard." "That's not right, old me. You calculated wrongly. It's 9 words, not 8 words like you said." Mi Chang carefully kept the ancient inkstone. He rolled his eyes and said, "Mi Chang is a bastard, okay? It's exactly 8 words." Peng Henian laughed out loud and said, "Sure, why not? Isn't your birthday in a few days? I'll write a piece of calligraphy for you. How about that?" Mi Chang did not care about being polite. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Write your head."
Chapter 15:18. If I retract some of my skills now, I should be able to fuse 2 combat bloodlines, Yi Xian thought to himself as he killed. The Elegy of Souls alone was worth 3 devour points, but Yi Xian was not willing to retract them. This was because this skill was a divine skill. If stacked up, it could even multiply by 5 or 10 times. This was a divine skill that allowed the skeletal monarch to challenge opponents several levels higher. Although the fusion of 2 combat bloodlines would definitely result in a very powerful immortal combat bloodline. However, he did not seem to need to do so at the moment because the skills were still useful. Moreover, he was not in a hurry now, so he could take his time to devour the devour points. Soon, another 5 minutes had passed. 5 minutes later, the will of death was finally completely depleted. At this time, tens of thousands of walking corpses had been killed by Yi Xian and the others. The buff of the skeletal monarch's Elegy of Souls was directly increased by 20%. One should know that before Qi Xianyue appeared, the buff of the Elegy of Souls was only 10%. It was simply a blessing that it doubled. If Qi Xianyue knew about this, she would definitely be furious. Not only did she not hurt Yi Xian, but she also gave Yi Xian a few benefits. He might as well change his name to Lei Feng. Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he looked at the scene below. The small mountain below was all hammered to death by the Skeleton King. Finally, it's gone, Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. After 10 minutes of continuous killing, he was actually a little out of breath. One should know that the immortal Phoenix bloodline could not only recover qi and injuries, but also physical strength. Perhaps, this was because of the pressure in his heart. For a battle that lasted 10 minutes, it was very rare for someone of his level to do so. That was awesome. I really want to do it again. Old Tree could not help but say. Don't worry, there might be more. Yi Xian smiled faintly. This time, it was only Qi Xuanyue's Will of Death clone. If it was not for the fact that the Will of Death was exhausted, there might be more battle corpses. Next time, it would probably be a direct battle with Qi Xuanyue's original body. At that time, Yi Xian would let Qi Xianyue fight again. Perhaps he would get another devour point. Roar! The Skeleton King suddenly roared. Qi Xianyue should be on her way here. Let's go. As Yi Xian spoke, he dashed towards the north. To the north was the abyss of death. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to intercept Qi Xianyue halfway. After all, the corpses near that area had all been killed. Even if Qi Xuanyue's Will of Death were to descend again, it would not have much effect. Qi Xianyue had already come out of the abyss of death, and Yi Xian was heading towards the abyss of death. It was very likely that the two of them would run into each other. Sure enough, after Yi Xian had been traveling for more than half a day, they had indeed bumped into each other. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come here. Let's see where you can run to today. Qi Xianyue looked at Yi Xian and the other two and said coldly. It's time to settle the grudges between us today. Yi Xian said with a carefree expression. Qi Xianyue had met Yi Xian a long time ago. At that time, she happened to go to the Penglai divine land and encountered a wisp of will of death. She then traveled across space to collect the will of death. Naturally, she did not care about that brat at that time. Therefore, she did not recognize Yi Xian at all. However, Yi Xian recognized her. Moreover, Qi Xianyue had killed Song Qingxing and the others some time ago, which increased Yi Xian's hatred towards her. Therefore, from today onwards, only one of them could survive in this world. That person was Yi Xian. And the one who would die would be Qi Xianyue. Let's not waste time. Die. Qi Xianyue was still angry. Her eyes flashed and an eye of death condensed above her head. Using the eye of death across space would change according to the distance. However, Qi Xuanyue's actual body was here, so the power of the eye of death was at its peak. As soon as the eye of death appeared, an aura of death spread out. Then, Yi Xian's body began to decay and turn into nothingness. Your will of death was useless against me back then. Do you think it will still be effective today? After Yi Xian finished speaking, unicorn vital energy surged out of his body and protected his body. In the next moment, Qi Xuanyue's will of death was useless against him. You are indeed capable. Since that's the case, I'll kill you with my own hands. When Qi Xianyue saw that the eye of death was ineffective, she immediately took out a white longsword. She turned into a ray of white light and shot towards Yi Xian. Her speed far exceeded that of a third-level Samsara realm expert. Even a fourth-level Samsara realm expert could not compare to her. Her speed was comparable to a fifth-level Samsara realm expert. Qi Xianyue has lived for so many years. She has absorbed countless amounts of will of death and condensed it. However, she has always suppressed her cultivation level to third-level Samsara realm. Therefore, her cultivation level is extremely powerful. I'm afraid that she can fight someone who is 2 levels higher than her. After thinking about it, Yi Xian immediately gave the order to his 3 generals. Kill. As only half a day had passed since the battle, the skeletal king's grip of hell, undying fighting soul, and Yi Xian's feast of killing could not be used. However, Yi Xian was determined to kill Qi Xianyue. Old witch, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Take this. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He immediately marked Qi Xianyue with a death hunt command. His next attack would deal more damage to Qi Xianyue. What Yi Xian was going to use next was one of his shocking trump cards. Unicorn's Descent. Previously, Unicorn's Descent and Sky-Shattering Meteor Slash were off cooldown. However, after the killing intent value reached the upper limit, Yi Xian devoured all the treasures he had stored up. Not only did he break through to the Samsara realm, but his 2 trump cards were also restored. Qi Xuanyue's strength was not to be underestimated. Yi Xian did not want to waste time with her and decided to kill her first. However, Qi Xianyue was not that easy to deal with. What? Just as Qi Xianyue was about to come into contact with the old tree and the skeletal king, a flaming hoof formed above her head. She was shocked. She looked up and saw the flaming hoof coming down rapidly. Immediately, she executed her secret skill. Death Bridge. Boom. Raging flames ignited. The flaming hoof stepped on the ground, but it did not hurt Qi Xianyue. Ever since Yi Xian merged with the immortal I Unicorn bloodline, Unicorn's Descent had never failed and had never disappointed Yi Xian. However, this time, the first attack missed. That is, Yi Xian, who maintained his eye of revelation, realized that Qi Xianyue suddenly disappeared at the critical moment and reappeared from the death eye. She was indeed capable. Chapter 1519. The Bridge of Death had to be used in conjunction with the Eye of Death. Furthermore, she had only recently comprehended it and could only be used at close range. Otherwise, she would have been able to break through the void half a day ago. At that time, it wouldn't be the Will of Death clone, but her actual body. However, this wasn't the end. Don't be hasty, there's still one more attack. Yi Xian quickly regained his senses and once again formed a flaming hoof on top of the Eye of Death's head. This time, Qi Xianyue was already prepared. She immediately retreated after sensing the aura. Boom! The flaming hoof landed and crushed the Eye of Death. After the Eye of Death collapsed, it was immediately incinerated by Unicorn's vital energy, leaving nothing behind. Although Qi Xianyue dodged the attack again, the remaining power of the Qilin's descent had injured her. The Qilин's genuine energy had broken through her defense, and the clothes on her back, as well as her flesh, were instantly burned. However, with the help of the profound life Qi, Qi Xianyue was unharmed. What exactly is this kid's vital energy? The damage it inflicted on me is beyond imagination. Qi Xianyue was shocked. From the very beginning, she had felt that Yi Xian's vital energy was very strange. Now, it seemed that she was right. However, she didn't have time to think about it because the old tree and the skeletal king were already charging towards her. Since I can't get it, I'll kill you. Qi Xuanyue's eyes were filled with killing intent as she looked at the skeletal king who had broken through to the third level of the samsara realm. All of this was caused by the skeletal king. When Yi Xian saw the old tree and the skeletal king fighting with Qi Xianyue, he couldn't help but think to himself, although this girl is only at the third level of the samsara realm, her actual combat strength is probably at the fifth level of the samsara realm. No wonder she can dominate the Xian death battlefield. The fifth level of the samsara stage was 4 levels higher than him. Based on his current strength, he was still no match for the fifth level of the samsara stage. Therefore, he didn't want to participate in this battle. He just wanted to hide. Dark Night Sky Curtain. Immediately, he used this move and disappeared into the darkness. With the buff from Assassinate, his movement speed and combat power had both increased. He then hid in the distance and used Eye of Insight to observe the situation. On the other side, the old tree, the skeletal king, and Wei Zhentian, who were also at the third level of the samsara realm, had joined forces to fight Qi Xianyue. Qi Xuanyue's attacks were very powerful and could kill opponents of the same level instantly. However, Old Tree and the other two had the immortal phoenix bloodline, so Qi Xianyue couldn't kill them in one hit. What about that kid? Qi Xianyue suddenly realized that something was wrong. Yi Xian was gone. However, Yi Xian, who was at the first level of the samsara realm, was not a threat to her. Even if she launched a sneak attack, it would not be of much use. However, Yi Xian did not intend to launch a sneak attack on her. Yi Xian's plan was to let the old tree and the skeletal monarch exhaust the other party. Although they were at the same level, Qi Xuanyue's strength was indeed terrifying. If the old tree and the other two did not have the immortal phoenix bloodline, they would have died more than 10 times. In these dozens of rounds, Qi Xianyue did not use any of her trump cards. She was only exhausting her true qi. She was looking for an opportunity to kill everyone in one hit. Old tree, be careful. She has formed another Eye of Death in the sky. Yi Xian reminded them. This Eye of Death was hidden very well and its aura was very weak. Therefore, the old tree and the other two did not notice it. However, with Yi Xian backing them, what were they afraid of? Qi Xianyue blocked the attacks of the old tree and the skeletal king while gathering the will of death. After a few seconds, she could not help but smile slightly. The time had come. Gaze of Death. Qi Xuanyue's eyes shone brightly. At the same time, the Eye of Death in the sky emitted a powerful aura of death. Two strange energies shrouded the old tree and the skeletal king. When they reacted, half of their bodies had already decayed. This is what you get for going against me. Qi Xianyue was full of confidence and muttered in her heart. Unfortunately, she had always wanted to subdue the skeletal king but had no way to do so. Therefore, she could only kill the skeletal king. In the blink of an eye, the old tree and the skeletal king were turned into ashes. Not only that, but even the heaven-shaking sword was also turned into ashes. The battle ended in an instant. Qi Xianyue watched the two disappear. After a short pause, she was ready to find Yi Xian. However, When she was looking around, two auras suddenly appeared out of nowhere, which gave her a fright. Ding! Spirit of Ashes is dead. Ding! Skeletal King is dead. Ding! Wei Zhentian is dead. Ding! Spirit of Ashes is resurrected. Ding! Skeletal King is resurrected. Ding! Wei Zhentian is resurrected. In an instant, the three of them attacked again and caught Qi Xianyue off guard. Qi Xianyue was shocked when she saw the three unscathed old tree charging at her from afar. She exclaimed, "How is this possible?" The Eyes of Death was her ultimate move. Even a level 5 Samsara realm expert would not be able to withstand this attack. However, how could the two level 3 Samsara realm experts, the old tree and the skeletal king, be unscathed? Ha ha ha, do you think that you can kill us with that kind of trick? The old tree's arrogant voice rang out. Then, he flashed in front of Qi Xianyue and launched an attack. Then, the skeletal king, who was holding the heaven-shaking sword, charged at her. In that case, I will kill you all again. Qi Xianyue did not believe it. She consumed a large amount of Will of Death and used her trump card. Gaze of Death. Two more Wills of Death enveloped the old tree and the skeletal king. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian heard a series of system notifications. Ding! Spirit of Ashes is dead. Ding! Skeletal King is dead. Ding! Wei Zhentian is dead. Ding! Spirit of Ashes is resurrected. Ding! Skeletal King is resurrected. Ding! Wei Zhentian is resurrected. The three unscathed old tree charged at her from afar as though they had cheated. Bitch, no matter how many times you attack us, we will not die. The old tree could not help but curse. Death was a luxury to him. Ever since Yi Xian refined him into a magical weapon, he was immortal and indestructible. It felt great to fight with an immortal body. Impossible, it is impossible that you are still alive. Qi Xianyue widened her eyes in disbelief. How could they appear after being killed by the gaze of death twice? Could it be that this was an illusion? That was impossible. I don't believe that I can't kill you all. Qi Xianyue used the gaze of death again. Ding! Spirit of Ashes is resurrected. Ding! Skeletal King is resurrected. Ding! Wei Zhentian is resurrected. Several system notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. Then, the three unscathed old tree were resurrected again. TSK, TSK, TSK. If this continues, her spirit will collapse first. Chapter 1520. Just think about it. If he were to exchange blows with an undying and indestructible person, he would be able to kill his opponent over and over again. However, his opponent would be revived over and over again. Over time, his entire body would become numb, and he would start to reveal flaws. Qi Xianyue was so fast that the Skeleton King could not lock onto her at all. He had been waiting for an opportunity to use the sky-shattering meteor slash. If only he had the grasp of the underworld and the flaming sun rope. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not know that Qi Xianyue would come, so he let the old tree and the Skeleton King use them. Otherwise, he would have let the old tree and the Skeleton King use their skills to deal with Qi Xianyue. After killing the old tree 3 times, Qi Xianyue did not dare to use the death gaze again. The death gaze consumed too much of the will of death. After 3 times, she had used up the will of death that she had absorbed for nearly 1,000 years. Most importantly, it was useless and wasted. Therefore, she was thinking of a countermeasure. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Qi Xuanyue's mind. By the way, after the old man and the Skeleton King died, they would resurrect not far away and kill me. Could it be? Qi Xianyue thought of this. She guessed that the resurrection of the old tree and the Skeleton King must have something to do with Yi Xian who had disappeared. Immediately, she moved quickly and looked around, trying to find Yi Xian. You found me? You're too naive. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the dark, smirked and launched an attack at Qi Xianyue. Found you. Qi Xianyue sensed the aura and quickly attacked Yi Xian. But at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly broke through the void and appeared on the other side. When Qi Xianyue was fighting the old tree and the Skeleton King, Yi Xian had set up several void locators here. It was impossible for Qi Xianyue to find him. Damn it, come out. Qi Xianyue cursed and gathered the will of death again. This time, she was not going to use the death gaze, but to resurrect the dead. The earth began to tremble. Countless corpses and broken limbs broke out of the ground and then reassembled. Naive woman, do you think you can catch me like this? Yi Xian still showed a sarcastic expression and killed the battle corpses. He fought Qi Xianyue in a battle of attrition and again. At that time, Yi Xian might be able to reach the upper limit of his killing intent once more. He hadn't tried to reach it twice in the same realm. Moreover, could Qi Xianyue hold on for 3 days under the joint attack of the old tree and the Skeleton King? After all, Qi Xianyue did not have the immortal phoenix bloodline. Even if she had a lot of death intent, it was impossible for her to run out of true qi, profound life qi, and profound death qi. Damn it, what should I do? Qi Xianyue cursed in her heart. She could not think of a way to end the battle in front of her. She was the most powerful person in the Xian death battlefield. She could not even find a first-level Samsara realm brat. How humiliating. Fortunately, there was no one watching the battle, so no one knew that she had embarrassed herself. Bastard, the next time I see you, I'll send you on your way. Qi Xianyue cursed and turned to leave. Her speed was so fast that even the old tree and the Skeleton King could not catch up with her. The most powerful person in the Xian death battlefield. She lived up to her name. Ha, she was actually beaten away. The old tree could not help but laugh out loud. Before Qi Xianyue could run far, he hurriedly shouted, Qi Xianyue, don't you want to know where your brother is? Qi Xianyue, who was running away, stopped in her tracks. She asked in shock, what did you say? Brother? Someone actually knew that she had a brother? How was that possible? Her brother, Qi Tianrui, had already reincarnated before the Xianyu tomb was built. However, his whereabouts were still unknown. No one knew if he had not awakened or if he had died. Even her confidant, the burly man with the white bone broadsword, didn't know about this matter. She only asked the burly man to find a person. The burly man did not know that the person he was looking for was Qi Xuanyue's brother. After all, he did not even know her name. He only knew that she was the Lord of the Death Abyss and the most powerful person in the Xian death battlefield. Ha, you must be wondering how I know this secret. The old tree laughed loudly. Who are you? Qi Xianyue asked subconsciously. At this time, she was wondering if the old tree knew this secret because he knew her brother. The old tree did not answer her question. He continued, it doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that your brother, Qi Tianrui, is dead. Dead? When Qi Xianyue heard these 2 words, her body trembled violently. Just now, she had some doubts about the authenticity of the old tree's words. However, when she heard the name Qi Tianrui, she believed most of it. How did he die? Qi Xuanyue's eyes were burning with anger. Suddenly, she had a bad feeling. Of course he was killed by me. And let me tell you, he died in the mystic moon tomb you built. On the day you descended, he was killed by me before the coffin was opened. His body was incinerated by me. The old tree told the truth directly. The Xianyu tomb. Qi Xianyue could not accept this fact. She had been looking for Qi Tianrui for thousands of years. She did not expect that he would appear in the Xianyu tomb that day. He did it on purpose. The old tree must have done it on purpose. I'll kill you. Qi Xianyue was furious. She suddenly turned around and attacked the old tree. Good timing. Seeing that he had successfully infuriated Qi Xianyue, the old tree immediately joined forces with the Skeleton King. In an instant, Qi Xianyue fought with the 2 again. This time, she was successfully infuriated, so her emotions were a little unstable. This was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. However, Qi Xianyue was an expert of her generation. She quickly regained her composure. A dead person could not be resurrected. She could not do anything to the old tree and the skeleton king now. It would be a waste of time to continue fighting. I'll find a way to kill you. In the end, Qi Xianyue decided to leave. With her speed, she disappeared into the sky. Looking at her back, the old tree could not help but ask in his mind, "Young master, what should we do now?" She should have returned to the death abyss. Let's go after her. We can kill her when our skills recover. Chapter 1521. Qi Xianyue had the death hunting order on her, so Yi Xian would not lose track of her. As long as his skill recovered, he would have a much higher chance of killing her. Just as Yi Xian had predicted, Qi Xianyue was returning to the death abyss. She had gathered all the experts here to find Yi Xian. The death abyss was the most dangerous place in the death battlefield. Moreover, this was not the reason why Qi Xianyue lived here. The death abyss was filled with dead creatures, such as walking corpses and skeletons. Any living creature that entered the death abyss would automatically revive after death. At the same time, the death abyss was filled with mysterious death energy. If one did not have some tricks up their sleeves, even a Samsara realm expert could die after staying in there for a long time. However, this was an excellent place for Qi Xianyue, who possessed the eyes of death. Here, she could continuously gather the will of death and become stronger. If no experts came, her position as the #1 expert in the death battlefield would be secured. In the previous battle, Qi Xianyue had exhausted a large amount of will of death. Therefore, she had to replenish it this time. As for how to replenish it, she would absorb the dead creatures. However, not long after she returned, Yi Xian and the others also hurried over. This is really a good place. If we kill our way in, our killing intent will definitely increase by a large amount. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The death abyss looked very desolate. The air was filled with white fog. However, once someone entered, corpses and skeletons would crawl out from the ground and attack anyone who passed by. These corpses and skeletons were all warriors who had entered the death abyss without any regard for their lives. Normally, after a person died, their flesh would rot and leave behind only a skeleton. After being nourished by the mysterious death energy for many years, these skeletons were not weak. Some powerful people's flesh would rot more slowly after death. They were the walking corpses. These corpses were generally weaker than skeletons, but they would all turn into skeletons in the end. At this moment, Yi Xian discovered close to 10 skeletons in the area where his eyes of revelation swept past. Moreover, their realms were not low. Among them, 3 were at the Samsara realm. Ribs, before you became the skeleton king, you were also a skeleton, right? Yi Xian could not help but ask. After the skeleton king heard this, he nodded slightly, but he did not completely agree with this sentence. So that's how it is. You were an ape when you were alive, and after you died, you turned into white bones. You stayed near a strange or all year round, so you mutated into the skeleton king. Yi Xian immediately understood. The skeletal king was a heaven-reaching beast when it was alive. It was because of this that he was able to subdue the skeletal king. Didn't someone say that as long as we obtain the white-boned golden essence jade, the skeleton monarch will mutate again and become the ghost dome great emperor? The old tree could not help but ask. Yi Xian knew what the old tree meant. He nodded and said, yes, but it's not enough. This white-bone gold essence jade is a material used to forge Tier 8 divine weapons, and not just any Tier 8 divine weapons. It's very rare. I don't think there's any in the abyss of death. Hearing this, the skeleton king was a little discouraged. After all, who didn't want to become stronger? If it mutated again and became the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, its strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Yi Xian patted the skeleton king's rock shoulder and said, don't worry, I'll find you a piece in the future. Now, I'll help you take revenge. Back in the Penglai divine land, Yi Xian was almost killed by Qi Xuanyue's eyes of death. This was a grudge. In Xuanyue's tomb, Song Qingxing and the others were killed by Qi Xianyue. This was a second grudge. Qi Xianyue had suppressed the Skeleton King for thousands of years. This was a third grudge. These three grudges made Yi Xian determined to kill Qi Xianyue. At that moment, he led the old tree and the Skeleton King into the abyss of death. As soon as they entered, the corpses and bones broke out of the ground. Trash, how dare you block our way? You're courting death. Without saying a word, the old tree flashed out and burned the undead creatures one by one. The Skeleton King also smashed the undead creatures, blocking their way into meat paste or bone dust. With the two of them around, Yi Xian didn't need to do anything. In the depths of the abyss of death, there was a scarlet kill floating. That was Yi Xian's target, Qi Xianyue. Qi Xianyue hasn't moved. She's probably still recovering. I have to deal with her as soon as possible. I can't let her recover. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, a day had passed since the last battle in the city, so the grasp of the underworld, the undying battle soul, and the other skills had already recovered. This time, Yi Xian wanted to kill Qi Xianyue for revenge. They quickly headed into the depths of the abyss of death. The undead creatures along the way couldn't stop them at all. However, in addition to the undead creatures, there were many of Qi Xuanyue's subordinates in the abyss of death. These people were guarding a section of the abyss of death. At this moment, Yi Xian stepped into the first stage. He was a third-level Samsara realm expert. However, the burly man with the bone blade had died at the hands of the Skeleton King. This person was naturally not a match for the skeleton and was instantly killed. His interspatial ring naturally fell into Yi Xian's hands. The old tree's Skeleton King and Wei Zhintian can't increase their cultivation anymore. Once they devour, they will break through to the fourth level of the Samsara realm, exceeding the upper limit of the abyss of death battlefield. At that time, they won't be able to make a move. When he thought of this, Yi Xian suppressed his urge and threw the ring into the devouring space. If it wasn't for the rule of the abyss of death battlefield, Yi Xian would have advanced to the second level of the Samsara realm before killing Qi Xianyue. Qi Xianyue was the strongest person in the abyss of death battlefield. However, she didn't have many experts under her command. The few third-level Samsara realm experts she had were directly killed by the old tree and the Skeleton King. Soon, Yi Xian and the other two arrived at the depths of the abyss of death. There was a sinister mountain of white bones here and Qi Xianyue was inside it. Let's see how you're going to survive today once the cooldown of a few skills are restored. Yi Xian thought to himself as he immediately sent out the Skeleton King and Wei Zhintian. Wei Zhintian immediately transformed into a gigantic hammer that was thousands of meters long. The Skeleton King wielded the hammer and smashed it down on the mountain of white bones. Bang! The hammer was like a meteorite crashing down and instantly caused the entire mountain of white bones to collapse. However, Qi Xianyue already knew that Yi Xian was here. Naturally, she wouldn't be hit by the hammer. Countless white bones in the mountain of white bones were smashed into pieces by the hammer. The bone powder spread out and enveloped Yi Xian and the other two. I didn't expect you to dare to come to the abyss of death. Since that's the case, you can sleep here forever. Chapter 1522. Even without the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian could use the death hunting order to capture Qi Xianyue. Therefore, he broke through the void and arrived at the middle section of the death abyss. The old tree and the Skeletal King also launched an attack. Yi Xian felt that Qi Xianyue must have something to rely on since she was waiting for him. Therefore, he had to be careful. An eye of death condensed in the sky. However, Yi Xian had already used the dark night sky screen and concealed himself. The eye of death couldn't find him. In the blink of an eye, the old tree and the Skeletal King had already started fighting with Qi Xianyue. This time, Qi Xianyue didn't want to delay any longer and directly used a huge amount of death will. The eye of death suddenly turned around and landed on an empty ground. Then, the ground of the death abyss trembled and cracked open a canyon. What's going on? Yi Xian was shocked. Then, he felt waves of powerful auras. These auras were so powerful that they made his heart palpitate. 5th level Samsara realm? No, 6th level Samsara realm. Yi Xian was shocked. Back in the city, Qi Xuanyue's death will had revived a 5th level Samsara realm battle corpse. However, it was quickly dealt with. Now, there were 6th level Samsara realm battle corpses here. Most importantly, there was more than one of them. This is crazy. Is this in accordance with the rules of the Death Abyss battlefield? Yi Xian couldn't believe it. The Death Abyss battlefield didn't allow experts above the 4th level Samsara realm to fight. However, these were dead people. Therefore, the 3 administrators tacitly agreed that this was in accordance with the rules. The Death Abyss used to continuously revive the dead. I spent a lot of effort to seal them underground. Let's see how you're going to escape today. Qi Xuanyue's confident voice reverberated in the Death Abyss. At the same time, it also entered the ears of Yi Xian and the others. Tch, Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. It seemed that Qi Xuanyue didn't know what he was capable of. Eye of the Void. Yi Xian tore through the void and arrived at the entrance of the Abyss of Death. Qi Xuanyue had resurrected such powerful battle corpses and skeletons just to find Yi Xian. She thought that Yi Xian's abilities were similar to her Bridge of Death, where he could only move for short distances. Little did she know that the distance of the Eye of the Void was far beyond her imagination. As for the old tree and the skeletal monarch, they stayed in the Abyss of Death to fight the resurrected battle corpses and skeletons. I really don't know where this bitch gets her confidence from. She wants to capture the young master with this kind of method? I'm dying of laughter. Old tree's mocking laughter fell into Qi Xuanyue's ears. Qi Xuanyue didn't believe it. She controlled the battle corpses to search for Yi Xian in the Death Abyss. But after searching for a long time, there was still no news. On the other hand, the old tree and the skeleton emperor killed a lot of battle corpses and bones. Where is he? Qi Xuanyue was shocked. She naturally didn't know that Yi Xian was watching from outside the Abyss of Death. Although Yi Xian's eye of revelation couldn't see inside, he could share his vision with the old tree and the skeletal monarch to give orders. However, under the siege of so many powerful battle forces, the old tree and the skeletal monarch couldn't help but be killed once. Ding! The ash spirit has been resurrected. Ding! The skeletal monarch has been resurrected. Ding! Wei Zhentian has been resurrected. Hearing this, Yi Xian quickly broke through the void and let the old tree and the other 2 enter. Now, Qi Xuanyue understood that she couldn't deal with Yi Xian and the others with her own methods. What should I do? Qi Xuanyue gritted her teeth. She was so angry that she was about to explode. The old tree had killed her brother, Qi Tianrui. How could she not take revenge? She was already at her wit's end. She had even summoned a 6th level Samsara realm battle corpse. With so many battle forces, it was enough to wipe out the entire Xian death battlefield. However, they couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. Damn it, he must be outside the Abyss of Death, Qi Xuanyue cursed in her heart. These battle corpses and white bones could only be summoned from the Abyss of Death. Otherwise, she would have already conquered the Xian death battlefield. However, Qi Xuanyue had miscalculated this time. What she miscalculated wasn't Yi Xian, but something else. Rumble. Just as the old tree and the skeletal monarch were being attacked, the ground of the Abyss of Death suddenly shook violently. What was going on? Qi Xuanyue was shocked. She didn't use the will of death to resurrect, and there shouldn't be anything down there. Why was the ground shaking violently again? Not only that, but even Yi Xian, who was outside the Abyss of Death, felt the ground shaking. Using the shared vision of the old tree and the skeletal monarch, he saw a huge figure rising from the valley that was rapidly splitting open. Bone Dragon. It was a bone dragon. This bone dragon was huge, and its body was probably more than 10,000 meters long. However, as only a skeleton was left, no one knew what kind of dragon it was when it was alive. Most importantly, what was the origin of this bone dragon? Qi Xianyue looked at the terrifyingly huge bone dragon and felt her heart palpitate for some reason. This bone dragon's cultivation level had probably surpassed the 6th level of the Samsara realm, or even the 7th or 8th level. Or the 9th level of the Samsara realm. After the bone dragon appeared, the surroundings changed. The battle corpses and white bones were originally under Qi Xuanyue's control, but now, they were all out of her control. What's going on? I can't control them. Qi Xianyue widened her eyes. She had the will of death, but she couldn't control these corpses. Could it be? Qi Xianyue suddenly thought of something. When she found the abyss of death, it was very strange. Any living thing that died in the abyss of death would be resurrected and wander around the abyss of death. Could it be that this kind of phenomenon was caused by this bone dragon? While she was still in shock, the huge bone dragon suddenly turned around and 2 balls of will-o'-the-wisps appeared in its empty eye sockets. Then, it swung its long tail that was filled with countless spikes. Bang! Qi Xuanyue's body was hit by the bone dragon's tail, and her body exploded. Her heart also exploded at this moment. Dead. This scene stunned the old tree and the skeleton king. Qi Xianyue, whom they couldn't do anything to, was killed in an instant. Her heart had exploded, and even the mysterious life Qi couldn't heal it. However, Qi Xuanyue's head was still there. Ding! Revenge mission failed. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. In an instant, Yi Xian reacted and shouted, "Old tree, quickly take away the eyes of death. The ribs will attract the bone dragon's attention." Qi Xianyue was the target of his revenge mission, but now that she had died in the hands of the bone dragon, his mission couldn't be completed. Chapter 1523. Roar. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the skeletal king immediately roared and dashed over, slashing the skeletal dragon with its sword. Although this slash did not break through the skeletal dragon's defense, it had attracted its attention. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The skeletal dragon swung its tail and viciously whipped the skeletal king. In the next moment, the skeletal king exploded. Fortunately, he had the immortal phoenix bloodline in his body, so his upper body was not too badly damaged and could be recovered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the old tree quickly flashed over and took Qi Xuanyue's eyes of death. Unfortunately, Qi Xuanyue's universe ring was destroyed by the skeletal dragon's tail and everything was sucked into the spatial crack. As the strongest person in the Xian death battlefield, Qi Xianyue had suppressed her cultivation to the 3rd level of the Samsara realm. Her wealth was probably unmatched. Unfortunately, it was destroyed in the hands of the skeletal dragon. The old tree quickly took the eyes of death, but at this moment, the skeletal dragon suddenly turned its head and extended its claws. Its target was the eyes of death. The skeletal dragon's claws were very fast and grabbed the old tree in the blink of an eye. However, before this, Yi Xian had already broken through the spatial door and appeared. "I'll take it." Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, the old tree was stored in the planting space along with the 2 eyes of death. "Let's go." At that moment, he quickly left. Whoosh! The spatial door closed and the skeletal dragon finally reacted. Qi Xianyue was also pitiful. Not only did she not succeed in her revenge, but she also woke up the skeletal dragon that was sleeping in the death abyss. Then, she was whipped to death by the skeletal dragon's tail. Most importantly, after her death, the eyes of death fell into the hands of Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian had already returned to the entrance of the death abyss. He looked at the huge skeletal dragon in front of him and could not help but shudder. He estimated that the skeletal dragon was at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. How dare he steal from a 9th level Samsara realm expert? He must be tired of living. After all, he was only at the 1st level of the Samsara realm. Fortunately, he had obtained the Death's Eye. This Azura's Eye is extremely rare. I never thought that I would be the one to obtain it. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and immediately devoured the 2 eyes of death. Ding! The host has consumed an eye of death. The strength of the mysterious death energy has increased. Ding! The host has consumed an eye of death. The strength of the mysterious death energy has increased. Ding! Host has devoured a pair of eyes of death. Celestial eyes have leveled up once. The immortal eye was the first evolution of the immortal eye unicorn bloodline. Yi Xian had also evolved after devouring 2 eyes of myriad, so Yi Xian wasn't too surprised. However, this was not the end. Ding! Death's eye shared with skeletal monarch. Ding! Skeletal monarch has learned death gaze. Ding! The host has unlocked the eye catalog. Currently, 2 types have been copied. They are the eyes of nature and the eyes of death. Who would have thought that the eye of death would be shared with the skeletal king? Not only that, the skeletal king had also learned a new skill. Death gaze. This was the skill that Qi Xianyue had used before, and it was quite powerful. Yi Xian glanced at it. If he used the eyes of death, it would consume his eye strength. If the skeletal king used the eyes of death and death gaze, it would consume the soul water in his soul pool. In addition, the army of the dead under the elegy of souls had disappeared, and now there was a new skill called Death Will. It could revive corpses that were lower in cultivation level than the host without any consumption. This skill made Yi Xian very happy. The skeletal king could revive corpses without limit in the future. Wasn't this too amazing? The previous army of the dead had consumed the soul water in his soul pool, but now the Death Will had no consumption. Of course, if he wanted to revive corpses that were higher in cultivation level than the host, it would consume the soul water just like the army of the dead. Amazing, this is really amazing. I can't believe such a change happened. Yi Xian was very happy. Then, he shifted his gaze to the pupil catalog and discovered that it recorded the eye of myriad forms and the eye of death. These were the 2 types of eyes that he had devoured so far. As long as he devoured one more, there would be a special reward. Although he didn't know what the reward would be, as long as it was a reward, Yi Xian would like it. This time, the skeletal king had undergone a small change, but Yi Xian also had the eyes of death. At that moment, he couldn't wait to use it. Suddenly, an eye of death appeared above his head, which was formed by true energy, the power of all things, and the profound death energy. However, this eye of death didn't store the death will, and Yi Xian didn't have any skills, so he could only use it for fun. However, he forgot that now was not the time to play around. Oh no, the skeletal dragon found out. Yi Xian scanned with his eye of revelation and found that the skeletal dragon had turned to look at him. Those empty eye sockets made his hair stand on end. Let's go. Although Yi Xian didn't care what the skeletal dragon was, he couldn't be bothered. He directly tore open the void and prepared to leave this dangerous place. However, just as Yi Xian was about to pass through the void door, he suddenly realized that in the distant sky, a huge eye with familiar patterns had formed. This time, it was the eyes of nature. Following that, the second and third eyes of myriad forms appeared. 3 eyes of nature and 3 managers. Yi Xian was shocked. This was the first time he had seen 3 eyes of nature at the same time. It seemed that these 3 managers were here to deal with the skeletal dragon. This skeletal dragon was suspected to be at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. Not to mention the profound death battlefield, even the rotating chakra battlefield would be disturbed. Therefore, they had to deal with it first to prevent future troubles. Before Yi Xian could react, the 3 eyes of nature attacked the skeletal dragon. Although they hadn't arrived in person, the strength of these 3 managers was extremely shocking. The 3 eyes of nature didn't move at all, but waves of energy were bombarding the skeletal dragon. Is this the strength of these 3 managers? I'm afraid that any one of their attacks can destroy a city. Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Fortunately, this attack wasn't meant to attack the city, but to kill the skeletal dragon that was a threat to the profound death battlefield. The skeletal dragon's defense was extremely shocking. After being bombarded by the three managers, it only shook continuously. There weren't any cracks on the skeletal dragon's bones. It swept towards one of the eyes of nature and violently swung its body, whipping its dragon tail at it. Pang! One of the eyes of nature collapsed, but it reformed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1524. Bang! 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 3 waves of energy attacked from 3 different directions, causing the bone dragon's head to tremble. After a few rounds, cracks appeared on the bone dragon's head. What was surprising was that this bone dragon was actually not stupid. It even knew how to escape. However, there were 3 managers present. Where could it escape to? The 3 managers mainly wandered around the Samsara battlefield. They would occasionally come to the Xian death battlefield. The Samsara battlefield was more than 100 times bigger than the Xian death battlefield. Most of them would be able to turn around. How could the bone dragon escape? Soon, the bone dragon's head exploded under the crazy attacks of the 3 managers. It fell from the sky and smashed into the death abyss. In fact, Yi Xian really wanted to snatch the bone dragon's corpse. If he could devour the bone dragon, he would be able to jump several levels. However, 2 of the 3 managers were not in the reincarnation fox's camp. What if he was killed instantly? After the bone dragon died, 3 more eyes opened in the sky. This time, it was the reincarnation eye. It seemed that the 3 managers had already informed the 3 leaders. Then, 6 figures condensed and took shape. Although I don't know what the bone dragon was when it was alive, I estimate that it has been dead for more than 30,000 years, said the reincarnation city master. If it was at the peak of the samsara realm after death, it must have been at the undead realm when it was alive. How could an undead realm dragon die here? Don't you two know? Reincarnation supremacy turned around in shock. If we knew, we would have divided the bone dragon between us, replied the reincarnation city master. Then, how should we deal with this bone dragon? Reincarnation supremacy's eyes lit up. This was the bone dragon of an undead realm. If he could obtain it, he might be able to break through to the undead realm. At this moment, the reincarnation fox, who had been silent, suddenly looked at the reincarnation city master. They were good friends who had been together for more than 10,000 years. Reincarnation supremacy had only appeared for a few decades. Therefore, they naturally would not share the bone dragon with him. You two are going to, reincarnation supremacy reacted and said in shock. However, in the next moment, the reincarnation fox and the reincarnation city master attacked. Bang! The eye of reincarnation was blasted apart. Not only that, but the eye of Myriad from reincarnation venerable's camp was also destroyed. After all, they had just risen up not too long ago, and their strength was the weakest. If they faced one of them, they would not be able to win, let alone 2 of them working together. They were directly beaten to the point that they did not even have the strength to fight back. Just as reincarnation supremacy's eyes of reincarnation and his subordinates' eyes of Myriad disappeared, another opening appeared in the sky. This time, it was a different eye. Then, a young man came out of the eye. I want the dragon tail. Samsara city master said. No need. The reincarnation fox shook his head and glanced at the young man. Instantly, the young man knew what to do. The young man leaped onto the dragon bone. Then, a stream of primary energy gushed out and cut the extremely hard dragon bone into 2 halves. Of course, it was impossible to do it with true chi, so the young man used another method. Tearing space apart. Yi Xian, who had broken through the void and arrived at the battlefield, happened to witness this scene. This is, the spatial eye. Yi Xian's eyes widened. The young man was from the Fox clan, and he possessed the rare spatial eye. This was an ability that allowed one to break through the void in advance. Just now, he had used this ability to directly break through space, and then used the power of space to divide the entire dragon bone into 2 equal parts. Alright, then I'll take my leave first. Samsara City Master nodded in satisfaction. After he finished speaking, he ordered his subordinate, the Eye of Myriad, to take half of the dragon bone and leave. The reincarnation fox's side was much simpler. With the young man with the spatial eye, they only had to put the dragon bone into their interspatial ring and break through the void to return. However, the reincarnation fox did not intend to leave now. The middle-aged man with the spatial eye of Myriad had already told the reincarnation fox what had happened here. Therefore, the reincarnation fox was aware of the situation here. She did not expect to find a dragon bone that was still at the peak of the 9th level of the samsara realm after death. Your strength has indeed improved quickly. There is no place for you to train in the Xian death battlefield. Come to the 100 Fox Manor. The reincarnation fox said to Yi Xian. Alright, this junior will leave now. Yi Xian replied. No need. Zhuang Fei, bring him along. After the reincarnation fox finished speaking, she disappeared from the world. The young man from the Fox clan kept the dragon bone into his interspatial ring and landed beside Yi Xian with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a spatial door appeared in front of Yi Xian. This technique, Yi Xian had a strange feeling in his heart. After all, he also had the Eye of the Void. However, this was not the ability of the Eye of Control. The young man from the Fox clan called Zhuang Fei had the spatial eye. This spatial eye was much more useful than the Eye of the Void. Young man, go in. Zhuang Fei said to Yi Xian. Yes, senior. Yi Xian nodded and passed through the spatial door. Zhuang Fei looked like a young man, but he could not be that young. Furthermore, his strength was estimated to be at the 8th level of the samsara realm or even the 9th level. In any case, he was much stronger than him. While Yi Xian and the reincarnation fox were conversing, Reincarnation Supremacy, who had lost his eye of reincarnation, was throwing a tantrum in his residence. Damn it! If I had that dragon bone, I might have been able to break through to the imperishable stage. Reincarnation Supremacy muttered through gritted teeth, Reincarnation Fox, Reincarnation City Lord, you have ostracized me time and time again. I will definitely have my revenge. After he finished speaking, he took out a thumb-sized object from his interspatial ring. This little object looked like a purple spider, but it had a pair of wings. Reincarnation Supremacy's eyes flickered a few times before he threw the little purple spider into the sky and let it leave. Just wait and see. In the abyss of death, Yi Xian arrived in front of a continuous mountain range after passing through the spatial door. As soon as he passed through, he felt an enormous amount of yuan qi. The 100 Fox Manor was built in this mountain range. So this is the 100 Fox Manor. Yi Xian could not help but swallow his saliva. He immediately released Luo Luo and the others. Although the old tree and the skeletal king were strong, they were not strong enough in the 100 Fox Manor. Come in. Zhuang Fei's voice suddenly rang out. Yi Xian and the others turned their heads to look, only to discover that Zhuang Fei had opened another spatial door and entered. Chapter 1525. There were only 3 words on the door of the palace. Reincarnation Palace. Then, Zhuang Fei added, the villa master is inside. You may enter. After saying that, he flew away from this place. Yi Xian guessed that they were in the depths of 100 Fox Manor. After all, the villa master was here. Luo Luo, open the door. Yi Xian said to Luo Luo. Okay. Luo Luo nodded obediently. Then, she walked forward and opened the door of the reincarnation palace. However, before her little hand could touch the door opened by itself. Yi Xian and the others looked over and saw a white figure in the palace. It was a 9-tailed fox with gray fur. Before she could turn around, the blood in Luolua's body suddenly boiled. My bloodline, Luolua's eyes widened. Her bloodline was boiling because of the gray 9-tailed fox in front of her. This was a bloodline connection. Yi Xian and the others were shocked. Luo Luo was born in Silverwing City of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty on the main continent of the Bloodstone continent. How could she have a bloodline connection with this person? At this time, Yi Xian had also guessed that this gray nine-tailed fox was the villa master of 100 Fox Manor, the reincarnation fox. You're here. The reincarnation fox turned around. Yi Xian and the others had seen her face before, so they recognized her. Greetings, senior. Yi Xian and the others hurriedly cupped their fists and greeted her. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Take a seat first. I'll tell you slowly. The reincarnation fox sat on the main seat in the palace. Yi Xian and the others also sat down and waited quietly. The reincarnation fox paused and looked at them. I'm Hu Xing, the villa master of 100 Fox Manor. What about you? I'm Luo Luo. Luo Luo answered directly. You must want to fully unlock your inherited memory, right? Hu Xing said to Luo Luo. Yes. Luo Luo nodded obediently. She was also guessing what kind of person she was in her previous life. However, at this moment, Hu Xinger suddenly shook her head and said, I'm sorry, I can't help you completely unlock your inherited memories right now. When she heard this, Luo Luo asked in surprise, why? Yi Xian and the others were also very puzzled. It was just a legacy memory, so why couldn't they help to fully unlock it? Was there a problem? Luo Luo has the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in her body. This bloodline is very special. Once the inherited memories are completely unlocked, the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in her body will be completely activated. Do you know how many times Luo Luo has reincarnated? Hu Xing, suddenly asked. How many times have you been reincarnated? This question stunned Yi Xian and the others. Could it be that Luo Luo had reincarnated more than once? Is this the second time? Luo Luo tried to guess. No, you have already reincarnated 8 times. You are now in your 9th life. Hu Xing shook her head and said. As soon as he said this, Yi Xian and the others were shocked again. 8 times? Luo Luo had already reincarnated 8 times and was now in her 9th life? This was a little too shocking. Reincarnation 8 times, 9 lives as a human. Even a samsara expert might not be able to do it. After all, the first reincarnation was easier, but the second reincarnation would be more difficult than the first, and so on. An ordinary person would reincarnate at most 3 times. On the 4th time, there was a possibility that the reincarnation would fail and disappear from the world, let alone Luo Luo who had reincarnated 8 times. Moreover, the most important thing was that after reincarnation, one would not be reborn immediately. Instead, one would wander between heaven and earth, waiting for the right time to be reborn. This process could take a day, 10 days, a month, a year, or even a few decades. I have reincarnated 8 times. Luo Luo did not dare to believe it. She was only 17 years old, but she knew that she had already lived 9 lives. This was not something an ordinary person could accept. The heaven-loathing fox bloodline in your body forced you to reincarnate before the age of 18. This is because when you turn 18, you will welcome a powerful heavenly tribulation. Hu Xing nodded. Heaven-loathing fox bloodline, heavenly tribulation. Luo Luo was stunned again. However, Yi Xian immediately reacted. No wonder it is called the heaven-loathing fox bloodline. Is it not tolerated by the heavens? That's right. Luolua's bloodline is the most powerful bloodline in the 100 Fox Manor. Even I am ashamed of my inferiority. Moreover, every time she reincarnates, she will maintain the heaven-loathing fox bloodline. Even if she is reborn in a human body, she will mutate and be reactivated. Hu Xing replied. Hearing her words, it seemed that the heavenly tribulation was extremely powerful. At least, it was something that Luo Luo could not withstand. In that case, every time Luo Luo turns 18, she will have to withstand the heavenly tribulation. Then, her soul will be destroyed and she will reincarnate again. Yi Xian said with a frown. During her first reincarnation, I was seriously injured in order to protect her. This caused my cultivation to be stuck in the reincarnation realm, unable to enter the imperishable realm. After that, I reincarnated before she turned 18, which is when the heaven-loathing fox bloodline was fully activated. This way, the heavenly tribulation would not descend. Hu Xing said with a helpless expression. If it was not for this, she would have broken through to the imperishable realm. Manor Master, when Luoluo heard that Hu Xing was unable to break through because of her, the corners of her eyes immediately moistened. When Yi Xian heard this, he and Old Tree looked at each other. Hu Xing did not hesitate to be injured to protect Luoluo. It seemed that Luoluo held a very high position in her heart. Perhaps, before Yi Xian could continue thinking, Hu Xing said, "This is the most basic responsibility of a mother." As expected. As soon as these words were spoken, many of their doubts were resolved. Yi Xian had previously guessed that Luoluo might be Hu Xing's direct descendant. That was why they could sense each other's bloodline. Now, it seemed that it was indeed so. The manor master of the 100 Fox Manor, Hu Xing, was actually Luoluo's biological mother. Luoluo was also stunned. She also thought that she was Hu Xing's descendant. She did not expect that she was Hu Xing's daughter. Your inherited memories from your previous 8 lives have not been activated, so it is normal that you do not know, Hu Xing said. After pausing for a moment, Luoluo could not help but cry. She threw herself into Hu Xing's arms and murmured, "Mother." Hu Xing was Luoluo's real mother. When Luoluo was in danger, it was reasonable for her to be heavily injured and help her block the heavenly tribulation. However, how could they solve the problem of the heavenly fox bloodline? Yi Xian was also worried about Luoluo. After all, Luoluo was already 17 years old. There was only 1 year left before she turned 18. He knew that even if he did not bring Luoluo here, Hu Xing would find Luoluo and reincarnate her again. However, the 9th reincarnation would not be so easy. Senior, can Luoluo's heavenly fox bloodline be suppressed? Yi Xian asked. I have thought of ways to suppress it before, but it has never succeeded. Her father left the 100 Fox Manor to find the fox ancestor because of this. After all, the Fox clan in the glazed light sacred ground are all descendants of the fox ancestor. As an ancestor, there might be a way to suppress the heavenly fox bloodline. However, Luoluo's father has not been found. Even he has not heard of him. I don't know if. Hu Xing sighed. Then, Luoluo can only reincarnate again? Yi Xian frowned. There is less than a year left. I am afraid that is the only way. However, reincarnation is more difficult than the previous one. The previous few times, I invited the Reincarnation City Lord and spent a lot of effort to successfully reincarnate after wandering between heaven and earth for 100 years. This time, I estimate that I only have a 20% chance. Hu Xing sighed again. A 20% chance of success was 1 in 5. This was too small. Chapter 1526. I do have an independent space. If Luoluo enters it, I don't know if she can survive the heavenly tribulation, Yi Xian suddenly said. The independent space he was talking about was the plantation space. Luoluo usually cultivated in his plantation space. I guessed that too. However, I asked Zhuang Fei to open up a space, but the heavenly tribulation still came. I don't dare to take the risk. Hu Xing shook her head. Zhuang Fei was the 9-tailed fox who had the eye of space. However, the space he opened up was different from Yi Xian's system space. However, Yi Xian didn't dare to take the risk. What if the system space also had a heavenly tribulation? Wouldn't Luoluo be in trouble then? How powerful is the heavenly tribulation? Can you survive it if you break through to the imperishable stage? Yi Xian asked again. The first heavenly tribulation is equivalent to the full power attack of a 9th level Samsara realm expert. After that, I have only seen 2 heavenly tribulations. Before these 2 heavenly tribulations arrived, the tribulation clouds that formed were so terrifying that even I trembled. I think even an imperishable stage expert can't survive it. Hu Xing replied. That means the power of the heavenly tribulation will increase with the number of reincarnations. Everyone present couldn't help but gulp. If even an imperishable stage expert couldn't survive it, then it would be troublesome. Yi Xian had wanted to quickly increase his cultivation and help Luo Luo break through to the imperishable stage so that she could survive the heavenly tribulation. However, it seemed that it was impossible now. 1 year is too short. If I had 1 year, I could break through to the imperishable stage. However, the heavenly tribulation is getting stronger and stronger. Who knows how strong it will be this time, Yi Xian pondered. At the same time, he tried to find something that could suppress the heavenly loathed fox bloodline. However, he couldn't find anything. Hu Xing had tried to suppress the bloodline before, but Luolua's father had gone out to look for the fox ancestor. Not only was there no news of him, but he might also have died. The second method was reincarnation. However, the difficulty of reincarnation increased each time. Hu Xing only had a 20% chance of helping Luo Luo reincarnate. The third method was to let Luo Luo hide in the planting space. However, the Yi Xian in the system space was also uncertain. If there was a heavenly tribulation, then it would be troublesome. As for the fourth method, it was to let Luo Luo grow stronger. She had to at least surpass the undead realm, which meant that she had to reach the reaching heaven realm. He was afraid that 1 year was not enough. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly had an idea and said, "By the way, Senior, last time you and the Samsara City Master joined hands to help Luoluo Samsara. What if you add a treasure of Samsara this time?" The treasure of Samsara. When she heard this, Luoluo suddenly recalled something and said, "Mother, young master obtained a base of the life and death disc." After that, venerable reincarnation descended twice. The base of the life and death disc was unearthed once and trembled violently once. Therefore, we estimate that, when Yi Xian heard this, he felt very helpless. He was already used to Luo Luo calling him young master, but now that he knew that Luo Luo was the daughter of the manor master of 100 Fox Mountain Villa, if he still called him young master, what if Hu Xing was unhappy? Life and death plate. Hu Xing was slightly surprised. This was the first time she heard this name, but venerable reincarnation was not unfamiliar to her. She paused and said, "Do you think that this venerable reincarnation that suddenly appeared is the original body of the life and death disc? Is it an artifact that turned into a demon?" There was an example of an artifact turning into a demon. Besides that, Wei Zhentian was also like this, but he could not transform into a human. If this venerable reincarnation is really formed by the life and death disc, as long as we beat him back to his original form, the success rate of Luolua's reincarnation will increase, Yi Xian said. If that is the case, the success rate will indeed increase, and it will not be small. This is a delaying strategy. Hu Xing nodded slightly. Luoluo was almost 18 years old, and there was less than a year left. The most important thing now was to slow down. As long as Luoluo successfully reincarnated, Yi Xian would have a lot of time to grow. As long as he grew to a certain extent, it should not be a problem to solve the problem of the sky-loathed fox bloodline. Putting aside the fact that Luoluo would wander between heaven and earth, there was still 18 years after her birth. If Yi Xian was given 18 years, it would not be a problem for him to reach the heaven completion realm. He would only need 3 to 5 years. However, there was a problem again. This venerable reincarnation is already at the peak of the 9th level samsara realm. If he is willing to help, the success rate is not small. However, the samsara city governor and I have suppressed him, and this time, we took away an imperishable stage dragon bone. He must be resentful. It seems like we have to use a tough method. Hu Xing narrowed her eyes and said slowly. Previously, when Hu Xing and the Samsara city governor were not careful, the venerable reincarnation had risen to the stage where he could contend with them. It was simply amazing. Of course, if the 100 Fox Manor and Samsara city were to mobilize all their forces, it would not be a problem to eliminate the venerable reincarnation. After pondering for a moment, Hu Xing said, however, the venerable reincarnation is extremely careful. He should be somewhere in the rotating chakra battlefield. The eyes of nature under the samsara city governor and I are unable to enter the rotating chakra battlefield. It will not be that easy to find the venerable reincarnation. Perhaps we can find the venerable reincarnation through the base of the life and death plate. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he took out the base of the life and death plate. If it is as you think, it will be possible. However, there is a distance limit. Hu Xing said, the rotating chakra battlefield is not that simple. There is no administrator here, and the 3 administrators of the profound death battlefield are all in their own territories. Once an enemy appears, they will immediately take action and eliminate them. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian and the others were shocked. In the Xian death battlefield, the 3 administrators were maintaining order and did not allow those at the 4th level samsara realm to attack. However, in the rotating chakra battlefield, they would only wander around their own territories. Once they discovered an enemy, they would attack without hesitation. If that was the case, it would be difficult for them to enter the territories of the venerable reincarnation. If the samsara city governor and I attack, the venerable reincarnation will immediately know. After all, the stronger one's aura is, the more the eyes of nature will be able to sense it. On the other hand, the lower one's cultivation is, the more difficult it will be, Hu Xing said. Yi Xian said without hesitation, if that is the case, then this task is best left to us. I am only at the 1st level samsara realm. Once I discover the venerable reincarnation, I can directly use my independent space to transport you all over and give him a heavy blow. Chapter 1527. Yes, but it should be enough for me to break through to the 3rd level of the samsara realm. At this level, I won't be easily detected and my strength is guaranteed. Yi Xian nodded. If he was at the 3rd level of the samsara realm, then Old Tree and the others should be at the 5th or 6th level of the samsara realm. This way, they could fight above their level and survive in the samsara battlefield. Mother, young master's battle strength is very strong. He can fight above 4 levels at most. As long as he is given cultivation resources, he can quickly break through. Luoluo suddenly said. Actually, I found Luoluo not long after she was born. She was the only one who met you. I saw that you were getting along well with Luoluo, so I turned a blind eye, Hu Xing said to Yi Xian. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart trembled. Indeed, Hu Xing had sent experts to protect Luoluo. However, his realm was too low at that time and he didn't notice at all. Your realm is the fastest I have seen. In just 3 years, you have grown to this level. I have high hopes for you. It's not impossible for you to break through to the imperishable realm in a year, but it won't be that easy to find a solution, Hu Xing continued. Yi Xian was 27 years old now. When he met Luoluo, he was 24 years old. He spent 3 years to climb from the Supreme Being realm to the Rebirth realm. His talent was definitely unprecedented. Unfortunately, Luoluo's bloodline problem wasn't so simple to solve. Oh right, I know a senior. He told me to come to the west of the land of reincarnation. Maybe this senior can. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. Hearing this, Luoluo's eyes lit up. Mother, there is a senior in the Blood Rock continent called Old Immortal Tianju. Maybe he can help me. That barren continent actually has such an expert. Hu Xing found it unbelievable. Previously, the Blood Rock continent didn't even have a manifestation realm martial artist. It was unbelievable that such an expert could appear. Yi Xian estimated that Old Immortal Tianju was definitely at the imperishable realm. No, he was at least at the imperishable realm. Last time, Yi Xian had given Tianju Lao Xian a piece of the heavenly treasure map. Tianju Lao Xian had accepted it, and his mood had fluctuated greatly. This time, if Yi Xian asked for his help, it might be possible. Junior will go now. Yi Xian said immediately. Before he could finish his sentence, his second clone in the eastern continent immediately set off for the Great Wasteland. With his cultivation base, he quickly arrived. Come in. Tianju Elder Immortal seemed to know everything as he spoke. Yi Xian scanned the area with his eye of revelation and discovered that he still couldn't see through the formation. Luo is saved. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he passed through the pillar of light and arrived in front of the wooden hut. Old Immortal Tianju had already come out and was looking at him. Senior, Yi Xian cupped his fists and prepared to tell him about Luo. However, before he could say anything, Old Immortal Tianju said, I already know why you're here. You're here for that little fox, right? These words caused Yi Xian to be extremely shocked. Could it be that Old Immortal Tianju had the ability to predict the future? Otherwise, how would he know about this matter? After all, he was still talking to Hu Xing. I'm afraid I can't do anything about that little fox's bloodline. Old Immortal Tianju shook his head. Senior, you're very powerful, but you can't do anything about it. Yi Xian couldn't help but feel surprised. He guessed that Old Immortal Tianju was at least an imperishable realm elite, or even a heaven ascension realm elite. Why couldn't he do anything? Old Immortal Tianju sighed and said, that little girl has the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in her body. This is a heaven-defying bloodline that is not tolerated by the heavens. It's my first time seeing it. My cultivation base is indeed much higher than yours, but I can't go against the heavens. Therefore, I can't suppress the bloodline. Hearing this, Yi Xian could only feel helpless. However, if you can't solve the problem of reincarnation, you can come to me and let her reincarnate. I can do it. Old Immortal Tianju suddenly added. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly clasped his fist and said, Thank you, Senior. Immediately, he passed on Old Immortal Tianju's words through his original body. After hearing this good news, a smile appeared on Hu Xing's ice-cold face. She said, since this is the case, Luolua's reincarnation problem can be considered solved. However, this will make you owe that elder a favor. As long as Luo could successfully reincarnate, then Yi Xian would have at least 18 years. Within 18 years, breaking through to the Heaven Ascension realm would definitely not be a problem. The problem of reincarnation was solved. Next, it was the matter of reincarnation supremacy. Senior, that reincarnation supremacy's whereabouts are unknown. Let me investigate. Yi Xian suddenly said. Okay. Hu Xing nodded and said, You're breaking through quickly. What do you want? Just tell me. Yi Xian didn't stand on ceremony and directly said what he wanted, which were ores, fire attribute heavenly treasures and so on. I'll give you these things. Hu Xing was extremely generous and quickly got someone to prepare them. Then, she threw a Qian Kun ring to Yi Xian. The things inside were priceless. Yi Xian excitedly took the Qian Kun ring and checked its contents. In the next moment, his eyes widened, and his heart almost couldn't take it anymore. The things inside the Qian Kun ring had exceeded his expectations. The cultivation resources in this Qian Kun ring are enough for a person to break through to the peak of the 8th level Samsara realm. Hu Xing said. Yi Xian didn't expect there to be so much. However, with so many resources, he estimated that it would only be enough for him to break through to the 6th or 7th level Samsara realm. After all, he had more experience points than the average person. Thank you, Senior. Yi Xian hurriedly thanked Hu Xing, and then began to devour the heavenly treasures. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 2nd level Samsara realm. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 3rd level Samsara realm. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Host is currently at the 4th level Samsara realm. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Host is currently at the 5th level Samsara realm. Ding! Skeletal King has broken through. Host is currently at the 4th level Samsara realm. Ding! Skeletal King has broken through. Host is currently at the 5th level Samsara realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is currently at the 4th level Samsara realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is currently at the 5th level Samsara realm. Although Yi Xian had obtained a large amount of heavenly treasures, he held back because there was still a mission waiting for him. Hu Xing could sense the change in Yi Xian's aura and couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. This kid indeed had a unique ability. In an instant, he had broken through from the 1st level Samsara realm to the 3rd level Samsara realm. How terrifying! Ordinary people couldn't break through even after thousands of years. However, Yi Xian had done it in an instant. Chapter 1528. Now that I am at the 3rd level of the Samsara realm and the old tree are at the 5th level of the Samsara realm, it shouldn't be a problem for me to deal with the 6th or 7th level of the Samsara realm. Moreover, I have a large amount of natural treasures in my devouring space. If I encounter any danger, I can make a breakthrough and resolve the crisis. Yi Xian thought to himself. This time, the lower his cultivation level, the safer he would be. After all, his goal was to find the location of reincarnation supremacy, not to start a massacre. Of course, if he made a breakthrough in one go, he would be able to do as he pleased in the rotating chakra battlefield. However, it would not be so easy to lure reincarnation supremacy out. According to Hu Xing, reincarnation supremacy was very careful because he was afraid that the Samsara city lord would join forces with her. When do you plan to move? Hu Xing asked. Yi Xian thought for a moment before replying, there's no time to lose. Let's move now. My 100-Fox Manor has also sent many geniuses into the rotating chakra battlefield to investigate. I have a map of where reincarnation supremacy might be hiding. Take it. After Hu Xing finished speaking, she threw a sheepskin scroll to Yi Xian. Yi Xian flipped it open and copied it into his devouring space. There were a total of 3 places on the map that were suspected to be reincarnation supremacy's hiding place. One was called Life and Death Canyon, one was called Reincarnation Peak, and the last was called Mount Eternal. Yi Xian sized up the map and found that Life and Death Canyon was the closest to their camp. It seemed that he could go there first to take a look. These 3 locations were summarized by the experts of the 100-Fox Manor, but no one had gone there before. After all, once an expert approached, it would alert the enemy. Without a doubt, Yi Xian was at the 3rd level of the Samsara realm and ordinary people would not notice him unless the battle mark between his eyebrows was discovered. Since he had decided, Yi Xian immediately moved. At this moment, a young man suddenly walked into the reincarnation hall. It was Zhuang Fei, who had the eye of space. Bring him to the edge of the rotating chakra battlefield. Hu Xing said to Zhuang Fei. Yes, Manor Lord. Zhuang Fei nodded and then broke through the void and opened a space door. Young master, be careful. Luo Luo reminded him. She was currently only at the peak of the 9th tier of the profound death stage. Although she was about to break through to the samsara stage, her current strength was unlikely to be of much help. Therefore, Yi Xian asked her to stay in the 100-Fox Manor and accompany Hu Xing. All right. Yi Xian nodded and immediately led the old tree, Skeleton King, and Wei Zhentian through the space door. He had also left a void mark in the 100-Fox Manor, but when he passed through the space-crossing door, he found that he was very far away from Luoluo, beyond the teleportation distance of the Eye of the Void. This is a space travel token. If you want to come back, you can crush it to open a space travel gate to 100-Fox Manor. Zhuang Fei took out a token and gave it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian had been worried about how to leave the rotating will battlefield, but now the problem had been solved. Thank you, Senior. Yi Xian thanked him. Be careful. After saying this, Zhuang Fei returned to the space-traversing door. At this moment, Yi Xian was in the rotating will battlefield, at the border of the western camp near the northern camp. Next, he would go to the Life and Death Canyon and use the base of the Life and Death Compass to check if Reincarnation Venerable was there. This mission was very important. After all, Reincarnation Venerable was as timid as a mouse and was afraid of being attacked by the Reincarnation Fox and the Samsara City Master. He could not alert the enemy, he had to kill him in one blow. After Zhuang Fei left, Yi Xian immediately took action and rushed toward the northern camp of the rotating will battlefield. The borders of the Xian Life battlefield and the Xian Death battlefield were always very popular. However, the rotating chakra battlefield was different. This was because all three camps of the rotating chakra battlefield had the eyes of myriad forms. Once they discovered an enemy, they would immediately kill them. Therefore, Yi Xian easily entered the northern camp's territory this time. The Life and Death Canyon is southeast of the northern camp, near the eastern camp of the Samsara City Master. With my speed, it would take me more than a month to reach it. It's too slow. Yi Xian thought to himself. He carefully looked at the map and realized that there was a teleportation array that could save him about half a month. However, the teleportation array was 2 to 3 days away from Yi Xian, so he still had to hurry. Although there was a large amount of natural treasures in the devouring space that could allow him to break through several times, he did not have the habit of wasting time. He was in charge of traveling while the Old Tree, Skeletal King, and Wei Xintian split up and killed enemies along the way to increase his killing intent. The Old Tree and Skeletal King were both at the 5th level of the Samsara realm and their auras were much stronger than Yi Xian. However, there were countless 5th-level Samsara realm experts in the rotating will battlefield and they would not attract the attention of the eyes of thousand forms unless they were extremely unlucky. 3 days later, Yi Xian arrived at the teleportation array. However, this teleportation array was built behind a family, so it was not easy to use it. Young master, if we cause a huge commotion, will we attract the attention of the eyes of thousand forms? The Old Tree reminded him. The strongest person in this family is at the 7th level of the Samsara realm, so it's easy to annihilate them. Yi Xian muttered to himself. Although that was the case, annihilating a family at the 7th level of the Samsara realm was not a small matter and would probably attract the attention of the eyes of thousand forms. However, it was fine even if it attracted attention. After all, Yi Xian was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, old immortal Tianju had said that if they could not reincarnate, they could ask him for help. Therefore, Luo Luo's problem was temporarily solved. Since that was the case, Yi Xian was not afraid anymore. Of course, it was best to avoid the eyes of thousand forms if they could. Let's go and use the teleportation array directly. Yi Xian said to the Old Tree and Skeletal King. Understood. Seeing that Yi Xian had made up his mind, the Old Tree and Skeletal King no longer concealed themselves and charged out. As for Yi Xian, he used the assassination mode to hide. The Old Tree and Skeletal King were both at the 5th level of the Samsara realm. Although their cultivation level was not high, they were not weak. As soon as they charged in, they were viewed as a thorn in the side of the family and were attacked by a concentrated fire. At the same time, Yi Xian went around them and headed for the teleportation array. There are enemies invading. They are courting death. Kill them. There is also a 5th level of the Samsara realm Skeletal King. We are really lucky this time. Capture him. They are very strong. Don't panic. Roars could be heard from the family. Due to the sudden appearance of the Old Tree and Skeletal King, they were at a loss and were defeated. Chapter 1529. Bastard, how dare you behave so atrociously here? You're courting death. The 3 6th-level Samsara realm experts attacked at the same time. However, this was nothing to the Old Tree and the Skeletal King. At this moment, Yi Xian had already sneaked to the teleportation array. Old Tree, ribs, it's about time to get rid of these 3. Yi Xian said in his mind. Understood. The Old Tree immediately responded. This battle was quite intense. However, Yi Xian was now focusing on the mission and not on destroying this family clan. Halfway through the battle, the Old Tree and the Skeletal King suddenly disappeared. They were kept in the planting space by Yi Xian. Where are they? Impossible, they must be hiding somewhere. Find them. The skeletal king is a rare exotic beast. We must capture it. They killed so many people. We must not let them go. This family clan was in an uproar. The battle had only lasted for 5 seconds. However, in these 5 seconds, the old tree and the skeletal king had joined forces to kill many people, including a 6th-level Samsara realm expert. Then, Yi Xian sneaked into the teleportation array and activated it. Whoosh! The teleportation array began to operate and light shone into the sky. What's going on? Why did the teleportation array suddenly activate? It must be those 2 intruders. Let's go and take a look. Did those 2 intruders infiltrate our family clan just to use the teleportation array? Everyone rushed towards the teleportation array. At this moment, Yi Xian had already activated the teleportation array. In a few seconds, the teleportation array would be successful. This teleportation array would only be used by Yi Xian. The old tree, the skeletal king, and Wei Xintian were actually covering for him. As long as Yi Xian was successfully teleported away, they could kill themselves and revive beside Yi Xian. Damn you, don't even think about leaving. A loud roar was heard. The 7th-level Samsara realm expert of this family clan had finally appeared. In the next moment, Yi Xian's teleportation array stopped operating. He did not expect the other party to have a remote control. F***CK. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. It seemed like there was going to be a big battle this time. Since he couldn't leave quickly, then he might as well come. Kill. Yi Xian immediately gave orders to the old tree and the skeleton king. He only hoped that the Eye of Myriad wouldn't detect this place, otherwise, he might alert the enemy. Since they were going to kill him, they had to do it quickly. Undying Fighting Soul. The skeletal monarch immediately activated its skill. In the next moment, both its and Wei Xintian's attributes doubled. So what if he was at the 7th level of the Samsara realm? The old tree was currently at the 5th level of the Samsara stage, but it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with a few 6th-level Samsara stage experts. As for the remaining people, he would leave them to Yi Xian. A feast of slaughter. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and used Killing Feast, which had a cooldown of 1 day. At the same time, he was using his soul eye to control his opponent. If they were to go all out in this battle, it would not last for long. The 7th-level Samsara stage expert's face turned extremely gloomy when he saw how powerful the skeletal monarch was. Suddenly, he had a bad premonition. Humph, you want to use the teleportation array? No way. The 7th-level Samsara stage ancestor's eyes flashed and he took the opportunity to form a few hand seals. Soon after, the teleportation array made a series of banging sounds. F***CK, you want to destroy the teleportation array? Yi Xian immediately reacted. If the teleportation array was destroyed, he would have to travel for half a month. This wouldn't do. Grasp of the Underworld. The skeletal monarch activated another skill and forcefully pulled the 7th-level Samsara stage ancestor over. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The skeletal monarch swung the enormous sword and slashed the 7th-level Samsara stage ancestor's body. In an instant, the ancestor's head was separated from his body. Dead. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. After the ancestor's death, Yi Xian obtained a large amount of killing intent. Unfortunately, the skeletal monarch was still a little too slow. A portion of the teleportation array was destroyed. However, the damage wasn't severe and Yi Xian could still repair it. At this moment, the strongest person in the family was already dead and the remaining people were just a bunch of motley crew. Yi Xian and the other 2 joined forces. In addition to the cultivators who were resurrected by the skeletal monarch's will of death, they easily dealt with everyone. The will of death wouldn't consume anything as long as they resurrected someone with a low cultivation realm. However, if they wanted to resurrect someone of the same cultivation realm or higher, they would need the soul water in their soul pool. This would reduce the enhancement of the elegy of souls. Soon, all the upper echelons of the family died in the hands of Yi Xian. Old tree, spare ribs, same as usual. Yi Xian said to the old tree and the skeletal monarch. Same as usual, it was time to loot. After all, the teleportation array was slightly damaged and it would be a waste not to take it. Ding, beginning to repair the teleportation array. Fortunately, the damage to the teleportation array wasn't severe and was only 10% damaged. Even so, it would take more than half a day to repair. After all, the teleportation array was a little far away. This family was courting death. Yi Xian originally just wanted to borrow it and didn't want to make too much of a fuss. However, when they saw the old tree and the skeletal monarch, all of them seemed to have gone crazy. Yi Xian had no choice but to do this. Otherwise, he was really prepared to let this family go. The teleportation array began to slowly repair. The people in this family had all left, leaving only Yi Xian and the other two. Yi Xian guessed that they had gone to get reinforcements. If the manager of the Reincarnation Supremacy's camp came, it would be troublesome. Yi Xian only hoped that he could leave this place before the manager found out. However, things weren't as easy as imagined. Just as Yi Xian was repairing the teleportation array, a huge eye suddenly appeared in the sky. The Eye of Nature. F***ck, what I'm afraid of is happening. Yi Xian cursed and immediately raised his attention. It was said that the Eyes of Myriad Forms was an expert at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. Even if it was a spatial attack, it would be enough to instantly kill Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was prepared to devour those treasures. However, if he did that, the old tree and the skeletal monarch's realms would also increase. It wasn't a good sign. However, after the Eye of Nature appeared, it didn't attack immediately. Instead, it condensed into an illusory figure. Yi Xian was very unfamiliar with this illusory figure. It wasn't the one who helped the other two kill the skeletal dragon that day. Strange, does the Reincarnation Supremacy have the Eye of Nature? Yi Xian immediately reacted. This Eye of Nature wasn't the one he encountered that day. This person's aura wasn't that strong. How dare you behave so atrociously in the Supremacy's territory? The illusory figure that looked like a young man said coldly. Can't I kill the enemy and obtain battle merits? Chapter 1530. This was a world where the strong were respected. Who hadn't killed others for their treasures? Furthermore, this was the rotating chakra battlefield that was divided into factions. I'd like to see if your strength is as good as your mouth. The young man's eyes suddenly flickered. In the next moment, the air in front of Yi Xian distorted and exploded. Bang! However, Yi Xian had left before this happened. This attack was more than 10 times weaker than the attack from the 9th level Samsara realm expert. If it was the Eyes of Myriad expert under Reincarnation Supremacy, Yi Xian's body would have exploded and he would not have survived. Unfortunately, this person was not the Eyes of Myriad expert. I see. There are more than 3 managers in the rotating chakra battlefield. There are many Eyes of Myriad experts. I knew it. Yi Xian immediately understood. This was because he had sent a voice transmission to Luo Luo and received Hu Xing'er's reply. There were many Eyes of Myriad experts in 100 Fox Manor. Although not many of them could be used across space, they would occasionally patrol the battlefield. Some of them were only at the 6th level of the Samsara realm, while others were at the 8th level. As long as they discovered an enemy in their territory, they would immediately report it and send stronger people to deal with them. There were many fake managers in Reincarnation Supremacy's territory, and this young man was one of them. Yi Xian estimated that this young man was only at the 7th level of the Samsara realm. Of course, those who could become fake managers were not ordinary. This young man's combat strength was probably not on the same level as the patriarch of this family. Even so, Yi Xian did not take him seriously. Old tree, rib, scatter him. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the two of them. Roger. Hearing this, Old Shu quickly flashed out. You're courting death. The young man immediately attacked when he saw the two of them attacking. Unfortunately, Old Tree and Skeletal King were not easy to deal with and easily avoided his attack. Regardless of whether it was attack power or attack speed, they were far inferior to that person. What was the use of this Eyes of Myriad? Damn it! The young man cursed angrily. At this moment, the old tree just happened to flash to the top of his head. Then, he threw out a flaming fist and hit the Eye of All Things. Bang! The Eye of All Forms trembled violently when it was attacked. Then came the attack of the Skeleton King. Hiss! A crisp sound rang out as the Eye of Myriad Forms was struck, causing it to tremble once more. Damn it! If you have the guts, don't leave. Fight my true body. The young man cursed. Oh! Your Holiness. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and asked, "How long will it take?" "I'll be there soon, you bunch of trash. Wait until my true body arrives, I'll definitely kill you all," the young man said in exasperation. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to leave first and wait for the array formation to be repaired before returning. However, after hearing the young man's words, he suddenly changed his mind. This young man had a pair of Eyes of Myriad Forms, and he had cultivated them to the point where he could use them across space. If Yi Xian could devour them, not only would he be able to increase his power of myriad forms, but he might also have the ability to travel across space. This young man must be killed. "Alright, I'll be waiting here," Yi Xian immediately replied. "Humph." The young man snorted coldly. Then, Old Tree destroyed the Eye of Myriad Forms with a punch, and the young man's silhouette disappeared. How dare a mere 7th level Samsara realm cultivator show off in front of him? He was courting death. Sure enough, 3 minutes after the Eye of Myriad Forms was destroyed, the young man's main body really came. It seemed like he was nearby and happened to witness the destruction of this family. "Old Tree, Rib, go and deal with him," Yi Xian said to the two of them. At the same time, he added, "Use the sky-shattering meteor slash. You must kill him in one hit." After receiving the order, Old Tree and the Skeleton King immediately charged out. "You really didn't leave? You're courting death." The young man did not waste his breath and condensed another Eye of Myriad Forms. Then, his true body and the Eye of Myriad Forms attacked together. Yi Xian stood next to the transportation formation and watched the battle. His attention was not entirely on the battle. He was still observing the surroundings to see if other managers had arrived. If something was wrong, he would immediately soar into the sky and make a breakthrough when necessary. I wonder if this kid has notified the others. It's better to be careful, Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, Old Tree and the Skeleton King were already fighting with the young man. The young man was indeed powerful, much more powerful than the deceased patriarch of the family. In addition, his true body had arrived, and the Eye of Myriad Forms was powerful. He was actually evenly matched with Old Tree and the other two. If it were not for the immortal Phoenix bloodline, Old Tree, Skeleton King, and Wei Zhintian might have been defeated. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly had an ominous premonition, which made him reveal a worried expression. "Forget it, I'll make another breakthrough." At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly made a decision. Immediately afterward, the Skeleton King suddenly slashed, and a dark gray sword chi swept out. Sky-shattering flowing rock slash. The power of this attack was second only to Unicorn's Descent, but it was not so easy to hit. Not a bad attack, but it can't hit me. So what if it's strong? The young man's eyes flashed, but he did not move at all. Whoosh whoosh. The sky-shattering flowing rock slash brushed past the young man's head and did not hurt him. With the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian saw that the sky-shattering flowing rock slash was repelled by the all-creation's force that the young man had condensed. This kid is indeed quite capable. But so what? Devour. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at 4th level Samsara realm. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at 6th level Samsara realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at 6th level Samsara realm. Ding! Skeleton King has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at 6th level Samsara realm. Ding! Sky-shattering flowing rock slash is now off cooldown. The moment the sky-shattering flowing rock slash missed, Yi Xian directly devoured a large amount of treasures and broke through to 4th level Samsara realm. The sky-shattering flowing rock slash that he had just used was also restored due to the ores that he had devoured. Now, the old tree, the Skeleton King, and the old tree were only one level away from the young man. If they joined forces, they would probably be able to easily crush the young man. What? The young man was shocked when he sensed that the auras of the old tree and the Skeleton King had skyrocketed. How was it possible that both of them had made a breakthrough in the middle of a battle? There was definitely something fishy about this. This was because the old tree had made a breakthrough from 5th level Samsara realm to 6th level Samsara realm. He had not just entered the 6th level Samsara realm. However, the young man did not have the time to think about this. This was because the attacks of the old tree and the Skeleton King had instantly become several times stronger. Chapter 1531. However, if that was the case, the old tree and the Skeletal King's auras would be too powerful and would be easily detected by the managers. In that case, it would be difficult for them to move around. Although the old tree and the Skeletal King were no longer afraid of the most powerful eye of nature after devouring everything, reincarnation supremacy would probably be wary of them once they unleashed their powerful strength. This was also the reason why Yi Xian did not devour everything immediately. Who asked reincarnation supremacy to be so timid? After the old tree and the Skeletal King broke through, the young man did not even last 3 rounds before his head was chopped off by the Skeletal King. He did not even have the chance to say his last words. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly got the old tree to pluck the young man's eye. However, at that moment, another eye suddenly opened in the sky. It was the eye of nature again. However, Yi Xian was very familiar with the eye of nature this time. Oh no, let's go. Without hesitation, Yi Xian hid the old tree and Megatron in the planting space before leaving through the void. This eye of nature was the one that had joined forces with the other 2 managers to kill the peak 9th level Samsara realm skeletal dragon. It was a subordinate of reincarnation supremacy. If Yi Xian was targeted by it, he would probably have no choice but to break through. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and directly entered the void door. However, before that, the eye of nature had already seen Yi Xian. It's this kid. The powerhouse recognized Yi Xian. However, he sensed that Yi Xian was only at the 4th level Samsara realm, so there was nothing to be afraid of. However, Yi Xian was only at the 1st level Samsara realm back then. How was it possible that he had broken through to the 4th level Samsara realm in such a short time? Moreover, he had even killed one of the managers under his command. His strength was not weak at all. However, the powerhouse did not intend to report such a small matter to reincarnation supremacy. Instead, he began to wander around but did not discover Yi Xian. What he did not know was that Yi Xian had already broken through the void and left that place. Huff, huff, that scared me to death. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, this matter would have been troublesome. At the same time, he guessed that the strongest subordinate of reincarnation supremacy, the eye of all things, should know where reincarnation supremacy was. As long as he captured him and searched his soul, he might be able to find out where reincarnation supremacy was. However, this matter could be discussed later. Young master, these are that person's eyes. The old tree handed the 2 eyes of myriad forms to Yi Xian. He had also taken off his universe ring earlier, but Yi Xian was not interested in these things. Very good. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. When he received the 2 eyes of nature, he immediately devoured them. Ding! The host has devoured an eye of nature. The effect of the force of nature has increased. Ding! The host has devoured an eye of nature. The effect of the force of nature has increased. Ding! Host has comprehended celestial eyes, space-crossing eyes. System notifications rang one after another, letting Yi Xian know that it was worth it to expose himself this time. Originally, there were only 5 celestial eyes. They were the eye of insight, the eye of perception, the eye of void, the eye of soul, and the eye of eternity. Now, there was an additional space-crossing eyes. The space-crossing eyes allowed one to use the eye of nature and the eye of death, as well as the eye of insight, the eye of perception, and the eye of soul. Based on the power of the young man just now, he had obtained the eye of nature from a heaven-reaching beast. He had spent a lot of time practicing it to the point where he could use it across space. Now, this ability had been obtained by Yi Xian. Not only that, but Yi Xian could also use it with various celestial eyes. The effect was quite good. At that moment, Yi Xian directly used his eye of transcendence and condensed an eye of myriad forms. This huge eye of nature was condensed a day's journey away from Yi Xian. Coincidentally, there was a small force under this eye of nature. Then, Yi Xian used the eye of insight again. With the help of the eye of nature, he could clearly see the internal environment of the people in this small force. After combining the space-crossing eyes and the eye of nature, he could also use the celestial eyes. It was simply too powerful. From now on, even if the enemy was outside of Yi Xian's field of vision, he could use the eye of nature and use the eye of soul on them. This time, there were gains and losses. Although he had gained one more technique, he was discovered by the strongest eye of nature. Fortunately, he was only at the 4th level of the samsara realm. The old tree and the skeletal monarch were only at the 6th level of the samsara realm, so they should not attract the attention of the reincarnation supremacy. Unfortunately, while the formation was still being repaired, Yi Xian was nowhere to be seen. I wonder if the strongest eye of nature is still around. If he investigates and finds out that I'm going to use this teleportation formation, I won't be able to use it with him guarding it, Yi Xian thought to himself. It would take him more than a month to reach the life and death canyon when he was at the 3rd level of the samsara realm. However, after breaking through to the 4th level of the samsara realm, the time needed was greatly reduced. Yi Xian estimated that if he broke through again, he would be able to reach the life and death canyon within 7 days. However, he felt that it was better to wait for a while. Perhaps the strongest eye of nature had already left. He waited for half a day until he heard the system notification. Ding! The teleportation formation has been repaired. Upon hearing this, he could not help but break through the void and return to the family. This family was still desolate and there was not a single person. After passing through the void door, Yi Xian first used the eye of perception and the eye of insight to investigate and found that there were no experts in the surroundings. He immediately flashed into the teleportation formation. Whoosh! The teleportation formation lit up and the teleportation began. A few seconds later, the teleportation was successful. When his vision cleared, Yi Xian discovered that he had appeared in a cave. This was the teleportation formation's landing point. It seems that the eye of nature has not caught up with me. Let's leave first. Yi Xian thought to himself and quickly left the teleportation formation's landing point. It seemed that this was a close call. However, he did not know if the owner of the eye of nature had reported this matter to the reincarnation supremacy. Therefore, it was better to leave first. Yi Xian immediately left his original spot and headed towards the life and death canyon. He was currently at the 4th level of the samsara realm. The old tree, the skeleton, and Wei Zhentian were already at the 6th level of the samsara realm. He was confident that he could deal with an 8th level of the samsara realm expert. However, after traveling for a day, he was discovered by the eye of nature. No, it should be said that he discovered an eye of nature. Rumble. At this moment, there was a group of people in front of him who were fighting with an eye of nature. This group of people were between the 5th and 6th level of the samsara realm. However, they were so powerful that they could probably challenge those of a higher level. As for that eye of nature, it was not the one that Yi Xian saw dealing with the bone dragon. Yi Xian reckoned that it was only at the 8th level of the samsara realm. Chapter 1532. However, Yi Xian's attention was not on this, but on another team. This team wasn't locals, but rather from the 100 Fox Villas camp. Yi Xian saw that they all had 9 tails behind them. Our own people. Yi Xian took a closer look and realized that there was a white light shining between their eyebrows, indicating that they were from the same camp. Since that was the case, he could not just stand by and watch. Old tree, ribs, little Tian, go. Yi Xian didn't say anything else and directly made his decision. Help. Old tree, who was at the 6th level of the samsara realm, was extremely fast. He continuously sent his remnant flame clones over and instantly joined the battle. What? The few Fox clan geniuses were stunned when they saw this. However, when they saw the white light between Old Tree's eyebrows, they immediately reacted. They were here to help. Old Tree took the lead and immediately launched an attack on the Eye of Myriad. Shortly after, the Skeletal King attacked. The two of them worked together and directly dealt a large amount of damage to the Eye of Myriad. Another one who doesn't care about his life. The Eye of Myriad snorted coldly as its gaze landed on Old Tree. A surge of myriad energy wrapped around Old Tree, but Old Tree immediately used Remnant Flame to escape. Bang! A huge explosion occurred where Old Tree was, and the power was enough to severely injure an ordinary 6th-level Samsara Realm expert. You're just a myriad manifestation realm expert. Even if your true body is here, I'm not afraid of you. Old Tree growled as he joined forces with the Skeletal King to attack again. This time, the Eye of all things was directly crushed. The few Fox clan geniuses were extremely shocked. They could not do anything to the Eye of Myriad, but Old Tree and the Skeletal King joined forces and directly obliterated it. They were quite powerful. This is not the place to talk. Come in with me. Yi Xian had already rushed over. He quickly tore through the void and entered. Although the Eye of Myriad Forms was defeated, a second Eye of Myriad Forms was about to descend. They had to leave this place, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to escape. The Fox tribe youths looked at each other and decided to trust Yi Xian for the time being. Then, they entered the void door. Hua! When the void gate closed, an Eye of all things appeared in the sky. It was the one that had been destroyed. Damn it, he actually ran away. That person couldn't believe it. He hurriedly began to search the surroundings, but he didn't find anything. At this moment, Yi Xian had already teleported to a hidden place. This was a void mark he had left behind on his way here. Thank you for your help, Senior. One of the youths from the Fox tribe walked out and cupped his fists towards the Old Tree. Are you from 100 Fox Manor? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Yes. The young man nodded. Then, do you recognize this? Yi Xian suddenly took out a token from the devouring space. This was given to him by Hu Xinger, the Manor Lord of 100 Fox Manor, before he left. This is the 100 Fox token. The youth's eyes widened. Only the higher-ups of 100 Fox Manor could possess this 100 Fox token. Yi Xian was only at the 4th level of the Samsara realm. Furthermore, he was a human. How could he possess such a token? This was given to me by your Manor Lord. She sent me to assist in investigating the whereabouts of Samsara supremacy. Do you have any news? Yi Xian asked. The youths looked at each other. In the end, the leader of the Fox tribe youths said, we just investigated the Life and Death Canyon. We didn't find Samsara supremacy. However, we heard something else. What is it? Yi Xian asked curiously. The leader of the Fox tribe youths carefully sized up the 100 Fox token and replied, the Samsara City Lord is dead. Boom! This news was like a bolt from the blue that struck Yi Xian's head. The Samsara City Lord is dead? That can't be. The Samsara City Lord is an expert on the same level as your Manor Lord. How could he be dead? Yi Xian could not believe it. We can't guarantee it, but we are at least 80% sure. The leader of the fox tribe youth's eyes flickered. He was very confused when he heard this news. However, they only learned this news after controlling a person and searching his soul. That person had even seen half of the indestructible realm dragon skeleton with his own eyes. Even the dragon skeleton has been snatched away, Yi Xian gulped. He felt that this matter was serious. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Luoluo. Luoluo then informed Hu Xing, the Manor Lord of 100 Fox Manor. A few seconds later, Luoluo replied through voice transmission, "Young master, mother asked you to return first." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian could roughly guess what had happened. He took out the space travel token that Zhuang Fei had given him and opened a spatial door to return to 100 Fox Manor. Yi Xian did not waste any time. He led the way and returned to Samsara Hall. At this moment, there were already many Fox tribe experts sitting in Samsara Hall. There were more than 100 of them who were at least at the Samsara realm. The youths from the Fox tribe almost wet their pants when they saw this scene. These hundreds of Fox tribe experts were the leaders of the hundreds of Fox tribe branches in 100 Fox Manor. Each branch had a different bloodline. There were shadow foxes, ice foxes, moonlight foxes, and so on. Even Yi Xian did not expect so many experts to gather. It seemed that the Samsara city lord had indeed met with an accident. It was very likely that he had died. He Yuhong greets the manor lord and the other leaders. The leader of the youths hurriedly said. How did you know that the Samsara city lord had died? Hu Xing, asked directly. It's like this, He Yuhong began to explain. He had been ordered to investigate the Life and Death Canyon. He did not manage to find anything, so he headed to the Samsara Peak. However, along the way, the people he had charmed witnessed an earth-shattering battle with their own eyes. The two sides of the battle were the experts under the Samsara Supremacy and the Samsara City Lord. It turned out that the Samsara Supremacy had sent people to steal the Samsara City Lord's half-dragon bone. The Samsara City Lord had then sent people to steal it. At that time, the top expert under the Samsara Supremacy, Gao Yunlong, had used the Eye of All Things to control the dragon bone in battle. The experts under the Samsara City Lord were no match for the Samsara City Lord and were surrounded. Then, Gao Yunlong began to recruit people and spread the news that the Samsara City Lord had died. When the experts under the Samsara City Lord heard the news, they immediately tried to send a message back. However, they did not receive a reply from the Samsara City Lord. Although He Yuhong and the others did not witness the battle with their own eyes, the person he had searched was at the Samsara Realm's 7th level. This person had seen it with his own eyes, so it could not be fake. After hearing He Yuhong's words, the gazes of the 100 tribe leaders gathered on Hu Xing. When I heard the news, I immediately contacted the Samsara City Lord. However, I did not receive any reply. Chapter 1533. Hu Xing, and the Samsara City Master had been good friends for many years. Before the appearance of the Samsara Supremacy, the two of them managed the land of reincarnation together. Under normal circumstances, the Samsara City Master would reply almost immediately, but now, when the 100 tribe patriarchs heard this, their hearts trembled. It seemed that something had happened to the Samsara City Master. The Samsara City Master is not as strong as the Villa Master, but he should be stronger than the Samsara Supremacy. How did he suddenly die? One of the tribe patriarchs couldn't help but ask. That's right. The Samsara City Master has a 9th level Samsara Realm Eye of All Things under him. With him patrolling the territory, he should be the first to discover the arrival of an expert. The Samsara City Master might not have died. There might be other reasons, but it's a fact that the indestructible dragon bone was stolen. If the Samsara City Master is really dead, the Samsara Supremacy will probably attack us. Villa Master, what should we do? Everyone's eyes gathered on Hu Xing, again. After thinking for a while, Hu Xing said, let's wait and see. Although she said that, she still ordered them to strengthen the defense. As for Yi Xian, he stood in the corner and listened to the 100 Fox Manners meeting. He was also planning in his heart. The Samsara City Master's death or disappearance must be related to the Samsara Supremacy. The Samsara Supremacy's actions were mostly related to the indestructible dragon bone. With this corpse, they could break through the shackles of the Samsara realm and break through to the indestructible realm. The land of reincarnation didn't have an indestructible realm expert. If they could break through to the indestructible realm, the Samsara Supremacy wouldn't even be afraid of the Samsara Fox. Soon, the meeting ended, and the 100 tribe patriarchs left. For the next period of time, they tried to avoid going out as much as possible in case something unexpected happened. Yi Xian, what did you gain this time? After everyone left, Hu Xing'er turned her head to look at Yi Xian. I only gained one thing, which is that I comprehended the eye of all things. However, I don't dare to use it in the territory for fear of being discovered. Yi Xian said slowly. The eye of all things was indeed very useful, but it was a pity that the eye of all things couldn't be used to locate a target in the void. Otherwise, his traveling speed would be unprecedented, and when stacked together, it would be comparable to the eye of space. I've caught quite a few of the enemies you asked me to capture. I'll send them to you now. Hu Xing said. Before Yi Xian left, he had asked Hu Xing'er to capture some enemies for no reason other than to increase his killing intent and elegy of souls. After all, the 100 Fox Manners Eye of Nature and Eye of Space had joined forces, and they had even entered other territories to capture them. The other territories here were not referring to the rotating chakra battlefield. After all, the battle imprint would only be activated on the battlefield. If it was outside, there was no difference between the enemy camp and the same camp. Yi Xian was also looking forward to it. He wondered how many enemies Hu Xing'er had captured for him. After a while, these people were lined up in several groups and escorted over. When Yi Xian saw them, he was completely shocked. These captured experts were all at least at the 6th level of the Samsara realm, and there were even a few at the 8th level of the Samsara realm. Time is of the essence. Is it enough to capture these people? Hu Xing'er looked at Yi Xian and said. It's enough, it's enough. Yi Xian hurriedly nodded. With so many people, it was enough for his killing intent value to reach the upper limit. Skeletal King, go. Yi Xian didn't waste any time and directly gave the order to the Skeletal King. When the Skeletal King heard this, its pair of ghostly eyes flickered twice, and then it charged out with its heaven-shaking sword. Ding! Host's killing intent value has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent value has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent value has increased. System notifications rang out one after another, and Yi Xian's killing intent value soared. These people were all captives and had been charmed, so they could only quietly wait for the Skeletal King's blade to descend. With each death, the Skeletal King's elegy of souls skill would increase. After he killed hundreds of people, Yi Xian heard a system notification. Ding! Host's killing intent value has reached the upper limit. Ding! Host can exchange killing intent value for devour points. Do you want to proceed? Yes. Yi Xian agreed without hesitation. Ding! Killing intent value has been cleared successfully. Host has obtained 1 devour point. As the system notification rang out, Yi Xian's killing intent value increased by 1 point. Now, he had 6 devour points. With 3 more devour points, he could merge the 2 battle bloodlines and fuse them into an even more powerful immortal bloodline. After the Skeletal King killed everyone, Yi Xian couldn't help but glance at the Elegy of Souls skill and realized that it had increased to 30%. After all, the Skeletal King was at the 6th level of the Samsara realm. Although the benefits from killing enemies weren't great, it was better than nothing. In the long run, the Elegy of Souls skill could double or triple its original effect. Moreover, there was no upper limit. If this wasn't a divine skill, then what was? At this moment, Hu Xing'er looked at the corpses on the ground and asked slowly, what are you going to do next? After hearing this question, Yi Xian paused for a moment before replying, right now, this venerable samsara might have already obtained the undead stage dragon bone. Perhaps he has already started comprehending it, so I need to find him as soon as possible. Then you have to be careful. If reincarnation supremacy wants to go into seclusion, he will definitely send more people. Hu Xing reminded him. Okay. Yi Xian nodded in response. Then, Zhuang Fei, who had the Eye of Space, gave him a space travel token. Then, Yi Xian sent Yi Xian to the Northern Territory. This time, not only did he obtain news, but he also obtained a Devour point, which was considered good. His next plan was to see if he could obtain the Dragon Bone. This way, reincarnation supremacy wouldn't be able to comprehend the corpse. Hu Xing also started to take action. While accepting the experts from the Eastern Territory, she also started to pressure reincarnation supremacy to occupy his territory. Young master, do you want to break through directly? This way, we won't have to fear anyone other than reincarnation supremacy. Old Tree suddenly suggested. Yi Xian had considered this problem before. He was at the 4th level of the samsara realm now. As long as he devoured everything, he would be able to break through to the 6th level of the samsara realm. Old Tree and Skeletal King would be able to reach the 8th level of the samsara realm at the very least. This way, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the samsara battlefield or even the entire land of reincarnation. Alright, but after breaking through, the number of times you guys appear will decrease. Yi Xian said to Old Tree and Skeletal King. Understood. Old Tree nodded. In that case, let's do it. Chapter 1534. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Current level of samsara realm. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Current level of samsara realm. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has made a breakthrough. Current level of samsara realm. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has made a breakthrough. Current level of samsara realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Current level of samsara realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Current level of samsara realm. Ding. Skeletal King has made a breakthrough. Current level of samsara realm. Ding. Skeletal King has made a breakthrough. Current level of samsara realm. After 8 consecutive system notifications, Yi Xian's cultivation level soared to 6th samsara realm. Now, he was not even afraid of 9th samsara realm experts. As long as he could find reincarnation supremacy, he would release the Old Tree and Skeletal King before killing them with his ultimate move. However, before that, the Old Tree and Skeletal King would not be able to fight as their cultivation levels were too high. The moment they appeared, they would be discovered by the Eye of Nature. As for Wei Zhentian, he was only a weapon and did not have any aura. Therefore, he could come out to fight. Although the Life and Death Canyon has been investigated, it is the closest place to the battle. Perhaps the other party sent the dragon bone there. When he thought of this, Yi Xian immediately took action. He broke through the void and returned to the place where he had met He Yuhong and the others before rushing to the Life and Death Canyon. With his speed, he would arrive at the Life and Death Canyon in less than a day. However, his journey was not that smooth. Yi Xian, who was hurrying along, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He felt a strange energy above his head. He raised his head and saw that there was an eye of all things that was staring at him. Ha ha ha, it's you again. You're courting death. A hearty laugh came from the Eye of Nature. Yi Xian was delighted when he heard it. It turned out that the Eye of Nature that had attacked He Yuhong and the others was only at 8th samsara realm. Before Yi Xian could speak, he used the force of nature to attack Yi Xian. A mere 8th level samsara stage practitioner dares to find trouble with me. Without another word, Yi Xian raised his hand and slashed. Swish! The flaming sword Qi tore through the air and struck the eye of all manifestations. After being struck, the eye of all manifestations trembled violently for a moment before collapsing. Instant kill. Not to mention the eyes of myriad forms, even if the person himself came, he would not be able to block this move. Previously, Yi Xian had been passive when facing the eye of myriad forms. Now, he had to take the initiative to attack. Now that I have the heaven-traversing 10,000 elephants, I might be able to track this person down. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately used his eye of revelation to observe and discovered that there were some changes in the surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi. North. After some observation, Yi Xian found some clues. This 10,000 mammoths traversing 10,000 mammoths was actually using the 10,000 mammoths force to gather the surrounding heaven and earth essence qi to form the 10,000 mammoths eye. The eye of myriad forms was similar to the person himself. Most people would not be able to discover it, but Yi Xian had the eye of revelation and immediately detected it. Before Yi Xian could leave, the eye of myriad forms appeared again. "You bastard, Yi Xian did not wait for him to finish speaking. He immediately attacked and destroyed the eye of myriad forms. Then, he ran a few more steps and another eye of myriad forms appeared. However, before it could open its mouth, it was destroyed by Yi Xian. After using the eye of myriad forms several times, Yi Xian could confirm the other party's location. "Let me see where you are." Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he immediately used the technique he had just learned. Heaven traversing 10,000 elephants. An eye of myriad forms suddenly condensed in a place more than an hour away from him. Within the eye of myriad forms was a mountain range. Yi Xian used the eye of myriad forms to look and discovered an aura coming from the bottom of the mountain range. "Found you." Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he immediately attacked. Bang! 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 The eye of myriad forms began to bombard the mountain range. When the person in the mountain range heard the commotion, he no longer condensed the eye of myriad forms to chase after Yi Xian. Instead, he went out to take a look. The next moment, he was shocked. Eye of myriad forms? He knew all the people on his side who possessed the heaven-traversing 10,000 elephants. However, the eye of myriad forms in front of him was extremely unfamiliar. It was obviously an enemy. Before he could speak, Yi Xian attacked directly. "Humph, you're courting death." The man snorted coldly and directly destroyed Yi Xian's eye of myriad forms. However, Yi Xian did not condense the eye of myriad forms again because he had already achieved his goal. Death warrant. He had already issued a death warrant to this man. At the same time, Yi Xian was also rushing over. This man is at the 8th level of the samsara realm. Perhaps he knows where reincarnation supremacy is, Yi Xian thought to himself. He was prepared to kill this man, seize his eye of myriad forms, and then search his soul. An 8th level samsara realm martial artist who possessed the eye of myriad forms was considered a high-level martial artist. Therefore, Yi Xian felt that he had a high chance of succeeding. At this moment, the man still did not know that the eye of myriad forms belonged to Yi Xian. He was still investigating his surroundings, but it seemed like Yi Xian was the only one nearby. Could it be this kid? The man's heart trembled. Yi Xian was the only one in the surroundings. Moreover, Yi Xian was currently running towards him. It was easy for him to be suspected. This kid can actually destroy my eye of myriad forms multiple times. He's quite capable, the man pondered for a moment before heading towards Yi Xian. The two of them faced each other and Yi Xian issued a death warrant to his opponent. In less than half an hour, the two of them met. "Kid, where did you come from?" The man could not help but ask when he saw how calm Yi Xian was. "Cut the crap. Let's fight." Yi Xian did not waste any more time and immediately attacked. Swish! A flaming sword qi pierced through the air. If this attack landed on the man, he would definitely be severely injured. However, the man's strength was not to be underestimated. He also possessed the eye of myriad forms. Even if he could not dodge the sword qi, he could still defeat it. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was currently using a strategy to end the battle quickly. After the man dodged his sky incinerating sword technique, the old tree and the skeleton king suddenly appeared on his left and right. What? The man's eyes widened. He did not notice how the old tree and the skeleton king appeared. Before he could react, the old tree had already flashed behind him. The old tree was already at the 8th level of the Samsara realm and possessed extremely powerful offensive strength. His attack was probably stronger than Yi Xian's. Bang! The man's back was severely injured and he was sent flying. However, he quickly stabilized himself. However, the skeleton king was already charging towards him. Chapter 1535. Grip of the Underworld. A strange force wrapped around the man's body and forced him to rapidly approach the skeletal king. Oh no! The man's heart trembled as he hurriedly used the all creation's force to attack the skeletal king. Furthermore, the attack penetrated the skeletal king's tough armor and exploded in his body. Bang! A muffled sound was heard from the skeletal king's body. However, this kind of attack was child's play to him. As long as his body was not injured more than 4/5, the system would not judge him as dead. With the immortal phoenix bloodline, he could immediately recover from his injuries. The man who was pulled toward the skeletal king was attacked by Yi Xian, the old tree, and the skeletal king at the same time. He instantly died. Of course, Yi Xian deliberately kept the man's eyes of 10,000 forms intact. An 8th level Samsara realm expert was instantly killed by the three of them. After the man died, Yi Xian quickly put away the eyes of 10,000 forms and the interspatial ring. Then, he hid the old tree and the other two in the planting space before he flew away. The old tree and the skeletal king's auras were 8th level Samsara realm experts. Their sudden appearance would probably attract attention. Indeed, not long after Yi Xian left, an eye of 10,000 forms appeared in the sky. This time, Yi Xian had seen it before. It was Gao Yunlong, one of the subordinates of Samsara realm supremacy. He was also the one who controlled half of the skeletal dragon and killed the Samsara city governor's team. Was it an illusion? Gao Yunlong used the sky traversing 10,000 forms to survey the area but did not discover anything. Then, he left. At this moment, Yi Xian had already left the area and was hiding. Ding! The host has devoured an eye of 10,000 forms. The all creation's force has increased. Ding! The host has devoured an eye of 10,000 forms. The all creation's force has increased. After devouring 2 eyes of 10,000 forms, Yi Xian felt that his strength had increased again. Furthermore, the distance of the sky traversing 10,000 forms had increased as well. He had also kept the corpse of the man just now. It just so happened that he could use his soul eye to search through this person's memories. However, as a 6th level Samsara realm expert, it would probably take a lot of time to search the corpse of an 8th level Samsara realm expert. However, there was no other choice. After all, the sky traversing token that Zhuang Fei had given him was sky traversing token. This time, he spent a full 2 days searching through his memories. 2 days later, although Yi Xian didn't find the content he was looking for, which was the location of Venerable Samsara, he discovered something else. The number 1 expert under reincarnation supremacy, Gao Yunlong, usually lingers around the reincarnation summit. Unless something strange happens, he usually won't leave. However, the reincarnation summit was quite a distance away from him. It would take him about 10 days to get there. Moreover, there was no teleportation array in between. It would not be easy to get there. Villa Master gave me a lot of cultivation resources and I used them to break through to the 6th level of the Samsara realm. In addition to the spoils from 2 days ago, I am about to break through. Why don't I wait until I break through to the 7th level of the Samsara realm? Yi Xian was planning. The old tree and the skeletal king were about to break through as well. Once they broke through to the 9th level of the Samsara realm supremacy would not be able to cause any trouble even if he broke through to the imperishable stage. Yi Xian planned carefully and came up with a leveling up route. This route would lead him to the Samsara realm supremacy, and there were many forces he could use to break through. Then, he set off. Since he could communicate with Luo Luo through voice transmission, he reported his progress to Hu Xing. At the same time, he also received some news. The Samsara city governor had really died. This news was brought by the eyes of 10,000 forms expert under the Samsara city governor. It was said that the Samsara city governor was poisoned by an unknown poison and died after half a day of closed-door cultivation. When Hu Xing heard this news, she couldn't help but shudder. What kind of poison could kill the Samsara city governor, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Samsara realm? The Samsara city governor was half a step into the imperishable stage, and the mysterious life chi in his body was strong. Ordinary poisons wouldn't be able to kill him. However, the Samsara city governor's body had been snatched away, and the eyes of Samsara had probably fallen into the hands of Samsara realm supremacy. Naturally, no one knew the cause of death. Although I only met the Samsara city governor a few times, he had a good relationship with the villa master and even helped Luo Luo reincarnate. I will avenge him. Yi Xian made up his mind and left immediately. This time, he knew where Samsara realm supremacy was. However, before he fought with Samsara realm supremacy, he had to get rid of the strongest eyes of 10,000 forms expert, Gao Yunlong. It was easy to lure Gao Yunlong out. All he had to do was expose his whereabouts and let Gao Yunlong find him. When the time came, Yi Xian could start a massacre. After making up his mind, Yi Xian quickly headed to a nearby force. This time, he didn't hide and called out the old tree and the skeletal king. Kill. This force was a sect, and there were many disciples in the sect. When they saw the red light shining between the eyebrows of Yi Xian and the old tree, they immediately rushed forward in groups. It's an enemy. Kill. That old man is at the 8th level of the Samsara realm. Hurry up and inform the sect leader. For elders, join forces with me. This sect had migrated over in recent years. Although there weren't many disciples, there were 8th level Samsara realm experts in the sect. Unfortunately, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of 9th level Samsara realm experts. What was a mere 8th level Samsara realm expert to him? Although this was what Yi Xian said, he still wanted to end the battle quickly. After all, the eyes of myriad forms might descend and disturb him. If this was any other place, Yi Xian wouldn't do something like exterminating a sect. However, this was the rotating will battlefield. Moreover, the people in this sect seemed to have gone crazy when they saw them and rushed to their deaths. Coincidentally, Yi Xian liked to fight in groups. Therefore, he immediately started a killing feast. Given his cultivation level, even 8th level Samsara realm experts wouldn't be able to withstand his attacks easily. As for those below the 8th level of the Samsara realm, they would only be killed in an instant. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another. At the same time, the killing feast's killing intent was increasing continuously. 10%. 20%. 30%. 100%, in less than 10 seconds, all the experts at the 5th level of the Samsara realm and above in this sect were dead. Not a single one was left. Yi Xian had obtained the inheritance of an entire sect and had gained a lot. Unfortunately, he was still a little short of breaking through to the 7th level of the Samsara realm. Chapter 1536. Let's go. After annihilating this sect, Yi Xian quickly hid Elder Shu and the Skeleton King in the planting space, then split up with Wei Zhentian and hurried on their way. Not long after they left, an eye of all things condensed in the sky. What's going on? An illusory figure appeared in the eye of nature. It was Gao Yunlong, whom Yi Xian had seen before. He could not help but feel astonished when he saw the bloodbath in the sect. It's a manager. When the disciples of the various sects saw this, it was as if they had seen their savior. They immediately recounted what had just happened. He destroyed a sect in 10 seconds. Gao Yunlong was in disbelief. If it was him, he would be able to destroy the sect in 10 seconds. However, the disciples were talking about someone from the enemy camp. How was it possible that an expert had infiltrated their territory without being discovered by him and the other managers? He left not long ago. Gao Yunlong narrowed his eyes before the illusory figure, and the eye of nature disappeared from the world. Yi Xian was heading north at that moment. Gao Yunlong caught up with him shortly after he left. This aura. It's Gao Yunlong. Yi Xian immediately reacted and stopped in his tracks. Back then, 3 managers had appeared in the abyss of death. They were from 3 different camps and had joined forces to kill the skeletal dragon, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Samsara realm. Gao Yunlong was one of them. Yi Xian had witnessed Gao Yunlong's attack before. However, Gao Yunlong was only at the 1st level of the Samsara realm at that time. Now that he was at the 6th level of the Samsara realm, the Old Tree, the Skeletal King, and Wei Zhentian were at the 8th level of the Samsara realm, they were more than enough to deal with Gao Yunlong. Of course, they were talking about Gao Yunlong's actual body. Now, it was only Gao Yunlong's eye of 10,000 forms that came, so there was nothing to fear. Who are you? Gao Yunlong's illusory figure formed and his gaze landed on Yi Xian. Yi Xian had only returned when the skeletal dragon was killed and Gao Yunlong and Reincarnation Venerable's Eye of Reincarnation were defeated. Therefore, Gao Yunlong did not recognize Yi Xian. Who are you? Yi Xian pretended not to know him and asked. You don't even know me, yet you dare to enter my territory. You're courting death. Without another word, Gao Yunlong launched an attack on Yi Xian. Bang! A violent explosion occurred where Yi Xian was, but before it happened, he had already left his original spot and counterattacked. Another eye of myriad forms appeared in the sky and stared at Gao Yunlong's eye of myriad forms. Bang! Gao Yunlong was a little surprised that his eye of myriad was attacked. Yi Xian actually had the eye of all things. However, due to the short distance between them, he did not know that Yi Xian also had the ability to travel through space. You have some ability. Gao Yunlong didn't think much of it and continued to attack. He directly destroyed Yi Xian's eye of myriad forms with a single strike. The #1 subordinate of reincarnation supremacy was indeed extraordinary. Just the eye of all things alone had the ability to kill an 8th level Samsara stage expert. However, Yi Xian wasn't that easy to deal with. Killing intent explosion. Heaven incinerating sword technique. Yi Xian wielded the scarlet flame sword and personally attacked. At the same time, Wei Zhentian also attacked. No matter how powerful Gao Yunlong was, he wouldn't be able to kill Wei Zhentian, who possessed the immortal divine phoenix bloodline. In the beginning, Gao Yunlong had underestimated Yi Xian's strength. However, as time passed, he couldn't help but feel a little incredulous when he realized that he couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. Recently, he had obtained many good items and had cultivated to the peak of the 9th level Samsara stage. Even if he were to travel through space and descend, he would be able to kill an 8th level Samsara stage expert. However, now, he couldn't even deal with Yi Xian, who was at the 6th level Samsara stage. I remember now. You should be the #1 supervisor of the northern camp. However, you don't seem to be very strong. Yi Xian couldn't help but mock Lin Huang. Although only 3 seconds had passed since the start of the battle, all of his attacks had been defeated by Gao Yunlong. Gao Yunlong's attacks couldn't hurt him either. Therefore, they were evenly matched. If you said that in front of me, you would already be a corpse. Gao Yunlong's cold voice entered Yi Xian's ears. The latter couldn't help but mock, but your original body isn't here, right? If you have the ability, come here personally. As you wish. Yi Xian's body trembled slightly when he heard this. Gao Yunlong could actually say such a thing. What was going on? Could it be that Gao Yunlong was nearby? Come, so what if my original body is here? I'll kill you as soon as you appear. Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but emit 2 rays of light. His goal was to kill Gao Yunlong and break through to the 7th level samsara stage. Then, he would perform a soul search to find reincarnation supremacy and kill him. This way, the land of reincarnation would be Hu Xing's world. However, Yi Xian was shocked in the next moment. All of a sudden, another eye appeared beside Gao Yunlong's eye of myriad forms. This time, it wasn't the eye of nature. It was the eye of space that Yi Xian had seen before. How was this possible? Before Yi Xian could react, a crack suddenly appeared in the spatial eye. Soon after, a human youth walked out. There was actually an expert who possessed the eye of space under reincarnation supremacy's command. This person was at the 9th level samsara stage. Qiu Feng, catch him. I want him alive. Gao Yunlong said to this person. Yi Xian looked at this young man called Qiu Feng in disbelief. He quickly sent a voice transmission to Hu Xing, and reported this to Reincarnation Fox. The information that Hu Xing gave him didn't mention that reincarnation supremacy had an expert who possessed the eye of space. Although Zhuang Fei also possessed the eye of space, he had the mutated bloodline of the Fox of Space. Ordinary people could only obtain the eye of space from a heaven-reaching beast that possessed the eye of space. However, when Yi Xian saw this person, a strange smile appeared on his face. Now that he had the eye of nature and the eye of death, if he devoured this eye of space, he would have 3 types of eye of space in his eye catalog. When that time came, he would be rewarded. Moreover, this eye of space had its own merits compared to the eye of the void. If Yi Xian could obtain it, it would be much more convenient. However, for now, he had to deal with Qiu Feng, who possessed the eye of space, first. Gao Yunlong was also very confident. After leaving this sentence, he directly disappeared. Now, only Yi Xian and Qiu Feng were left. Qiu Feng didn't know what Yi Xian had done, but Gao Yunlong had ordered him to capture Yi Xian alive. This was an order that he had to fulfill. He didn't waste any time and immediately flew towards Yi Xian. He was prepared to capture Yi Xian and hand him over to Gao Yunlong. Yi Xian had originally wanted to find Gao Yunlong's whereabouts. Now, as long as he killed Qiu Feng, he would probably be able to find him. Chapter 1537. Old Tree, Spare Ribs, There's a Fight. Yi Xian immediately summoned Old Tree and Skeleton King without hesitation. In an instant, it became 4 against 1. After sensing the other 2 auras, Qiu Feng's body suddenly trembled. Residual Flame. Old Tree took the lead, flashed behind Qiu Feng, and then punched him hard. Whoosh! Old Tree's punch did not hit Qiu Feng. To be precise, it did not hit anything. Through the vision sharing, Yi Xian saw Old Tree's punch hit a black hole in space. The Eye of Space has the ability to control space. Not only can it tear space to fight, but it can also be used for defense. While Old Tree was still in shock, the space crack suddenly closed. Whoosh! The space crack closed, leaving half of Old Tree's hand in the space crack. The space crack was almost the strongest attack. Ascension Realm powerhouses could tear space even without the Eye of Space, so it was very powerful. It seemed that Qiu Feng would not be so easy to deal with. However, Yi Xian overestimated Qiu Feng. With Qiu Feng's realm, he could only use the ability to tear space a few times. Old Tree's attack was not weak. If Qiu Feng did not use his trump card, he would at least be seriously injured. Then, he would fall into a passive state in the following battle and be killed. It had been 2 days since the last battle with the Eye of Nature, so the Skeleton King's grip of hell could be used. The moment Old Tree's attack failed, he directly stretched out his hand, grabbed Qiu Feng, and then pulled him over. After feeling this irresistible force, Qiu Feng's eyes flickered, and he directly broke open a space door in front of him. And the other end of this space door appeared behind the Skeleton King. Flash Punch. Qiu Feng's right hand fiercely blasted out and hit the Skeleton King's back across space. In an instant, the Skeleton King's hard rock armor shattered. This punch was infused with the ability of the Eye of Space. Although it did not tear through space, its power was not small. It directly penetrated the skeleton monarch's body. Unfortunately, this damage could not reach 4/5, which meant that the Skeleton King would not die. At that moment, the immortal phoenix bloodline inside him took effect and healed his wounds. Qiu Feng could only use spatial tear a few times. The first time was to cross space, the second time was to block the old tree's attack, and the third time was to attack the Skeleton King. Right now, he could only use it twice. Furthermore, even if he managed to grab hold of Yi Xian after that, he would probably only be able to travel on foot. After all, using the spatial eye required eye power. The power of his eyes had become his fatal flaw. Before he could attack again, Yi Xian and Old Tree had already launched their attacks. He had no choice but to use the Eye of Space again. However, this time, he did not tear through space. Instead, he used another method to defend himself. Space distortion. Yi Xian's burning sky sword art tore through the air. Just as it was about to hit Qiu Feng, it was suddenly repelled by a strange energy. The angle of the burning sky sword art deviated by 30 degrees. Old Tree was the same. When he threw a fire fist, his arm was repelled and hit his left shoulder instead. What the hell? The Eye of Space is really powerful. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Qiu Feng had used the Eye of Space to distort the space around him. Normal attacks could not break through it. Earlier, he had already used the Death Hunt command to mark Qiu Feng. Because Gao Yunlong did not come in person, he could not mark him. However, he now saw that the Eye of Assassination could not be used. This meant that the Eye of Assassination could not pass through this layer of distorted space and reach Qiu Feng's back. Even Old Tree's residual flames were the same. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt the space around him begin to distort. This was because Qiu Feng had used the Eye of Space on him and trapped Yi Xian. Ha, you want to trap me first? Yi Xian immediately understood. It just so happened that Qiu Feng used the Eye of Space again and broke through space to arrive in front of Yi Xian. He still had the ability to break through space, so he could bring Yi Xian back. Yi Xian originally wanted to put away the Old Tree and the Skeleton King, but he changed his mind. Gao Yunlong wanted to capture him, right? Now that Qiu Feng could capture him, wouldn't that be exactly what he wanted? Let's go. Qiu Feng still did not understand Yi Xian's plan. He directly grabbed Yi Xian's throat with one hand, then quickly broke open a space door and entered. At the same time, the Old Tree, the Skeleton King, and Megatron had been put into Yi Xian's planting space. Although the Eye of Assassination and residual flames could not be used, it did not affect the absorption of people. In addition, the special positioning of space could be used. If Yi Xian had wanted to leave earlier, he could have directly broken through space and teleported to the Old Tree and the Skeleton King's side, or he could have just left. At this moment, Yi Xian had already been forcefully brought through the spatial door by Qiu Feng. At this moment, he arrived at a cave. As soon as he passed through the space door, Yi Xian felt a powerful aura. 9th level Samsara Realm. Moreover, it was at the peak of the 9th level Samsara Realm. Gao Yunlong, I've finally found you. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at the figure in front of him and immediately used the death warrant. After Qiu Feng caught him, he really did bring him to Gao Yunlong and handed him over to Gao Yunlong. Before Gao Yunlong and Qiu Feng could react, Yi Xian summoned the Old Tree and the Skeleton King. With a wave of his hand, 10 corpses appeared. Death Intent. Death Gaze. In the next moment, Qiu Feng's body began to rapidly decay. At the same time, the 10 corpses on the ground suddenly flipped over. These 10 corpses were at least at the 7th level Samsara Realm, and there were even a few 8th level Samsara Realm corpses. Among them, there were enemies that Yi Xian had killed and enemies that Hu Xing had sent people to capture. These 10 corpses were affected by the death intent and became battle corpses. The death intent skill appeared after Yi Xian devoured the Eye of Death. The Skeleton King could resurrect corpses that were lower in cultivation than him without any consumption. If he wanted to resurrect corpses of the same cultivation level, he would have to consume soul water. The Death Gaze was Qi Xuanyue's ultimate move. Just this move alone consumed a large amount of soul water, causing the amplification of the Elegy of Souls to decrease by 5%. In addition to the resurrection of the death intent, the amplification of the Elegy of Souls was reduced to 20%. However, this move caught Qiu Feng off guard. Before Qiu Feng could react, his head was turned into ashes, and he died tragically in an instant. Just like that, there was another 9th-level Samsara Realm corpse. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded, indicating that Qiu Feng had really died. Chapter 1538. Fortunately, Yi Xian had managed to protect his Eye of Space. Yi Xian immediately kept the Eye of Space and the Qian Kun ring. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the 7th level of the Samsara Realm. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the 9th level of the Samsara Realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the 9th level of the Samsara Realm. Ding! Skeletal King has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the 9th level of the Samsara Realm. This was only the notification for the upgrade. It was not over yet. Ding! Host has devoured an Eye of Space. Ding! Host has devoured an Eye of Space. Ding! Eye of Space has been copied into the Eye catalog. There are currently 3 types, Eye of Nature, Eye of Death, and Eye of Space. Ding! System rewards Host's celestial eyes to evolve once. Indeed, the reward for the Eye catalog was to evolve the celestial eyes. This was something that Yi Xian had already guessed. After devouring a pair of Eye of Space, he had also mastered some spatial techniques. For example, he could distort space and tear space. Distort space was similar to Qiu Feng. It could be used for defense or to trap people. As for tear space, the distance was much smaller than the void door. However, it was very practical in battle. Previously, Yi Xian had used the void positioning system to set traps for his enemies before using the Eye of the Void to launch a sneak attack. Now that he had the Eye of Space, he no longer needed to do so. As long as he was nearby, he could tear space and attack his enemies from behind. Of course, tearing space consumed a lot of eye power. Yi Xian estimated that he could only use it 2 or 3 times. However, this was enough. At this moment, Qiu Feng was already dead. The appearance of Yi Xian and the other 2 gave Gao Yunlong a fright. Qiu Feng was killed instantly. Gao Yunlong's eyes widened in disbelief. Previously, he had asked Qiu Feng to capture Yi Xian and send him to him. Qiu Feng had done that. However, it was obvious that Yi Xian was playing hard to get. Not only had he successfully found him, but he had also killed Qiu Feng instantly. Who are you? Gao Yunlong asked subconsciously. The one who will kill you. Just like before, Yi Xian had no intention of wasting words with Gao Yunlong. He immediately gave the order to attack. The old tree, the skeletal monarch, Wei Zhentian, and the 11 corpses immediately launched their attacks. The reason why Yi Xian had not allowed the Skeleton King to use its death gaze on Gao Yunlong was because Gao Yunlong had most likely reached the peak 9th level of the Samsara Realm. On the other hand, Qiu Feng was only at the initial 9th level of the Samsara Realm and would be easier to kill. The success rate of insta-killing Qiu Feng was much higher than the success rate of insta-killing Gao Yunlong. Furthermore, after killing Qiu Feng, Yi Xian and the rest had all made breakthroughs. They were no longer afraid of Gao Yunlong's true body. The Skeleton King, who had already broken through to the 9th level of the Samsara Realm, and the old tree flew towards Gao Yunlong from both sides. In addition, Qiu Feng's headless corpse and the other 10 corpses also attacked directly. You think you can kill me? Gao Yunlong roared angrily. Vital energy surged out from his body and formed a layer of invisible defense around his body. The defensive strength of this layer of defense was not inferior to Qiu Feng's spatial distortion defense. After all, Gao Yunlong was at the peak 9th level of the samsara realm and possessed the eye of nature. His strength was not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, the old tree and the skeleton king had already broken through to the 9th level of the samsara realm. Bang! A dull sound was heard. Gao Yunlong's defense was broken through by the skeleton king. Immediately after, the old tree's remaining flames attacked. Boom! The old tree punched Gao Yunlong's back, causing the latter's body to tilt forward. At this moment, the skeleton king could have used its death gaze directly. However, using it once consumed too much soul water. Each time it was used, it would reduce the amplification by 5%. Therefore, Yi Xian did not allow him to use it. If he had to use his trump card to deal with Gao Yunlong, how would he deal with reincarnation supremacy? He had to keep his trump card. The old tree and the skeleton king had finished their attacks. Next, it was Qiu Feng's turn to attack the 11 battle corpses. Get lost, all of you. At this moment, Gao Yunlong's eyes flashed fiercely. His eyes were suddenly filled with blood vessels. Immediately after, an extremely powerful all-creations force emerged from his body. Boom! This all-creations force rapidly spread and blasted the old tree and the skeleton king. Qiu Feng and the other battle corpses were not spared. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds rang out one after another. Yi Xian hurriedly used spatial distortion to block the impact. As for the battle corpses that he had resurrected, the skeleton king, all of them, except for Qiu Feng, exploded. What a powerful attack! Even Yi Xian, who possessed the eye of revelation, could not see through this move. It seemed like it was not a divine ability, but a method of using the eye of myriad. Yi Xian's heart was bleeding. Just in case, he had resurrected many battle corpses with high cultivation realms. The amplification from the Elegy of Souls had dropped from 30% to 20%. It was a full 10% amplification. Now, more than half of it had been destroyed by Gao Yunlong's attack. At this moment, Gao Yunlong's face was gloomy. He knew that it would be difficult for him to defeat Yi Xian and the others. After sending the old tree and the skeleton king flying, he directly soared into the sky and prepared to break through and leave this place by force. This time, Yi Xian did not intend to show mercy. Ribs, come on. Yi Xian suddenly gave the skeleton king an order. Then, the skeleton king directly waved the sky-shaking sword and slashed at Yi Xian with a dark gray sword chi. Sky-shattering flowing rock slash. This move was the combined skill of the skeleton king and Wei Zhentian. Although it was not very powerful, its effect was extremely terrifying. Facing this move, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flickered. Then, he directly consumed a large amount of eye power to tear a large spatial crack. Whoosh! The sky-shattering flowing rock slash sank into the spatial crack and finally came out from behind Gao Yunlong. Bam! Gao Yunlong's back was hit. In the blink of an eye, it was as if he had a thick turtle shell on his back. He was instantly petrified. This, how? Gao Yunlong's eyes widened. He did not pay much attention to Yi Xian's spatial distortion earlier. But now, he saw that Yi Xian also had the eye of space. How was this possible? However, he did not have time to think. No, to be precise, he no longer had the ability to think. This was because the degree of petrification had climbed to his brain. Even though he had a large amount of mysterious life chi in his body, he could not dispel this petrification ability. If the skeleton king was only at the 8th level of the samsara realm, he might have a chance of survival. However, the skeleton king was at the 9th level of the samsara realm. It was impossible for him to survive. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Chapter 1539. Ding! Host has devoured an eye of all things. Strength of all things has increased. Ding. Host has devoured an eye of all things. Strength of all things has increased. Gao Yunlong had possessed the eye of all things for thousands of years. After thousands of years, he had a deep understanding of the eye of all things. Therefore, it was very powerful. After Yi Xian devoured the eye of all things, he felt that his strength of all things had increased significantly. Even his distance had increased. He could now travel a distance of 3 days. This was already very incredible for a 7th-level Samsara realm practitioner like him. This was because the distance of the young man he had killed back then paled in comparison to his. However, there was a more important matter at hand. Gao Yunlong's eye of all things is hovering near the reincarnation peak. Could this be? Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed. He immediately took out the base of the life and death plate from the devouring space. Buzz! The base of the life and death plate shook violently the moment it appeared. This meant that reincarnation supremacy was nearby. Found him. I've finally found you, reincarnation supremacy. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He quickly left the cave. When he left, he realized that he was at the foot of a mountain. Indeed, this was the reincarnation peak. The reincarnation peak was very high. Even with Yi Xian's senses, he could not sense the peak. However, the base of the life and death plate seemed to want to fly up. If Yi Xian had not grabbed it, it would have flown up into the sky. Reincarnation supremacy was at the reincarnation peak. Let's go. Yi Xian did not hesitate. He immediately soared into the sky and flew towards the reincarnation peak. At the same time, an old man at the reincarnation peak suddenly opened his eyes. This person was reincarnation supremacy. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strange sense of déjà vu in his heart. Just as he was feeling surprised, a person stepped into the range of his spiritual consciousness. 7th level Samsara realm. Who is it? Reincarnation supremacy narrowed his eyes. He had clearly instructed Gao Yunlong not to let anyone near the reincarnation peak. However, why would a 7th-level Samsara realm kid appear here? Fortunately, he had already exited seclusion. Otherwise, he would have directly attacked and obliterated that person. Soon, a figure appeared in front of him. When he saw the item in the figure's hand, he immediately came to a realization. Base? The reincarnation supremacy finally reacted. This young man had found him by relying on the base of the life and death plate. But why would someone do that? He remembered that he had abandoned the base of the life and death plate in the Scarlet Flame mountain range. His gaze landed on the young man, and he realized that he had seen this young man before, just outside the Scarlet Flame mountain range. At that time, he had been fighting with the Samsara city leader and the reincarnation fox for the 2 wills of Samsara. In the end, he had been defeated by the Samsara city leader and the reincarnation fox. The brat in front of him had also been present at that time. However, he had only been at the longevity stage back then. Now, he had reached the 7th level of the Samsara stage. How is that possible? Reincarnation Sage's eyes widened as he stared at the young man before him. In just a few short months, he had broken through from the longevity stage to the 7th level of the Samsara stage. Even a reincarnated being would not be able to do that. The young man in front of him was Yi Xian, who had found him with the base of the life and death plate. After seeing the reincarnation supremacy, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. However, his eyes were not that confident because the aura of the reincarnation supremacy in front of him was much stronger than Gao Yunlong's. The reincarnation supremacy had probably broken through the shackles of the reincarnation stage and reached the imperishable stage. However, so what? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you the reincarnation supremacy?" Although he was certain, he could not help but ask. "Who are you?" The reincarnation supremacy asked with a frown. At this moment, he did not take Yi Xian seriously at all. After all, Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the Samsara stage. Even a peak 9th level Samsara stage martial artist was like an ant in front of him, let alone a 7th level Samsara stage martial artist. However, what he did not know was that Yi Xian had just killed his number 1 general at the foot of the mountain. The reincarnation supremacy found it strange that Yi Xian had the base of the life and death plate and was able to find him. Who I am is not important. Yi Xian shook his head and said, I did not expect you to successfully break through to the imperishable stage. It seems like it was because of the half of the imperishable stage dragon bone. You actually know. The reincarnation supremacy was shocked when he heard this. How did Yi Xian know that he had obtained the imperishable stage dragon bone? Could he be a survivor of the 100 Fox Manor or reincarnation city? However, now that he had broken through, there was no one in the land of reincarnation who could threaten him, not even the strongest reincarnation fox. That's right. I extracted a drop of imperishable blood essence from the half of the imperishable stage dragon bone. After I successfully refined it, I broke through to the imperishable stage. The reincarnation supremacy did not hide anything and directly told the truth. He had relied on this drop of imperishable blood essence to successfully break through to the imperishable stage. An imperishable stage expert had an indestructible body. Although their physique was extremely strong, it was extremely difficult to repair. However, an imperishable stage expert could condense the imperishable blood essence. Even if their entire body was reduced to nothingness, they could still rely on this drop of imperishable blood essence to revive. This was the strength of an imperishable stage expert. However, this drop of imperishable blood essence was extremely difficult to condense. Not everyone could condense it. He really did reach the imperishable stage. After hearing the reincarnation supremacy's words, Yi Xian could not help but tremble. The gap between the samsara stage and the imperishable stage was huge. It was definitely not easy to kill an imperishable stage expert. Moreover, the reincarnation supremacy actually had a drop of imperishable blood essence. This meant that even if the reincarnation supremacy died, he could still revive on his own. Yi Xian immediately scanned with the eye of revelation, but he could not see through the reincarnation supremacy. It seemed like he had to use his trump card this time. Kid, how did you know you could find me with this? At this time, the reincarnation supremacy could not help but ask. That day when you appeared outside the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range and fought with the Reincarnation City Governor and the Reincarnation Fox for the Reincarnation Will, you were defeated by the two of them. After you left, the base of the life and death plate was unearthed and I obtained it. Then, when you appeared in the Dark Moon Tomb Chamber again, you caused the base of the life and death plate to tremble. Therefore, I guessed that this thing should be related to you. I guess you should be the original body of the life and death plate, right? Yi Xian said slowly. After hearing this, the reincarnation supremacy could not help but reveal a shocked expression. He did not expect Yi Xian to be so accurate. That's right. I am the original body of the life and death plate that turned into a demon. You are quite capable to be able to guess it. Chapter 1540. Since that's the case, I'll return you to your original form today. Yi Xian said as he put away the base of the life and death plate. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Kill me? Reincarnation supremacy was a little confused. It was already a miracle that a 7th level samsara stage expert was able to break through the surveillance of those managers. Yet, this person actually dared to threaten to beat him back to his original form. This was truly a case of a newborn calf not fearing the tiger. Reincarnation supremacy had learned a move after breaking through to the imperishable stage. He could try it on Yi Xian. Immediately, he formed an eye of reincarnation above his head. Reincarnation supremacy also had an eye of reincarnation. However, he might have refined the two eyes of reincarnation city master. Therefore, his reincarnation ability was very strong. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and looked up at the eye of reincarnation. In the next moment, he saw the eye of reincarnation flash. One eye of reincarnation. This was the ultimate move that reincarnation supremacy had comprehended after breaking through to the imperishable stage. Ding! Reincarnation supremacy is attempting to reincarnate you. Do you agree? A system notification sounded out, causing Yi Xian to be shocked. He had only been glared at by the eye of reincarnation. How could he be reincarnated? Reject. Yi Xian shuddered and hurriedly replied. What kind of joke was this? It was not easy for him to climb to his current level. How could he be reincarnated? Furthermore, would there be any reincarnation after he was reincarnated? Reincarnation supremacy frowned when he saw Yi Xian's calm expression. He sighed in his heart. Could it be that he hasn't mastered this move? What he did not know was that if an ordinary person was hit by this move, they would have been turned into an unconscious body and their soul would be reincarnated. Yi Xian broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he was warned. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Reincarnation supremacy was really good at playing tricks on others. This time, Yi Xian did not waste any more time and directly attacked. Killing intent explosion. Heaven burning sword technique. A flaming sword chi tore through the air. If this attack landed on a 9th level samsara stage expert, it would be enough to severely injure them. However, the reincarnation venerable was already in the undead realm. Facing this attack, the reincarnation venerable merely raised his hand and defeated it. There was indeed a huge gap between the rebirth stage and the imperishable stage. Brat, you actually dared to attack me. Fine, I'll teach you a lesson today. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Reincarnation supremacy coldly snorted. Even though he was teaching Yi Xian a lesson, his aged eyes were filled with killing intent. Clearly, he wanted to kill Yi Xian. Let's see if it's you who dies today, or me. Yi Xian mustered up all his energy. After all, he was facing an imperishable realm expert. If he was at the 8th level of the samsara stage, he would not need to fear reincarnation supremacy. However, he was currently at the 7th level of the samsara stage. There was a difference of 3 levels and 1 large level between them. Therefore, he had no choice but to be cautious. The two of them looked at each other for a second before Reincarnation Venerable made his move. Swoosh! Reincarnation Venerable casually sent out a true energy slash, but Yi Xian did not dodge. Instead, he retaliated. Explosion of killing intent. Sky burning sword technique. When the flaming sword chi collided with Reincarnation Venerable's true energy slash, 2 figures suddenly appeared behind Reincarnation Venerable. Reincarnation Venerable raised his eyebrows as he suddenly sensed something. However, Old Tree had already used remnant flames to flash behind Reincarnation Venerable and threw out a punch. The punch accurately landed on Reincarnation Venerable's back. However, to everyone's astonishment, it only managed to break through Reincarnation Venerable's defense and slightly burned him. Undead realm experts possessed the indestructible body, so their physical strength had improved by leaps and bounds. In addition to Reincarnation Venerable's true energy defense, the punch did not manage to injure him much. However, the indestructible body of an undead realm expert was extremely difficult to repair. The mysterious life chi was unable to heal him, so the burn was still there. Reincarnation Venerable did not care at all. He snorted and said, "Your power is not bad, but it's not that easy to kill me." If it was the previous him, he would have been severely injured by this punch. However, he was now in the undead realm, so his physical strength was at least 3 times stronger than before. It was already good enough that Old Tree could break through his true energy defense. However, Old Tree's attack was not over yet. Flaming Sun Rope. Old Tree clenched his left hand, and a flaming chain wrapped around Reincarnation Venerable's neck. Then, he pulled it hard. This move was very insidious, and most people would not be able to defend against it. If it was before, Old Tree's pull would be enough to tear off a person's head. However, it could not make Reincarnation Venerable's body tremble at all now. Not only that, when Old Tree could not pull the flaming chain, Reincarnation Venerable's true energy surged out of his body and broke the flaming chain in an instant. At the same time, Skeletal King had already rushed over with his heaven-shaking sword and slashed down fiercely. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. Yi Xian was shocked when he took a closer look. Reincarnation Venerable had actually grabbed the heaven-shaking sword with one hand and blocked the Skeletal King's full-force slash with one hand. Was the undead realm really that powerful? In fact, when Old Tree injured Reincarnation Venerable could have quickly sent Old Tree flying or escaped by himself. However, he did not do so because he wanted to test how powerful the undead body was. Now, he finally understood. The Skeletal King's attack had surpassed Old Tree's punch, and it was enough to kill a 9th-level Samsara Realm expert. However, Reincarnation Venerable had blocked it with one hand. His physique was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. However, the Skeletal King's attack was not over yet. Death Gaze. Out of nowhere, an eye of death suddenly appeared in the air and glared at Reincarnation Venerable. However, the death gaze that consumed 5% of the Elegy of Soul's enhancement was useless against Reincarnation Venerable. Impossible. Even an undead realm expert can't be unscathed. What exactly is Reincarnation Venerable? Yi Xian was shocked. However, he soon thought of something. Reincarnation Venerable was not a human, but an artifact that had turned into a demon. Therefore, he might be immune to the death gaze. Kid, I admit that you're quite capable. However, I'm not someone you can provoke now. Die. Suddenly, a cold voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Then, Yi Xian saw a figure rushing toward him. The speed was too fast. Reincarnation Venerable turned into an afterimage and attacked Yi Xian. He did not need to use any divine ability to deal with Yi Xian. Whoosh! Reincarnation Venerable clenched his right hand and directly stabbed Yi Xian's heart after arriving in front of Yi Xian. For an undead realm expert, the heart was no longer a vital point. The only vital point was the brain. Moreover, even if the brain was damaged, an undead realm expert could use the undead blood essence to revive. Chapter 1541. Reincarnation Venerable did not know that Yi Xian had the Eye of Eternity, so he wanted to pierce through Yi Xian's heart so that Yi Xian would die. Poof! A crisp sound was heard. Reincarnation Venerable's arm directly pierced through Yi Xian's chest and pierced through his heart. His arm even came out from his back with some flesh and blood. Martial artists below the imperishable realm would definitely die if their hearts were pierced. However, Yi Xian was not. Instead, he opened his eyes wide and locked his hands on Reincarnation Venerable's shoulders. What? Reincarnation Venerable was shocked. Logically speaking, Yi Xian should have died immediately. How could he still move? This was impossible. At this moment, he suddenly felt a terrifying energy gathering above his head. When he reacted, he saw a flaming hoof stomping on him. Unicorn's Descent. This move was Yi Xian's strongest attack. With his realm, as long as the enemy was below the imperishable realm, they would be killed instantly. However, he was facing an imperishable realm expert this time. It was not easy to hurt an expert with an indestructible body. When Unicorn's foot landed, Yi Xian could not hurt him because he had the protection of true qi. Reincarnation Venerable was accurately stomped on. His clothes were directly burned to ashes, and even his body was covered in blood. Although the indestructible body was powerful, Reincarnation Venerable had just broken through after all. His strength was at the bottom of the imperishable realm. However, this was enough to show the power of the indestructible body. Huff! Huff! While Reincarnation Venerable was vomiting blood, the Old Tree and Skeleton King quickly rushed over. Get lost! Reincarnation Venerable was furious. Several black and white light balls gushed out from his body and entered the Old Tree and Skeleton King's bodies at lightning speed. Ding! Reincarnation Venerable is trying to reincarnate the Ashes spirit. Do you agree? Ding! Reincarnation Venerable is trying to reincarnate the Skeleton King. Do you agree? Reject! Reject! Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had it. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Due to the failure of Samsara, the old tree and the skeletal monarch rushed over and attacked together. Bang! Pooh! The old tree's fire fist attack and the skeleton king's full-powered / both injured reincarnation knight. Among them, the skeletal monarch had already activated the undying war soul. All of its attributes had doubled, and its attack power was much stronger than before. Reincarnation supremacy's injuries worsened. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that unicorn could be used again. What? Venerable Reincarnation, who was covered in blood, was shocked. Before he could react, the flaming hoof had already stepped on him. Bang! The earth trembled as flames surged forth. Venerable Samsara was struck once again. When Yi Xian saw this, he couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression. Who told you to be pretentious? Who told you to be pretentious? Now you're satisfied. What indestructible realm? What indestructible body? Weren't they still beaten to death by him? However, after the 2 unicorn strikes, Yi Xian did not hear the system notification. In other words, Venerable Samsara was still alive. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Venerable Samsara was covered in blood. He stomped his feet and charged towards Yi Xian like a cannonball. This punch was enough to kill any 9th-level Samsara realm expert. This time, his target was Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian was still alive even after his heart was pierced. Therefore, Venerable Samsara wanted to test his brain. He did not believe that Yi Xian also had an indestructible body. Although Yi Xian would not die even if his brain was destroyed, Venerable Samsara's punch would blast his entire head, including his 2 eyes. Yi Xian would not allow his 2 clones to die again. Rip! A crisp sound was suddenly heard. A spatial crack suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Then, Venerable Samsara's punch went straight in. As for where the exit of the spatial crack was, it was needless to say. It was naturally behind reincarnation supremacy. Bang! Venerable Samsara's right hand passed through the spatial crack and smashed into the back of his head. He was shocked because Yi Xian also had the Eye of Space. How was this possible? It was already a miracle for 2 Eye of Space to appear in the land of reincarnation. Now, there was a third one. Venerable Samsara had to pay the price in blood for this. Venerable Samsara's fist smashed into the back of his head. His entire body leaned forward and his upper body passed through the spatial crack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian used the Eye of Space again and quickly closed the spatial crack. Whoosh! When the spatial crack closed, even Venerable Samsara, who had an indestructible body, could not resist the power of space. His upper body was directly cut off, including his left hand. By the time he came out of the spatial crack, only his upper body and right hand were left. No matter how strong the indestructible body was, it was not stronger than the power of space. In addition, the indestructible body was difficult to heal. Venerable Samsara would probably have to fight with his upper body and only one hand. No, this is impossible. Venerable Samsara was shocked. Was he, who was in the indestructible realm, going to die here? Impossible. However, Venerable Samsara could not beat Yi Xian at his peak. Instead, he was severely injured. Now, only his upper body was left. The part that was cut by the spatial crack was bleeding profusely. If this continued, he was afraid that he would die. Could it be that I have to use the indestructible blood essence? Venerable Samsara had a flash of inspiration. The indestructible blood essence was the resurrection method of indestructible realm experts. Even if their physical body was destroyed, as long as their soul was still there, they could be revived. After all, the indestructible blood essence was stored in the soul. This thought just flashed through his mind because the indestructible blood essence could not be used before the indestructible body was completely dead. If that was the case, wouldn't he be beaten up again? Under normal circumstances, the indestructible realm experts would find a quiet place to use the indestructible blood essence to restore their physical body after they were completely dead. Ordinary people could not see or sense the soul, so it was very difficult for indestructible realm experts to die with the indestructible blood essence. However, even if Venerable Samsara had the indestructible blood essence, Yi Xian had to kill him. If he did not kill him, wouldn't the drop of indestructible blood essence always be there? Just as Venerable Samsara was seriously injured, the old tree and the skeletal king had already arrived in front of him. If the skeletal king had the sky-shattering meteor slash, Venerable Samsara would probably be killed instantly. Of course, even if it did not, Venerable Samsara would still be dead. Under the pincer attack of the old tree and the skeletal king, Venerable Samsara was bleeding from his 7 orifices and looked like he was on the verge of death. "Brat, if you think you can kill me like this, you're too naive." Venerable Samsara roared as he resisted the attacks of the old tree and the skeletal king from both sides. "You're about to die and you're still talking nonsense." Chapter 1542. Although reincarnation supremacy possessed the indestructible blood essence, it belonged to the skeletal dragon after all. Even if reincarnation supremacy refined it, he might not be able to use it. Secondly, as long as Venerable Samsara was killed, he might revert back to his original form. However, just in case, Yi Xian took out the space-crossing token and crushed it. Whoosh! A space-crossing door opened. Yi Xian had already informed Hu Xing'er of this matter through Luo Luo a long time ago. During his battle with Venerable Samsara, Hu Xing'er had already gathered several experts at the 9th level of the Samsara stage. They had been waiting for Yi Xian in the reincarnation hall of the 100 Fox Villa. Now, their opportunity had finally arrived. When the space-crossing door appeared in the reincarnation hall, Hu Xing'er and the others quickly passed through it and arrived at the reincarnation peak. There were a total of 6 people who came this time. Other than Hu Xing'er and Zhuang Fei, there were 4 other 9th level Samsara Realm Fox clan leaders. Reincarnation supremacy has indeed broken through to the indestructible stage. However, his current state, Zhuang Fei was slightly surprised because reincarnation supremacy was only left with his upper body. He was fighting against the old tree and the skeletal king. Moreover, he was being suppressed. If it was not for his indestructible body, he would have died long ago. Before they arrived, only Yi Xian and the others were present. Did this mean that reincarnation supremacy was beaten up by Yi Xian and the others? It was unbelievable. Reincarnation supremacy was an indestructible stage expert. "Seniors, reincarnation supremacy possesses a drop of indestructible blood essence," Yi Xian said hurriedly. In fact, when Yi Xian told Luo Luo that reincarnation supremacy had broken through to the indestructible stage, these experts had already guessed the reason. Although Hu Xing'er's half of the dragon bone did not possess the indestructible blood essence, it possessed a little of its power. Therefore, they deduced that there should be a drop of indestructible blood essence in the other half of the dragon bone. If reincarnation supremacy possessed this drop of indestructible blood essence, it would be difficult to kill him. This reincarnation venerable was formed by the life and death plate. I wonder if he'll return to his original form after I kill him, or if his soul will wander between heaven and earth in search of a suitable place to be revived using the undying essence blood, Zhuang Fei said with a frown. Then what should we do? Why don't we capture this reincarnation supremacy first? A clan leader suggested. Good idea. That's right. Seal his cultivation level first. We'll decide later. The other patriarchs nodded. However, reincarnation venerable seemed to have heard their conversation. He suddenly laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha ha, do you think you can capture me with just the 2 of you?" Venerable reincarnation knew that he was doomed this time, but he would rather die than be captured by the other party. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed greatly. "Not good, he's going to," Zhuang Fei shouted. Just as he was about to help, he saw Samsara Venerable's body turn into nothingness quickly, and so did his interspatial ring. Suicide. Reincarnation supremacy had actually committed suicide. Yi Xian had not expected this, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he could not stop reincarnation supremacy from committing suicide. In the blink of an eye, reincarnation supremacy's body disappeared before everyone's eyes. Souls could not be seen with the naked eye, and could not be sensed with the spiritual consciousness. However, Yi Xian's eye of revelation locked onto a strange energy in reincarnation supremacy's body. Could this be a soul? Yi Xian widened his eyes in shock. Then, he quickly closed his eyes and looked with the old tree and the skeletal king's eyes, but he did not find anything. The eye of revelation could actually see souls. Of course, this was only the soul of an imperishable realm expert. When Yi Xian killed Qiu Feng and Gao Yunlong earlier, he did not find this strange energy. It seemed that the eye of revelation could see the souls of imperishable realm experts. Perhaps it was because there was a drop of imperishable blood essence in reincarnation supremacy's soul. Of course, it was also possible that the eye of revelation had become more powerful after reaching the immortal eye realm a few times. Anyway, he actually saw reincarnation supremacy's soul. This was going to be fun. What should we do? Reincarnation supremacy is dead. He should be in a soul state now. I don't know where he went. A clan leader asked in surprise. Reincarnation supremacy was a big problem. If they did not get rid of him, there would be a lot of trouble when he was resurrected in the future. However, now that reincarnation supremacy was dead and they could not see his soul, how could they find the resurrection point of reincarnation supremacy? Let's not care about reincarnation supremacy. Let's act according to the plan. Hu Xing suddenly said. But Manor Lord, young Manor Lord, she. Zhuang Fei suddenly reminded her. It's okay. She still has half a year. A senior has already promised to help her reincarnate. Hu Xing did not think much of it. At the same time, her gaze fell on Yi Xian. Next, before Luoluo turned 18, Yi Xian should be able to break through to the imperishable realm. At that time, reincarnation supremacy might surpass her. At that time, there would be no need to ask Tianju Elder for help. Yi Xian glanced at the soul that was quietly escaping towards the northeast and asked, Senior, how long will the soul of an imperishable realm expert exist between heaven and earth? This depends on each person's realm. Reincarnation supremacy has just broken through to the imperishable realm. He has a drop of imperishable blood essence and can exist between heaven and earth for a year. As long as he finds a place within a year, he will be able to be reborn. Hu Xing replied. Previously, Yi Xian had also asked Hu Xing about the imperishable realm. There were a total of 3 realms in the reincarnation realm. They were the profound life realm, the profound death realm and the samsara realm. The imperishable realm was also divided into 2 realms. One was the imperishable body and the other was the imperishable soul. As long as an expert with an imperishable body had a drop of imperishable blood essence in his soul when he died, then his soul would not immediately dissipate between heaven and earth. Instead, it could wander between heaven and earth. This situation was called a wandering soul. In other words, it was a wandering soul. This soul was also very strange. It could retain the memories of its life, but it could only faintly sense the nearby creatures. It could not see people, so generally, after death, it would need to find a hidden place to be reborn from a drop of blood. In other words, it was to rebuild the imperishable body. As for experts with an imperishable soul, they could condense a soul seed. This soul seed could be placed in a place. If the original body and soul were to be destroyed at the same time, the soul seed would take effect and then be reborn. This was much more terrifying than an imperishable body. Therefore, in the imperishable realm, unless the opponent did not have the imperishable blood essence or soul seed, it would be very difficult to kill the opponent in the imperishable realm. After Yi Xian heard Hu Xing's words, he also fell into deep thought. Reincarnation supremacy's soul perception was very small and probably could not sense them anymore. However, he could see that reincarnation supremacy's soul was still moving, but at a very slow speed. Chapter 1543. It was a pity that Yi Xian did not have the ability to erase souls, so there was no exchange. No, there was an exchange, but it required devour points. The Burning Sky Sword technique was also a growth-type divine power, but it could not be upgraded to an undying divine power, so Yi Xian wanted to exchange for a new one. He quickly looked around and finally locked onto a special divine power. This divine ability had both a physical attack and a special soul attack. Yi Xian also had a normal soul attack, which was the Eye of the Soul. However, the Eye of the Soul could not attack the reincarnation venerable in his soul form. As for this special soul attack, it was able to attack souls that had no body. However, this divine power required 2 devour points, so Yi Xian was hesitating on whether to exchange for it. Now that I have 6 devour points, if I use 2 to exchange for it, I will only have 4 points left. However, this special soul attack will probably come in handy in the future, and with my Eye of Revelation, it will not be a problem to kill the reincarnation venerable before he revives with his undying blood essence. Yi Xian thought for a moment and finally made a decision. Ding! Do you want to spend 2 devour points to exchange for the Nihility Flame Sword Ripple? Yes. Ding! Nihility Flame Sword Ripple successfully exchanged. Do you want to learn it now? Yes. Ding! Host has learned the Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian also learned a new divine power, the Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. This divine power could not only be upgraded continuously, but it could also be used to attack wandering souls. In addition, it was of the fire attribute, so it was a divine power that was tailor-made for Yi Xian. Reincarnation Venerable, you are dead meat. After Yi Xian learned the Nihility Flame Sword Ripple, his eyes could not help but emit 2 rays of light. He looked at the reincarnation venerable's soul that was far away from the reincarnation peak, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Senior, the reincarnation venerable is not completely dead yet. I will catch up to him. Yi Xian suddenly said to Hu Xing, Hearing this, Hu Xing, and the others were stunned. Hu Xing, was even more surprised. You can see wandering souls. Yes, I can see reincarnation venerable's wandering soul. He's heading northeast. I think he's looking for a resurrection point. Yi Xian nodded. Even an imperishable realm expert wouldn't be able to see the wandering souls wandering around in search of a resurrection point if they didn't have this ability. Even if they could see it, it was not something that ordinary people could kill. Of course, if one had a deep grudge with the other party, then this person would follow the wandering soul all the way, making it unable to find a resurrection point and disappear from the world. This process was sometimes very long. After all, the existence of the wandering soul was related to the realm of the deceased. Even so, there were still many people who did this. If there was really a deep hatred between them, so what if he spent a few years following a wandering soul? Although the wandering souls could not see people, they could still sense people around them. If they were being followed, they would not be able to resurrect in peace. Over time, their minds would collapse. They had the imperishable blood essence, but they could not find a safe place to resurrect. This was too cruel. After hearing that Yi Xian could see wandering souls and seemed to have the means to kill them, Hu Xing, and the others were shocked. If that's the case, then let's kill reincarnation venerable to prevent future troubles. Hu Xing said solemnly. At first, Yi Xian had the same thought. However, he thought of another matter and said, Senior, the reincarnation city lord died mysteriously. I think reincarnation venerable might have helpers. I want to follow him and see what happens. After hearing his words, Hu Xing, and the others suddenly thought of this matter. The poison that the reincarnation city lord was poisoned with was too strange. The matter was probably not that simple. Since reincarnation venerable was dead, even if he had the imperishable blood essence, he would need time to resurrect. If Yi Xian followed him now, he could directly erase reincarnation venerable's soul if the situation went south. Okay, then be careful. Hu Xing nodded. Then I'll take my leave first. After finishing his words, Yi Xian directly took out Gao Yunlong's corpse and rushed towards the northeast. However, his speed was not very fast because Reincarnation Venerable's wandering soul was very slow compared to him. The range of a wandering soul's perception was about 1/10 of the range of his spiritual consciousness when he was alive. Therefore, Yi Xian had no difficulty in following him. After all, Reincarnation Venerable's soul could not see or sense him. As for Hu Xing, she was preparing to search Gao Yunlong's corpse to see if she could find any clues. Yi Xian suspected that Reincarnation Venerable had helpers who might even be in the imperishable realm. That was why he could secretly poison the Reincarnation City Lord. It was a pity that Reincarnation Venerable's interspatial ring was destroyed by himself. He did not know where the Reincarnation City Lord's corpse was. Yi Xian used his eye of revelation to follow Reincarnation Venerable's wandering soul. The latter would never have imagined that someone could see through his soul. Very soon, a day had passed. This wandering soul was as slow as a tortoise, but its speed was already faster than an ordinary 9th-level Samsara realm expert. Just as Yi Xian was about to destroy Reincarnation Venerable's wandering soul, Reincarnation Venerable suddenly arrived at a mountain range. This seems to be Mount Eternal. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as he recognized it. The Reincarnation Peak and Mount Eternal were very far apart. However, Reincarnation Venerable's wandering soul's speed was comparable to an ordinary 9th-level Samsara realm expert. It was possible for him to reach Mount Eternal from the Reincarnation Peak within a day. Yi Xian followed behind the wandering soul and entered Mount Eternal. He had a feeling that Mount Eternal was a little strange. He was afraid that it was not as simple as it seemed. After a while, Reincarnation Venerable's soul suddenly descended as though he was looking for a resurrection point. Yi Xian hurriedly followed him. However, at this moment, a group of black figures suddenly swept over from afar. What is this? Yi Xian immediately focused his eyes. When he saw what this group of figures was, his body could not help but tremble violently. Spiders. This was a group of spiders. Furthermore, they were large spiders with wings. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that these flying spiders were astonishingly fast. They had probably reached the 8th level of the Samsara realm. There were even a few that were at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. In Reincarnation Venerable's northern camp, there were 3 great danger zones. The first was the Life and Death Canyon, the second was the Reincarnation Peak, and the third was Mount Eternal. However, no matter how dangerous Mount Eternal was, it would not have so many high-level heaven-connecting beasts. This group of flying spiders seemed to number in the hundreds. Something's wrong. Yi Xian immediately reacted and immediately took out the Scarlet Flame Sword. It seemed that Mount Eternal was Reincarnation Venerable's resurrection point. His helpers might also be here. Since that was the case, Reincarnation Venerable was no longer useful. They could not wait for him to be resurrected. Chapter 1544. Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. Without hesitation, Yi Xian launched an attack on Reincarnation Supremacy's wandering soul. A formless sword aura pierced through the air and instantly struck Reincarnation Supremacy's fist-sized soul. The soul was a very special existence. Ordinary attacks couldn't hurt the soul at all and would pass through it. However, Yi Xian's Nihility Flame Sword Ripple had a special soul attack that could hurt the soul. Reincarnation Supremacy's soul had consciousness. Along the way, he had cursed Yi Xian several times, but Yi Xian couldn't hear him. When he arrived at Mount Eternal, he seemed to have seen the dawn of hope. He wanted to use the drop of undying blood essence stored in his soul to resurrect and take revenge. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Yi Xian was following him. He also didn't know that Yi Xian had the means to erase his soul. When the Nihility Flame Sword Ripple struck his body, he immediately felt unbearable pain. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian saw a formless flame burning Reincarnation Supremacy's soul. The fist-sized soul trembled violently as if it was about to explode. A second later, the ball of flame was burned and dissipated from the world. With reincarnation supremacy's soul destroyed, he couldn't even reincarnate, let alone resurrect. However, killing the soul didn't benefit Yi Xian at all. Moreover, after reincarnation supremacy's soul died, the drop of undying blood essence also dissipated. Reincarnation supremacy was dead, and Yi Xian had avenged half of the Samsara city lord's death. Now, it was time to deal with another problem. A second later, the 100 flying spiders flew over and surrounded Yi Xian in a black mass. Without hesitation, Yi Xian summoned Old Tree and the other two. If all the flying spiders were at the 9th level of the Samsara realm, Yi Xian might be afraid. However, it was a pity that there were 5 9th level Samsara realm flying spiders in this group. Young master, should we kill them all? Old Tree asked with a smile. Yi Xian paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Don't kill them. Just send them flying. I have a use for them." Hearing this, the old tree was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. There was still a use for them. That was to use the feast of slaughter. No problem. Old Tree replied with a smile. There were so many flying spiders. If they were all killed, Yi Xian's strength would at least double. There might be a helper of Samsara venerable in Mount Eternal, the one who killed the master of Samsara city. This person might also be in the eternal realm, so Yi Xian had to be careful. Without waiting for the flying spider to attack, Yi Xian immediately dove down. The flying spiders could sense that Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the Samsara stage, but they could not be bothered with him. Their attention was completely focused on the old tree, the skeleton king and Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian broke away from the encirclement and directly rushed into Mount Eternal. He wanted to find the expert hidden in Mount Eternal. Although Mount Eternal was huge, with his speed, he could cross it in less than a minute if he went at full speed. Of course, most people would not be so foolish as there would be many heaven-reaching beasts below. Once Yi Xian stepped into their territory, he would be attacked. However, when Yi Xian flew over at a low altitude, he realized that the heaven-reaching beasts in Mount Eternal were all spiders. Why not change the name of Mount Eternal to Spider Mountain? It seems that these heaven-reaching spider beasts were reared by that expert. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and began to investigate Mount Eternal. Along the way, there were low-level spiders blocking his path, but they were all killed by his void flame sword wave. He had just used Unicorn Descent a day ago, but this cooldown required him to devour the corpses of the heaven-reaching beasts. Therefore, these spider corpses happened to be of use to Yi Xian. However, after Yi Xian scanned the area, he finally discovered a powerful aura in the center of Mount Eternal. It's not the slightest bit inferior to the reincarnation supremacy. Another imperishable stage expert. Yi Xian widened his eyes. He was right to be cautious. He did not expect that there would be an imperishable stage expert hidden in Mount Eternal. Fortunately, this imperishable stage expert seemed to be the same as the reincarnation supremacy. They were both at the first level of the imperishable physical body. However, now that Yi Xian's Unicorn Descent and Sky-Shattering Meteor Slash were both on cooldown, it would be a little troublesome to deal with them. I don't care. Yi Xian did not care so much. He directly condensed an eye of myriad in the distance and then began to bombard the imperishable stage expert's mountain. Boom! 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 Under the powerful bombardment of the 10,000 mammoth force, the mountain quickly collapsed. At the same time, the imperishable stage powerhouse inside suddenly opened his eyes, and then rushed out explosively. Who dares to be so presumptuous? A loud shout entered Yi Xian's ears, followed by an old figure. The person who came was an old man dressed in black. His appearance was no different from an ordinary old man, but Yi Xian saw a colorful spider crawling on the old man's face. What the hell, what a disgusting taste. Yi Xian had always been disgusted by creatures with many legs, such as spiders, centipedes, and so on. If a spider crawled on his face, even if it was only at the manifestation stage, it would make him feel disgusted to death. Not to mention, this colorful spider was actually at the peak of the 9th level of the Samsara realm. Who are you? Why are you in Mount Eternal? Yi Xian went straight to the point. And who are you? The black-robed old man asked in return. He found it very strange because he did not conceal his aura. Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the samsara realm, but he dared to ask him directly. He was quite bold. I have been cultivating in seclusion here since 100 years ago. I only left for a short period of time, but you have already taken over this place. Yi Xian pretended to have lived for a few thousand years and said. 100 years? When the old man heard this, his eyes could not help but narrow slightly. He did not believe Yi Xian's nonsense because he had reared flying spiders all around Mount Eternal. How could Yi Xian, who was only at the 7th level of the samsara realm, come to the center of Mount Eternal? When he thought of this, 2 rays of killing intent suddenly shot out from his eyes and he questioned, "Who sent you here?" When Yi Xian heard this, he knew that he had been exposed. After all, he was only at the 7th level of the samsara realm. How could he break through the encirclement and come here? Since the old man had already guessed it, Yi Xian did not hide it and said directly, "It was you who killed the samsara city governor, right? You are quite capable to be able to find this place." "That's right, I was the one who killed the samsara city governor." The old man smiled. Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the samsara realm, so he naturally did not take him seriously. Out of boredom, he could not help but chat with Yi Xian. Chapter 1545. It's just a small dose of the Poison King powder. The Poison King powder poisons the soul, not the body. He's quite capable to be able to hold on for half a day. I'm only responsible for poisoning him. As for the rest, I'll leave it to reincarnation supremacy, the old man replied. Before hearing this reply, Yi Xian had already guessed it. After all, there were no wounds when reincarnation city governor died. Then, reincarnation supremacy's men killed their way in and snatched his corpse. What a coincidence. Reincarnation supremacy died yesterday, Yi Xian said. Dead? The old man was slightly surprised. Reincarnation supremacy has already broken through to the imperishable realm. One has to be at least at the imperishable realm to kill him. Does this mean that you're from Reincarnation Fox? Yi Xian did not answer his question. Instead, he asked, I remember that there are no imperishable realm experts in the land of reincarnation. Where did you come from? Due to certain reasons, the old man could not tell Yi Xian his identity. He only wanted to control reincarnation supremacy to achieve his goals. However, he did not expect that reincarnation supremacy, who had broken through to the imperishable realm, would be killed. Fortunately, he knew that reincarnation supremacy had a drop of imperishable blood essence. It would be easy for him to be resurrected. I've already violated the agreement by attacking once. However, given the current situation, it shouldn't be a problem for me to kill Reincarnation Fox again. The old man thought to himself. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw the old man in deep thought. Although the old man did not say where he came from, all he had to do was kill him and search his soul. Reincarnation supremacy had just broken through to the imperishable realm. However, this old man was obviously stronger than reincarnation supremacy. There might be many good things in his interspatial ring. There was hope for him to break through to the 8th level of the samsara realm. Kid, did Reincarnation Fox ask you to bring this news to me? The old man asked. Yes or no? What's the difference? Yi Xian asked. There's no difference. In any case, I'll be the one to kill her. The old man smiled and shook his head. Yi Xian was shocked when he heard this. You can kill her. If it was a few decades ago, it might not have been possible. But now, there are no restrictions. However, I will not lower myself to make a move against you. The old man raised his eyebrows, and in the next moment, a huge flying spider appeared. Peak 9th level samsara stage. Following that, the old man set off for the west. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed as he hurriedly issued a death pursuit order on the old man. However, at this moment, the peak 9th level Samsara stage flying spider directly charged towards Yi Xian. A mere Samsara stage practitioner dares to find trouble with me. Yi Xian snorted coldly and directly gave orders to the old tree and the skeleton king outside Mount Eternal. Kill! At the same time, the feast of slaughter began. Outside Mount Eternal, the old tree and the other two had always been there. After receiving Yi Xian's order, Old Tree's trio immediately went all out and started killing. As 9th level Samsara stage practitioners, it was too easy for them to deal with these small fries. On the other side, Yi Xian, who was at the center of Mount Eternal, directly launched an attack on the huge flying spider. Killing intent explosion. Nihility flame sword ripple. An invisible sword chi attacked the peak 9th level Samsara stage flying spider. Although the flying spider could not see with its 12 eyes, it could sense it. However, due to Yi Xian's cultivation base, it did not take Yi Xian seriously. Bang! The Nihility flame sword ripple blasted the flying spider and Unicorn's vital energy immediately burned. Unicorn's vital energy had the effect of burning everything under the heavens. In addition to Unicorn's deterrence and other bloodline effects, Yi Xian's sword directly killed the flying spider. In the blink of an eye, the 9th level Samsara stage flying spider was burned until only half of its body was left. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. When Yi Xian heard the system notification, he immediately flew over and kept the flying spider's corpse. Although it was only half a corpse, the beast's soul in the body was still intact. This was very valuable to Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian turned his head and looked into the distance. He realized that the imperishable stage black-robed old man had already disappeared into the horizon. What fast speed! Ribs, go and stop him. Yi Xian immediately gave the Skeleton King an order. The Skeleton King received the order and immediately rushed out, preparing to intercept the old man. Fortunately, the center of Mount Eternal was some distance away from the entrance. The Skeleton King saw the black-robed old man. When the black-robed old man saw the Skeleton King, he could not help but be shocked. He muttered, "There's actually a rare Skeleton King." The Skeleton King was a rare mutated beast. Moreover, it was at the 9th level Samsara stage. Most people would have thoughts about it, but the black-robed old man did not. Die! The black-robed old man immediately attacked and threw a punch at the Skeleton King. Boom! The punch was so fast that the Skeleton King's hard armor shattered. A large hole was punched through it. However, the Skeleton King was not even at 2/5 of its original state. Naturally, the Skeleton King would not die. Oh! You're quite capable. A strange expression appeared on the old man's face once again. Ordinary heaven-reaching beasts were able to heal themselves, but the Skeleton King's speed had already surpassed that of ordinary heaven-reaching beasts. Even the peak 9th level Samsara realm flying spider that he had summoned earlier did not have this ability. However, he still did not care about the Skeleton King. Die! The old man threw another punch. This time, he directly shattered the lower half of the Skeleton King's body. The degree of damage was at 7/5. Unfortunately, as long as the Skeleton King's injuries did not reach 4/5 of its original state, the system would not judge it as dead. Then, it could continue to heal. After 2 punches, the Skeleton King had already arrived in front of the old man and slashed down with its sword. Clang! The old man punched out with one hand and collided with the heaven-shaking greatsword. His powerful physique shattered the Skeleton King's palm, and the heaven-shaking greatsword bounced back. However, there was only a red mark on the old man's hand. An imperishable stage expert was indeed extremely powerful. Your strength is not bad. You can kill a peak 9th level Samsara stage expert in an instant. However, you're not qualified to face me. The old man snorted and threw another punch. However, at this moment, the Skeleton King's aura suddenly soared. Undying fighting soul. All attributes had been increased by 1-fold. Crack! The Skeleton King's defense doubled. This time, the old man's attack was unable to penetrate it. Therefore, the Skeleton King's injuries were naturally less than 4/5. How is this possible? The old man was shocked for the third time. He was able to cripple the Skeleton King with 2 punches. How did the Skeleton King's defense suddenly increase? This was impossible. Whoosh whoosh. Chapter 1546. Poof. The old man instinctively raised his hand to block, but this time, the heaven-shaking sword sliced through the old man's flesh and even left a sword mark on the old man's bones. Don't forget that the Undying Battle Soul's 100% increase in all attributes was also effective on Wei Zhentian. This sudden turn of events made the black-robed old man suffer a setback. You can actually hurt my undying body, the black-robed old man could not believe it. After all, he was an Undying Realm elite and had broken through for a few years. His undying body was extremely strong and could not be broken by any random 9th-level Samsara Realm elite. However, just as he was feeling surprised, another figure suddenly appeared in the sky. This time, it was not Yi Xian but Old Tree. As for the group of flying spiders, they were left to Yi Xian. Originally, the black-robed old man wanted to go to the west of the land of reincarnation and kill the reincarnation fox. However, now that 2 troublemakers suddenly appeared, he could not help but feel annoyed. However, he did not mind getting rid of Old Tree and Skeletal King, these 2 people who did not care about their lives. However, just as he struck out a fist shadow, Old Tree appeared behind him in a flash. Remnant Flame. Bang! Old Tree attacked quickly and struck the black-robed old man's back. However, as the black-robed old man's undying body was stronger, this punch did not cause any substantial damage. However, the black-robed old man's back clothes were burned away. Bastards, you are courting death. The black-robed old man was furious. He turned around and punched Old Tree's head, causing it to explode. Old Tree's defense was not as strong as Skeletal King's, so he was instantly killed. This kind of thing was extremely rare. Fortunately, Old Tree was undying and indestructible. So what if he died? Ding! Spirit of Ashes has died. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has revived. Yi Xian, who was fighting a large group of flying spiders, immediately summoned Old Tree when he heard the notification in his mind. However, this time, most of the flying spiders were dead. Therefore, Yi Xian joined forces with Old Tree and charged toward the black-robed old man. 2-fold increase. See if I can kill you. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The Killing Feast's amplification had increased to 2-fold, which meant that Yi Xian could triple his combat power. Furthermore, he had spent 2 Devour points to exchange for the Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. Killing this old man should not be a problem. The black-robed old man thought that he had killed Old Tree, but when he saw Old Tree again, he was stunned. Resurrection? That was impossible. How could someone at the 9th level of the Samsara realm be revived? Moreover, even if an imperishable realm powerhouse used imperishable blood essence to revive, it would be impossible to revive in such a short time. Could they be twins? No, that's impossible. Their auras are the same. The black-robed old man immediately reacted. Not only were their auras the same, but even their abilities were the same. At this moment, the black-robed old man turned his attention to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the Samsara realm, so the black-robed old man was not interested in him at all. However, in the next moment, he was shocked. Eye of Space. Void Flame Sword. After approaching, Yi Xian immediately used the Eye of Space and tore open a crack in space. Then, he suddenly attacked with his sword. An invisible sword chi slashed into the spatial fissure and then struck the black-robed old man's back from behind. Boom! The black-robed old man's back was severely injured, and his entire body flew forward. At the same time, the unicorn's incinerate the world effect was activated. The black-robed old man's back was set ablaze, burning his flesh and blood. With 3 times the combat strength, the Void Flame Sword, and various bloodlines, Yi Xian had the ability to severely injure an imperishable stage expert. If this attack had landed on reincarnation supremacy, it would have killed him instantly. However, Yi Xian did not have the Void Flame Sword or the Massacre Feast's enhancement. Furthermore, Yi Xian had devoured the hundreds of flying spiders' corpses, and his cultivation had risen from the initial 7th level of the Samsara realm to the intermediate 7th level of the Samsara realm. Therefore, this attack had severely injured the black-robed old man. "This is impossible," the black-robed old man was shocked. He could not believe that he had been injured by a junior at the 7th level of the Samsara realm. The skeletal sovereign and the old tree could be ignored. After all, they were at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. However, Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the Samsara realm. Could it be? Did you kill reincarnation supremacy? The black-robed old man could not help but ask. Yi Xian's attack was enough to kill an imperishable stage expert. If the black-robed old man had not reacted quickly, that sword would have landed on the back of his head. If that had happened, even he would have been killed instantly. This strength was enough to kill reincarnation supremacy. That's right. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he replied. However, he did not want to waste his breath on the black-robed old man. He would kill him first. Whoosh whoosh. Before the black-robed old man could stabilize himself, a strong gust of wind appeared again. The skeletal sovereign, who had activated his undying battle soul, swung his sword horizontally. Bam! The black-robed old man finally reacted and threw another punch. This time, he was sent flying backwards. Unfortunately, there was someone blocking him from behind. Flaming Sun Lasso. Waning Flame. The old tree was not stingy and immediately used his skill. His left hand pulled on the flaming chain while his right hand smashed towards the back of the black-robed old man's head. Scram! The black-robed old man shouted as a massive wave of vital energy surged out from his body. However, before that, the old tree activated another skill. Blazing Fire Shield. Boom! The vital energy shook the blazing fire shield. Fortunately, the old tree was at the 9th level of the Samsara realm and had broken through to the peak of the 9th level of the Samsara realm because Yi Xian had devoured so many corpses. Otherwise, the blazing fire shield would have shattered. Apart from defense, the blazing fire shield could also absorb attacks. After the black-robed old man's vital energy was absorbed, he immediately detonated it. Bam! The blazing fire shield suddenly exploded and a heatwave surged. Its power was not to be underestimated. Just now, the black-clothed old man's back had been attacked by the Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Although that shock had extinguished the flames formed by the Qilin Genuine Qi, due to the indestructible body, his injuries had not recovered. Now, the explosion of the raging fire shield had caused him to suffer even more injuries. However, that was not the main point. The cooperation between Yi Xian and the rest was flawless. Although the black-robed old man was an expert in the indestructible stage, he would not be able to recover once he was at a disadvantage. The black-robed old man moved forward again. However, at that moment, the skeletal sovereign suddenly extended his left hand and grabbed at the void. Grip of Hades. A strange energy wrapped around the black-robed old man and forced him to fly towards the skeletal sovereign. Chapter 1547. Don't even think about it. The black-robed old man immediately reacted. He circulated his true qi and flew back, but at this moment, Yi Xian, who had seen the opportunity, attacked again. Killing Intent Explosion. Void Flame Sword Ripple. Another spatial fissure was ripped open and the invisible sword qi emerged from the back of the black-robed old man, striking his body. Although the black-robed old man was on guard this time, his wound expanded again. One could faintly see the white bones on his bloody back. An imperishable realm expert had an indestructible body. Unless their brain was damaged, they wouldn't die even if their heart was ruptured. Although that was the case, the indestructible body was hard to heal. If such an injury was healed using mysterious life qi, it would take at least a few months. Most importantly, with injuries on the body, one's combat strength would decrease. The black-robed old man, who was at a disadvantage, became more and more serious. He didn't expect an imperishable realm expert to end up like this. It was really unexpected. You're not from the land of reincarnation. Who are you? The black-robed old man roared. Yi Xian and the others were much stronger than the land of reincarnation. If Yi Xian was from the land of reincarnation, the land of reincarnation would have been unified. As he spoke, he quickly took out a healing pill from his yin and yang ring. This could quickly suppress his injuries and slowly heal him. Unfortunately, Yi Xian wasn't prepared to answer this question. He could get the answer from the black-robed old man's memories, so why waste his breath? Kill first. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The black-robed old man flew out, but the skeleton king charged straight at him. The sky-shaking sword in the latter's hand shone with a fierce light. This attack would definitely injure the black-robed old man again. Knowing that he couldn't dodge this attack, the black-robed old man's face sank. He took out another item from his yin and yang ring. It was a black ball. When he was about to come into contact with the skeletal emperor, he crushed the ball fiercely. Pang! Hiss! When the black ball exploded and turned into a cloud of black fog that enveloped him and the skeleton king, the heaven-shaking sword in the skeleton king's hand had already arrived in front of him. This move directly cut off the black-clothed old man's arm and neck. However, the black-robed old man, who possessed an indestructible body, would not die even if he was left with only a head, unless his head exploded. Let's die together. At this moment, the black-clothed old man suddenly roared and used his genuine qi and all creation's strength to blow away the black fog. In an instant, the fog also wrapped around the old tree. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he hastily distorted space to protect himself. Although the black fog wrapped around him, it was blocked outside. Then, he heard the sound of the old tree and the skeleton king falling one after another. Ding! The skeletal monarch has died. Ding! The spirit of ashes has died. Ding! The skeletal king has been revived. Ding! The spirit of ashes has been revived. Four system notifications in a row caused Yi Xian to be extremely shocked. What is this? How can it kill the old tree and the skeleton king instantly? However, why is Wei Zhentian still alive? In the next moment, he realized something. Is this the poison king powder, a poison that directly attacks one's soul? At the thought of this, Yi Xian could not help but tremble and break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he still had the means to distort space. Otherwise, if he was enveloped by the black fog, he would probably die. The Samsara city governor was only hit by a small dose of the poison king powder and died after half a day. The old tree and the skeleton king only lasted half a second. Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the Samsara realm. If he encountered such a large dose of the poison king powder, he would probably be kneeling on the ground in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He hurriedly broke open the void and left this area. Then, he formed the eyes of all creations to disperse the black fog. Wei Zhentian, bring his head and interspatial ring here. Yi Xian ordered Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian was a divine artifact. He did not have a soul and was considered an anomaly. Therefore, he was spared. Although the black-robed old man was not completely dead, he could only use a head and could not quickly restore his indestructible body. Therefore, he could only use a pitiful amount of genuine qi, which was not enough to fight against Wei Zhentian. However, when Yi Xian saw Wei Zhentian bring the black-robed old man's head and interspatial ring here, he knew that the black-robed old man was already dead. The old tree and the skeleton king were both dead. The black-robed old man wanted to die together with them. Naturally, he could not be alive. Since there was no notification, Yi Xian thought that the black-robed old man was still alive. At this time, Yi Xian thought of something. The black-robed old man was hit by his poison king powder and died together with the old tree and the skeleton king. The poison king powder could directly wipe out one's soul. Then, could the black-robed old man's soul be searched after his death? Yi Xian tried, but found that it was not possible. The indestructible realm was divided into the indestructible body realm and the indestructible soul realm. The black-robed old man was at the indestructible body realm. Although his soul had dissipated, it was useless even if he had 10 drops of indestructible blood essence. Of course, if the black-robed old man was at the indestructible soul realm, as long as he had a soul seed, even if his soul was destroyed, the soul seed could be revived. However, the black-robed old man was still far from the indestructible soul realm. If he's dead, then so be it. I don't have to do anything. Yi Xian shook his head and then focused his attention on the black-robed old man's interspatial ring. This old man was stronger than the reincarnation supremacy and should have come from a higher place. Yi Xian wondered how many good things he would have. After Yi Xian checked it, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the Samsara realm level 8. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the indestructible body realm level 1. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the indestructible body realm level 1. Ding! Skeletal King has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the indestructible body realm level 1. Ding! Unicorn's cooldown has been lowered and it has been restored. Ding! Sky-shattering flowing rock slash's cooldown has been restored. Sure enough, there were many good things in the ring. There were even 2 indestructible realm heaven-reaching beasts' corpses. These things allowed Yi Xian and the other 3 to make a breakthrough. After making a breakthrough, the strength of the 4 soared. If the black-robed old man was still alive, he would have been killed instantly. Next, Yi Xian began to check the other things in the black-robed old man's interspatial ring. He wanted to know where the black-robed old man came from and what his identity was. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly saw something familiar in the black-robed old man's head. This is, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. With his eye of revelation, he saw a diamond-shaped black crystal in the black-robed old man's head. It was emitting a strange energy. Chapter 1548. Cthulhuism Society. This was Yi Xian's first reaction. He had encountered the Cthulhuism Society in the Desert of Despair. However, the Cthulhuism Society was pitifully weak at that time, and their leader was only in the fragmentation realm. Now, he had encountered the Cthulhuism Society again, and their leader was in the imperishable realm. How was this possible? Luoluo had memories of the Cthulhuism Society, so Yi Xian immediately sent a voice transmission back to ask who Xing, her. The Cthulhuism Society, also known as the Scorpion Society, is one of the factions in the 5 Poison Territory in the north. Together with the 1,000-Foot Sect, the Golden Toad Sect, the Snake Shadow Palace, and the Sky Spider Sect, they are known as the 5 Poison Sect. The people of the 5 Poison Divine Sect are all experts in using poison. The 5 Poison Divine Sect is the lair of the 5 Poison Divine Sect. Moreover, it is where the Scorpion, Centipede, Toad, Spider and Demon Snake clans are located in the Glazed Light Sacred Land. This was what Hu Xing told Luoluo to tell Yi Xian. So, the Cthulhuism Society we encountered before is one of the 5 Poison Sect? Yi Xian asked. Yes, the Scorpion Ancestor and the others used their bloodline to make the entire Glazed Light Sacred Ground believe in them, making them stronger, Luoluo replied. I see. Now, Yi Xian knew why the black-robed old man came to the land of reincarnation. It was probably to recruit disciples. However, the black-robed old man was also a disciple because he had the Sky Spider Sect's faith crystal in his mind. Young Master, Mother said that the 5 Poison Territory is the enemy of the 100 Beast Territory, Luoluo suddenly said. The 100 Beast Territory? Where is that? Yi Xian asked in surprise. The 100-beast territory is filled with other beast clans, such as the Fox clan and the Leopard clan. They are much stronger than the 5 poison territory. Mother said that my father went to the 100-beast territory to find the fox ancestor and then went missing, Luo replied. The 100-beast territory. The 100-beast territory was made up of 100 beast clans. However, Luo and the others were also from the Fox clan, so why weren't they recruited? Yi Xian didn't know the answer to this question, but he knew that the black-robed old man should be from the 5 poison territory. The 5 poison divine sect can concoct poisons that can wipe out the soul. This is rather difficult to deal with, but I have the immortal phoenix bloodline. I wonder if I can withstand this poison. Yi Xian thought in his heart. The black costume old man still had some poison king powder in his universe ring. Yi Xian couldn't help but take it out and use his Wanxiang force to split some of it. It was even smaller than a drop of water. He touched was. Ding! The host has been poisoned. Detoxification in progress. As expected, with Yi Xian's current cultivation, he wasn't immune to the poison. Instantly, the poison passed through Yi Xian's skin and flowed up to his brain. Fortunately, Yi Xian had already broken through to the 8th level of the samsara stage and possessed the bloodline of the immortal divine phoenix. Coupled with the fact that the dosage of the poison king powder was small, the poison king powder was neutralized halfway through the climb. The poison was stored in the storage. Yi Xian tried it again. He was immune to it. Ding! The host is immune to the poison. The poison pill was made up of the 5 poisons, but Yi Xian was immune to it. He didn't need to be afraid of the poison pill anymore. Now that he had avenged the Samsara City Master, Yi Xian broke through the void and returned to the 100 Fox Mountain Manor in half a day. Senior, the land of Samsara is yours from now on. Yi Xian said to Hu Xing, Thank you so much. Hu Xing, was very grateful. But her friend of many years, the Samsara City Master, was dead. She didn't even know where his body was. The Samsara City Master's body was probably in the Samsara Venerable's interspatial ring. But the Samsara Venerable broke the interspatial ring before he committed suicide. Everything in the interspatial ring must have fallen into the interspatial crack. Even Yi Xian, who had the eye of space, couldn't find it unless he broke through to the reaching heaven state. Young master, what are you going to do next? Luo suddenly asked. You can purify these faith crystals. It should be enough for you to break through to the 9th level of the samsara realm. As for next, I will probably make a trip to the 100 Beasts region and see if I can find the ancestor of the fox tribe in the Luguang sacred land to help you suppress the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in your body. Yi Xian lovingly stroked Luoluo's hair. Although Luoluo had formed a master and servant blood contract with him, Yi Xian treated Luoluo like his own sister. Now that Luoluo was in danger, Yi Xian naturally had to take action. Moreover, with his current strength, he couldn't find a match in the land of Samsara. He had to go to a more powerful place. The 5 Poison Realm and the 100 Beasts region were good places to train. When he broke through to the Imperishable Realm, he would also raise Luoluo's level. At that time, the heaven-loathing fox bloodline might be suppressed. There was still half a year's time, so breaking through to the Imperishable Realm shouldn't be a problem. However, Yi Xian wasn't confident because the heaven-loathing fox bloodline was so strong that even immortal Tianju couldn't do anything. If immortal Tianju was at the Soul Imperishable Realm or the Heaven Ascension Realm, then Luoluo would probably have to reincarnate again. As for what happened next, Yi Xian didn't plan to let Luoluo follow him. He would just let her accompany Hu Xing. Young master, you have to be careful. Luoluo pursed her lips and said worriedly. No problem. When the time comes, we'll find your father too. Yi Xian said with a smile. Before this, he had asked Hu Xing, for a portrait of Luoluo's father because he knew that the land of Samsara wouldn't be his final stage. And, thank you young master. Luoluo said obediently. Then, Yi Xian took out 2 drops of essence blood. He had gotten it from the two imperishable realm heaven ascension beasts' corpses in the interspatial ring. It was the imperishable essence blood. Heaven ascension beasts were different from humans. After they died, their souls would dissipate, regardless of whether they had the imperishable essence blood or not. Therefore, their imperishable essence blood could only be used to heal injuries. However, their imperishable essence blood could be refined by humans. Hu Xing was heavily injured in order to protect Luoluo, so she probably couldn't break through to the imperishable realm. However, with these 2 drops of imperishable essence blood, she might be able to break through. Luoluo still has half a year before she turns 18. If I can't find Fox ancestor in this half a year, then I'll come back to help her reincarnate. Yi Xian said to Hu Xing. Within half a year, he would definitely be able to reach the imperishable realm, and even higher. At that time, his reincarnation ability would definitely be stronger than Hu Xing's. Perhaps he wouldn't need immortal Tianju's help. Okay. Hu Xing nodded. Then, she watched as Yi Xian broke through the void. After passing through the void, Yi Xian returned to Mount Eternal. This was the northern part of the land of Samsara. It was the closest to the 5 poison realm and 100 beast region. Naturally, they had to start their journey from here. Chapter 1549. It won't be easy to reach the 100 beast territory from the land of reincarnation. There's actually a 5 poison territory in between. Looks like we have to cross it. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Not to mention the 100 beast territory, even the land of reincarnation was quite a distance away from the 5 poison territory. With his realm, it would take him months to travel at full speed. Fortunately, this map was more comprehensive. It even showed an abandoned ancient teleportation array that could directly teleport them to the edge of the 5 poison territory. However, this ancient teleportation array had been useless for a long time. If they wanted to use it, they had to repair it. It can be repaired. Although this teleportation array is big, it probably won't take long to repair. It's much better than traveling by myself, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, under normal circumstances, he would have a backup plan. Therefore, he let the old tree, who had broken through to the undying realm, rush to the 5 poison territory while the Skeleton King and Wei Zhentian went out to hunt the heaven-reaching beasts. As for him, he would go to the ancient teleportation array. At that moment, they split into 3 groups and attacked from 3 different directions. After leaving the land of reincarnation in the north, Yi Xian went straight to the ancient teleportation array. It would take about 2 to 3 days. After 3 days, Yi Xian also arrived at the ancient teleportation array. This place was extremely desolate and had been abandoned for thousands of years. Yi Xian didn't say anything and rushed toward the teleportation palace. However, before he got close, he felt an aura. Undying realm. However, this aura didn't come from a human, but from an undying realm heaven-reaching beast. Yi Xian wasn't afraid of this. After all, with his current cultivation, he could even kill a martial artist at the first level of the undying realm, let alone a Tong Tian beast at the first level of the undying realm. Yi Xian directly charged in. The heaven-reaching beast inside the teleportation palace felt Yi Xian's aura and immediately rushed out. This was a black leopard. Yi Xian didn't bother to distinguish what kind of heaven-reaching beast this black leopard was and directly attacked. Killing intent explosion. Void flame sword wave. The combination of this move and the Eye of Space was simply flawless. In just one move, the black leopard's head was blown apart by Yi Xian. After its soul dissipated, the black leopard's undying essence blood appeared. Yi Xian quickly went over and collected the drop of undying essence blood and the black leopard's corpse before devouring it. To him, swallowing the imperishable blood essence wouldn't bring him much benefit, but it could be used as a currency. He could also give it to his friends and family to help them break through to the imperishable realm. After dealing with the heavenly beast, Yi Xian arrived at the abandoned ancient teleportation array. As soon as he stepped in, the system beeped. Ding! The teleportation portal is 76% damaged. Estimated repair time is 3 days. Begin repair. Hearing this, Yi Xian answered in his mind without thinking, yes. It had only taken him 3 days to get here, so spending another 3 days was nothing. It should be known that if he had to travel by himself, it would take him at least a month to reach the 5 Poison Realm, let alone the 100 Beast Realm. There was a difference of more than 20 days between 6 days and a month, so spending some Super Devour crystals was nothing. Soon, another 3 days passed. Then, Yi Xian exchanged for some teleportation crystals and brought the old tree and the skeletal monarch over. Then, he directly activated the teleportation portal. Whoosh! The teleportation portal began to operate. 3 seconds later, Yi Xian felt the surrounding environment change. Even the heaven and earth yuan qi was much more abundant. The teleportation was successful. The destination was a teleportation palace. That ancient teleportation portal was two-way, so it was normal for the destination to be in the teleportation palace. Two-way teleportation portals could go back and forth. One-way teleportation portals could only go and not return. At this time, the teleportation portal under Yi Xian's feet was abandoned, so Yi Xian spent some time to repair it. After all, he was very far from the land of reincarnation. In 6 days, the old tree had not even completed half of the journey. It was impossible for him to break through the void and return. However, with this teleportation portal, it was possible. Yi Xian did not need to be present to repair the teleportation portal, so Yi Xian let the old tree guard here and then left by himself. At this time, he was already at the edge of the 5 Poison Realm. In about half a day, he could enter the 5 Poison Realm. He had spent almost 7 days, so another half a day was nothing. After half a day, he entered the 5 Poison Realm. However, it was not that simple to cross from the 5 Poison Realm to the 100 Beast territory. Even if he used the teleportation portal continuously, it would probably take a few months. However, it was not that simple to use the teleportation portal continuously. Moreover, he had to have the ability to deal with the dangers along the way. Therefore, the most important thing for him now was to level up. The higher his realm, the faster he could travel, and it would be much safer. However, timing was better than early. When Yi Xian just entered the 5 Poison Realm, a team swept towards him. This team looked like they were humans. There were a total of 3 people, and they all seemed to be imperishable realm warriors. However, under Yi Xian's eye of revelation, their disguises could not be hidden. It turned out that these 3 were experts of the Snake Demon clan who had just transformed into human forms. When Yi Xian saw the 3 of them, he could not help but frown because they seemed to be coming for him. "What are you doing?" Without waiting for the other party to approach, Yi Xian loudly roared. However, the 3 of them were not prepared to answer Yi Xian. Instead, they sped up. "You're here with ill intentions. You're courting death." Yi Xian did not waste time and directly summoned Old Tree and the other 2 who had broken through to the Undying Realm. "What?" The 3 of them were shocked. They clearly only saw one person. Why did 2 people suddenly appear? One of them seemed to be the Skeleton King. However, they did not think too much. They directly took out their weapons and charged towards Yi Xian. "You're courting death." Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly. At this moment, the 3 of them just happened to rush into his attack range. Killing Intent Explosion. Void Flame Sword Wave. Without saying a word, he directly attacked. This shapeless sword aura directly entered the spatial crack and then rushed out from behind one of them. Bang! This attack caught the other party off guard and killed one of them in an instant. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Immediately, this unlucky guy's head was blown up, and then his soul floated out. As for his corpse, it naturally fell from the sky. What? His companions were shocked. They did not expect Yi Xian to have the Eye of Space and to be able to kill their companions in an instant when he was only at the 8th level of the Samsara realm. How was this possible? Before they could recover from their shock, Old Tree and the Skeleton King both passed through the spatial crack and appeared behind them. Residual Flame. Chapter 1550. Bang! Hiss. In the same level, the Old Tree and the Skeleton King were almost invincible. When the two of them joined forces, no one could stop them. The Old Tree blasted the head of one person with a punch, while the Skeleton King chopped off the head of the third person. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Although the indestructible body was strong, the Skeleton King's strength had skyrocketed after breaking through to the indestructible realm. It was extremely easy for him to chop off a head. The beheaded person was instantly separated from his body. Then, he was directly caught by the Skeleton King's big hand, and his face was filled with horror. In just one move, 2 of the 3 people had died, leaving only a head. How was this possible? As for his body and the other 2 people, because they had fallen, their bodies had turned into the original form of the Snake Demon Clan, which was extremely ugly. Then, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the 3 interspatial rings. Why did you attack me? Yi Xian came to the last person and asked in surprise. Attack? You were the one who attacked me first, okay? The third person wanted to cry but had no tears. However, at this time, he was Yi Xian's prisoner. If he did not answer, his head would probably explode in the next moment. However, as an indestructible realm expert, as long as he had the indestructible blood essence, he could be resurrected. So what if he died once? You don't want to talk. Look over there. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and directly slashed out 2 swords. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 air-breaking sounds spread, but there was no trace of the attack because it was the Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Bang! Bang! However, the 2 Nihility Flame Sword Waves, after breaking through the air for a while, seemed to have hit something and suddenly exploded. The sound fell into the ears of the third person, which made him extremely shocked. This is, the third Snake Demon Clan warrior widened his eyes and suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. I'll tell you clearly, I can see wandering souls and can also erase them. If you don't tell me honestly, you will end up like them. Yi Xian said coldly. What? You can see wandering souls? This person was extremely shocked. After all, this was the first time he had heard of someone being able to see wandering souls. However, looking at Yi Xian, it did not seem like he was lying. Impossible. How can you see it? The demonic snake clan warrior questioned. If that's the case, then I'll do it myself. Yi Xian widened his eyes and his gaze flickered. Immortal Eye, Soul Eye. After several advancements, the effects of his celestial eyes had greatly improved. Furthermore, Yi Xian was already at the 8th level of the Samsara realm, which was only 2 levels lower than the demonic snake clan warrior. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to search the demonic snake clan warrior's soul. Of course, there was another method that was more convenient than soul searching. However, there were not as many things to understand as soul searching, and that was direct control. No, I said, the demonic snake clan warrior reacted immediately, but it was too late. Yi Xian had already made up his mind. After all, he was new here and did not know anything. Therefore, it was better to search the demonic snake clan warrior's soul. This time, the soul searching took a full hour. During this hour, the Old Tree and the skeletal sovereign were on guard outside. However, this action was unnecessary because no one came. An hour later. I see. They sensed that I have no faith, so they came to forcibly increase it. However, the 5 Poison Divine cult has been lacking a large number of sacrifices recently, so they sent many people out and even left the 5 Poison realm. Yi Xian immediately understood. However, there was a piece of information that caught Yi Xian's attention in the memories of the person in front of him. White bone gold concentrate. There was actually a vein of white bone gold concentrate in the vicinity. The white-boned gold essence jade was what the skeletal monarch needed to evolve into a ghost dome great emperor. The white-boned gold essence or could be refined into white-boned gold essence jade. Yi Xian had just entered the 5-poison realm and had not formulated a clear path to advance. Now, he had one. Does this white-bone gold concentrate vein belong to the city lord of Blackwater City? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he had to move faster because this piece of information was half a year ago. In half a year, it might have been completely mined and used for forging. This was the edge of the 5-poison realm. Compared to Blackwater City, the white-bone gold concentrate vein was closer. Immediately, Yi Xian blasted the demonic snake clan warrior's head with a sword and scattered his soul. After that, he headed towards the northeast. The white-bone gold concentrate vein was about a day's journey in the northeast. During this journey, Yi Xian naturally did not stay idle. Just like before, he let the old tree and the skeletal sovereign kill the heaven-reaching beasts. Because it was only the edge of the 5-poison realm, there were still many Samsara realm heaven-reaching beasts. These heaven-reaching beasts were a piece of cake for the old tree and the skeletal sovereign. However, Yi Xian's human identity in the 5-poison realm was like a rat crossing the street. During this period of time, there was a lack of sacrificial offerings. Anyone who saw Yi Xian wanted to capture him. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was not as simple as an 8th-level Samsara realm warrior. His strength was unprecedented. Not to mention a Samsara realm warrior, even an imperishable realm warrior would not be able to escape death if they encountered him. A day later, Yi Xian arrived at the white-bone gold concentrate vein. He looked from afar and saw several people guarding it. These guards were all in the imperishable realm, and they were all from the demon spider clan. The demon spider clan looked no different from humans. However, they had sharp spider legs on their backs. During battle, they would suddenly extend and stab the enemy. It was impossible to guard against. Yi Xian carefully observed. There were 5 guards at the entrance, including those patrolling nearby. However, he did not know how many people were inside. However, just as Yi Xian was about to attack, a person suddenly walked out from inside. Imperishable realm 2nd-level physical body. That's right. How can such an important vein be guarded by only a few imperishable realm 1st-level physical body experts? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and made a plan in his heart. The old tree and the skeletal sovereign could deal with an imperishable realm 2nd-level physical body expert. If he killed these people, he would probably be able to break through to the 9th-level Samsara realm. At that time, the old tree and the other 2 would probably be able to break through to the imperishable realm 2nd level. Most importantly, the skeletal sovereign might be able to mutate into the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Then, there would definitely be a qualitative leap. Rib bone, later on, you will hold back the imperishable realm 2nd-level guard. The old tree and I will deal with the remaining 5. Yi Xian ordered the 2 of them. All right. The old tree nodded in response. Although this was the plan, Yi Xian still decided to lure 1 or 2 people out. As for the bait, he was naturally going to be the one. The 5-poison domain was the domain of the 5-poison divine sect. Humans without faith were like rats crossing the street. Furthermore, he was an 8th-level Samsara realm martial artist. Naturally, no one would take him seriously. Chapter 1551. A human. When the 2 guards saw Yi Xian, they couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. I'll go, I happen to have a faith crystal. A long-haired demon spider clan warrior finished speaking and rushed directly toward Yi Xian. Seeing this, Yi Xian pretended to be shocked and quickly turned around to leave. His speed shocked the long-haired warrior, but the other party didn't think much of it. He just thought that Yi Xian was fast. After all, the difference in realm was obvious. The 2 of them ran for nearly 10 seconds before the long-haired martial artist couldn't take it anymore. He shouted angrily, "Kid, stop right there." Rip. Before his voice fell, the long-haired warrior's back was suddenly torn apart. 8 spear-like spider legs quickly extended and directly blocked Yi Xian's path. But at the same time, Yi Xian also directly made his move. Killing intent explosion. Nihility flame sword wave. A space crack opened, and an invisible sword chi swept in and protruded from the back of the long-haired warrior's head. Pang! The long-haired warrior's head directly exploded, and he was instantly killed. Ding! The host's killing intent value has increased. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian had already obtained the interspatial ring of this person. After swallowing all the things inside, he quickly turned back. At the same time, his appearance also changed. This kind of method of seduction, as long as he changed his face and came out from another direction, the other party should not think that it was the same person. Soon, Yi Xian used the same method to lure another person out. Ding! The host's killing intent value has increased. There were originally 5 guards, but now there were only 3 left, and the guard captain with the undying second realm body also re-entered the mine, as if he didn't know what was happening outside. Since that was the case, then Yi Xian could directly start killing. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and rushed out again. This time, he didn't intend to use the method of seduction. Seeing this, the 3 guards raised their eyebrows. One of the experts saw that Yi Xian looked very unfamiliar and couldn't help but ask, why did 3 8th level Samsara realm humans suddenly barge in? As he spoke, he directly took out a faith crystal and prepared to let Yi Xian forcefully consume it to believe in their heavenly spider god. However, before he could get close, Yi Xian suddenly attacked. Killing intent explosion. Nihility flame sword wave. The same move used on different people, the effect was very obvious. In an instant, the guard was killed. At the same time, the Skeleton King and the Skeleton King appeared. Enemy attack. One of them reacted very quickly. After his comrade's head exploded, he quickly shouted out, "Brother Lu." His voice resounded throughout the sky to the mine. When the guard captain heard this, his body trembled, and he immediately rushed out to kill. However, by the time he came out, the 2 people guarding outside had already been killed one after another. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. When the 2 system notifications sounded, the old tree and the Skeleton King had already returned to Yi Xian with the interspatial ring. Tragedy, just a little more. After Yi Xian swallowed all the things in the interspatial ring, he couldn't help but show a helpless look. However, Wei Zhentian and the Skeleton King were the first to break through. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. His current physical body is at 2nd level undying physical body. Ding! The Skeleton King has broken through. His current physical body is at 2nd level undying physical body. 2 2nd level undying physical body cultivators were definitely enough to deal with the guard captain. Who are you? The guard captain looked at the corpse of his subordinate and asked with a frown. Human. Yi Xian replied slowly. Hearing this answer, the guard captain's face turned cold and he continued, "How dare you rob the mine?" So what? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Today is the last batch of the white bone gold concentrate. You really know how to pick the time. The guard captain said and directly took out a long sword from the interspatial ring. At the same time, his back was torn open and 8 sharp spider legs stretched out. Ribs, you and I deal with him. Old tree, you go in and check if there are other people. Yi Xian looked at the guard captain and gave the order to the 2 in his heart. However, as soon as his voice fell, the guard captain moved. Whoosh! The guard captain ran wildly on the ground and accelerated with the 8 spider legs behind him. His speed was so fast that he could fly. You have some ability. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. The Skeleton King, who had broken through to 2nd level undying physical body, took the lead and held the heaven-shaking sword to meet the guard captain. Clang! The heaven-shaking sword was waved and collided with the guard captain's long sword. However, at the same time, the guard captain's 8 spider legs directly broke the Skeleton King's rock armor defense. After breaking through to the undying physical body, the Skeleton King's defense rose sharply, but the guard captain was able to break it. He had some ability. While the Skeleton King and the guard captain were fighting, Old Tree took the lead and rushed into the mine. As for Yi Xian, he directly attacked as well. Killing Intent Explosion. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Although the guard captain in front of him was an expert of second-level undying physical body, the sneak attack of the space eye was not so easy to avoid. In an instant, the guard captain heard a whistling wind behind him. He was so scared that he hurriedly controlled the 8 spider legs to defend. Crack. A few crisp sounds were heard. The guard captain's 6 spider legs were directly cut off by the Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Without these spider legs, the back of his head would definitely be smashed into pieces. Even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Then came the attack of the Skeleton King. Bang! Another muffled sound was heard. This time, the guard captain blocked the attack with the long sword in his hand again. However, the Skeleton King's powerful strength directly shook his arm. Under the same situation, the guard captain could hold on for a few rounds, which was considered good. After all, he was an expert of the second-level undying physical body. He was considered to be at the peak of the second-level undying physical body. Of course, the reason why he could withstand 2 moves of the Skeleton King was mainly because of the long sword in his hand. This was an 8th-order weapon made of white bone gold concentrate. It was indestructible. But then, this weapon would belong to Yi Xian. Thinking that he was about to mutate, the Skeleton King's fighting spirit soared. He looked at the guard captain's body that was flying backward and directly stretched out his left hand to grab the void. Grip of the underworld. The guard captain who was flying backward was caught again. However, at this time, his expression was not very good because he was controlled by the enemy. He could not leave even if he wanted to. His next fate would be very miserable. Chapter 1552. Unfortunately, the Skeletal King was like a statue. He took the attacks without batting an eyelid. The guard captain's hunch was right. The Skeletal King's grasp of the underworld had never failed against a cultivator of the same level. Moreover, Yi Xian, who had the eye of space, was watching from a distance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When the guard captain flew closer, the Skeletal King slashed at him. At the same time, Yi Xian attacked again. However, this time, he did not use a spatial crack. Instead, he attacked directly. Clang! Bang! The back of the guard captain's head suddenly exploded. The flames formed by the unicorn's vital energy instantly spread to the entire head and burned it to ashes. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. The system notification sounded. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the universe ring. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Host is currently at the 2nd level of the undying physical body realm. There were many things in the interspatial ring, which allowed Yi Xian to break through. At the same time, there was an ore that looked like a bone. This was the purpose of Yi Xian's trip, the white bone gold concentrate. Unfortunately, there were not many of them. It was impossible to find the white bone gold concentrate. Roar! The Skeletal King was a little impatient and asked about the situation. Not enough. Yi Xian shook his head and said to the Skeletal King, "Don't worry, there are more inside." At this moment, the old tree happened to reply. There are many Samsara realm miners inside, about 500 of them. However, after sensing my aura, they are very obedient. Other than that, I don't see anyone at the Undying realm. He was currently at the 2nd level of the Undying physical body realm. Although the miners inside had faith, they were only at the Samsara realm. Naturally, they did not dare to cause trouble. Hearing this, Yi Xian nodded slightly and replied, "Ask how long it will take to mine 100 pieces of white bone gold concentrate. It will take about a day. However, this mineral vein will only last for half a day. The old tree replied. Even if we finish mining this mineral vein, we won't be able to find any more white bone gold concentrate. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Those 100 pieces of white bone gold essence were the amount he needed right now. It seemed that even if they mined this mineral vein, they would not be able to find a single white bone gold concentrate. However, he could still afford to wait for a day. What's more, Old Shu, Skeleton King and Wei Zhentian, who had reached the second level of the Undying Physique realm, would be there to collect the mineral veins. As Yi was Yi Xian level realm, the old tree king that was. With the help of Old Shu and the other two, they finished gathering in less than half a day. There were exactly 60 pieces of white bone gold essence ores. However, including the ones that Yi Xian obtained from the guard captain's ring, they were still around 40 pieces away from the white bone gold essence jade. Roar! The skeletal king let out a displeased roar. Don't worry. Let's go directly to Blackwater City. They have been mining for half a year. There must be a lot of them. Yi Xian patted the skeletal king's shoulder armor and comforted it. However, just as they were about to go to Blackwater City, a team suddenly swept across the sky. There were only 3 people, all of whom were from the Demon Spider clan. This aura, they are all experts of the second level of the Undying Physical Body realm. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that his luck was good. The armors worn by these 3 people were the same as those who guarded the white bone gold concentrate. They should be from Blackwater City. Since they were from Blackwater City, there might be white bone gold concentrate in their interspatial rings. In that case, the skeletal king might be able to mutate on the spot. Even if there was no white bone gold concentrate, these people's weapons might be mixed with white bone gold concentrate. As long as Yi Xian got these weapons, he could use them to break them down. Who are you? After seeing Yi Xian, the leading warrior could not help but ask. Nothing, we just robbed this mineral vein. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly as he replied. Rob? You're courting death. When the 3 heard this, their eyes immediately burst out with light. In this place, they dared to rob the city lord of Blackwater City. They were really courting death. However, the 3 also felt that the aura of the old tree and the skeletal king was not weaker than theirs, so they had to be careful. Go! As the leader let out a low shout, the 3 of them charged towards Yi Xian. At the same time, the old tree and the skeletal king also chose their opponents. As for the last person, it was naturally left to Yi Xian. Yi Xian and the other 2 people watched the other party approach. When the other party entered their attack range, they attacked one after another. Killing intent explosion. Nihility flame sword wave. Without saying a word, Yi Xian directly split open a spatial crack, and an invisible sword chi slashed in. Not only that, the old tree and the skeletal king also rushed in and arrived behind the 3 people. Pang! Pang! Hiss! In just one exchange, the 3 people directly fell. 2 people's heads exploded, and 1 person's head was cut off. Instant kill. Moreover, it was a triple kill. The last person who had his head cut off did not die. He looked at his own corpse in the air, and then looked at the motionless Yi Xian in the distance. He was stunned. The 3 of them were all in the Undying Second Realm and were experts in Blackwater City. Today, they came by to check on the mining situation, but unexpectedly, they were instantly killed. You are, just as this person opened his mouth, Old Tree punched the back of his head, and then it exploded. Dead. These 3 people caused Yi Xian to be shocked. Amongst the 3 of them, only the one who had just died had undying blood essence. The souls of the other 2 had already dissipated from the world when their heads were blown apart. Therefore, only this 3rd person could be resurrected. Of course, in theory, he could be resurrected, but Yi Xian would not let him go so easily. Nihility flame sword wave. Another invisible sword chi slashed out and hit the 3rd person's stunned soul. Suddenly, his soul felt a heart-wrenching pain, and then it was burned to ashes. the system was kind. When an Undying Realm expert died, Yi Xian would receive a killing intent value. Therefore, whether these people had undying blood essence or not did not have much to do with him. The reason why he killed the enemy's soul was that killing the enemy's body would only give him killing intent value. The elegy of souls would not increase. Only by destroying the enemy's soul would the elegy of souls increase. After the 3 people died, Yi Xian quickly came to the old tree through the spatial crack, took the 3 people's interspatial rings, and then checked them. Chapter 1553. The third person had the indestructible blood essence, so he could be resurrected. Therefore, he had the least amount of things in his Qian Kun ring. After all, if he fell, he could still rise again. The weapons of the 3 people were also mixed with white bone gold concentrate. Yi Xian threw their weapons and began to decompose them. Ding, decomposing successful. Ding, decomposing successful. Ding, decomposing successful. After 3 successful decomposing system prompts, Yi Xian obtained more than 20 pieces of white bone gold concentrate, just a little more. It seems that we have to make a trip to Blackwater City. Yi Xian said slowly. Roar. When the Skeleton King heard this, its fighting spirit soared. Yi Xian understood the Skeleton King's mood. After all, if the Skeleton King mutated, he would benefit the most. At that time, the Skeleton King would mutate into the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and its fighting strength would definitely increase by several times. Let's go. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was a little impatient and began to hurry. This mineral vein was not far from Blackwater City, and they could reach it in a day's journey. During this day, Yi Xian followed the previous plan, 1 person hurried while the other 2 killed. Soon, a day had passed. A day later, Yi Xian arrived at Blackwater City, and it happened to be night at this time. However, because of his human identity, he did not go in yet. Young master, this Blackwater City has a strong background, should we attack directly or sneak in? Old Tree said to Yi Xian. With our strength, even if we fight directly, we are not afraid. There is no need to sneak in. Yi Xian replied. Good. Old Tree's eyes lit up. He also liked this method of fighting directly with the enemy. As for the Skeleton King, it was naturally the same. Let's go. Since it was decided, Yi Xian walked directly from the darkness towards the city gate. The 5 Poison territory was mainly controlled by 5 beast clans. There were all kinds of people in this Blackwater City, the Demon Spider Clan, the Wind Centipede Clan, the Golden Toad Clan, the Demonic Snake Clan, and the Black Scorpion Clan. It was said that the City Lord of Blackwater City was a member of the Demon Spider Clan, and it was said that his background was not small. He was once a disciple of the Sky Spider sect. The Sky Spider sect was one of the 5 Poison Divine sects. A disciple of the Sky Spider sect was definitely not weak. If it was an ordinary person, even if their realm was high, they would not dare to directly attack the city, because the people in the 5 Poison realm were all experts in using poison. If they were not careful and got hit by the soul poison, then that would be a tragedy. However, Yi Xian and the others were not afraid. Yi Xian was immune to poison, and the old tree and the skeletal monarch could be revived without limit. It was just a soul poison, so what was the big deal? When Yi Xian walked towards the city gate, the team guarding the city gate discovered them. However, because of the distance, these Demon Spider Clan people could not sense whether Yi Xian had a religion. Moreover, it was possible that he was an incarnation of the Demonic Snake Clan. When Yi Xian and the others approached, their expressions changed slightly. In human form, and without a religion, this was definitely not the Demonic Snake Clan, but a human. The City Lord has recently sent out a large number of experts to capture sacrifices. I didn't expect one to come to us. Zhu Lai, this time it's your turn. The captain of the city guard said to a city guard. Those who could capture sacrifices would be rewarded, but there were not many humans who could come to Blackwater City, so this group of city guards took turns. When the warrior named Zhu Lai heard this, his eyes could not help but light up. It was finally his turn. It was not easy. The reward of a 9th-level samsara realm sacrifice was not bad. This was another source of income. The others also revealed envious expressions, but they would never have thought that Zhu Lai would be so unlucky this time. This was because the human youth who walked towards the city gate, seemingly unaware of anything, was Yi Xian. At this moment, Zhu Lai had already swept towards Yi Xian with a sly smile on his face. He had an Undying Realm 1st-level physical body, and Yi Xian was only at the 9th-level Samsara Realm. His strength was absolutely overwhelming. Kid, you probably don't know the current situation of the 5-poison realm. Consider yourself unlucky. Zhu Lai chuckled. He grabbed Yi Xian's throat with one hand, and prepared a faith crystal in his other hand. He was ready to force Yi Xian to worship their sky spider god. However, at this moment, an extremely powerful killing intent suddenly surged out of Yi Xian's body. When Zhu Lai was in front of him, he suddenly stabbed out with his sword. Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. The sword directly blasted Zhu Lai's head apart, sending flesh and blood flying everywhere. In front of Yi Xian, the undying body of the 1st-level Undying Realm was easily destroyed by Yi Xian like tofu. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. In the next moment, he had already taken Zhu Lai's yin and yang ring. Zhu Lai could be considered unlucky because he did not have a single drop of Undying Essence blood. Now that he was dead, he was truly dead. When the group at the city gates saw Zhu Lai's corpse, they could not help but be stunned. In the next moment, the remaining 9 city guards all rushed over. Bastard, how dare you kill someone? You're courting death. Everyone, be careful. This person has an attack that can break through the undying body. This person must have been sent by the 100 Beast territory. Capture him and hand him over to the city lord. Amidst numerous explosive shouts, Yi Xian was directly besieged. The captain of the city guards was an expert of the 2nd-level Undying Realm. He also expressed his doubts about Zhu Lai's death, but the latter had died in front of him, so it was the truth. However, since his 9 team members had already attacked, there was no need for him to do so. In his opinion, Yi Xian had only killed Zhu Lai with a sneak attack. Now that he was facing 9 experts of the 1st-level Undying Realm, it would be difficult for Yi Xian not to die. However, he soon realized that he was too naive. Fortunately, he did not kill his way out. Otherwise, his intestines would have turned green with regret. His 9 team members of the 1st-level Undying Realm had all died within 2 seconds. And the one who killed them was not Yi Xian alone. There were 2 others. One was a bald old man, and the other was a brawny man wearing armor. No, that was the Skeleton Monarch. 2nd-level Undying Realm. The captain of the city guards immediately reacted. He immediately turned around and shouted, "Close the city gate, there's an attack." His reaction was very fast, but unfortunately, Old Tree was faster and blocked him before he could rush into the city gate. At the same time, the Skeleton Monarch had already scuttled to the other side of the city wall passageway. He directly used his hands to block the heavy city gate that was closed. Blackwater City had 2 city gates surrounded by formations. Once the 2 city gates were closed, it would not be so easy to enter. Captain. There was a small team of 5 on the other side of the city gate. They immediately closed the city gate when they heard the sound, but they saw a giant object stuck between the city gates. Chapter 1554. Quick, inform the city lord that someone is attacking the city. With this shout, the entire city was in an uproar. Blackwater City had not been besieged for many years. Today, it finally happened. Hearing this, the residents of Blackwater City first hid far away, then began to guess. Last time, it was the 100 Beast region who attacked the city. Could it be the same this time? While the shout was still echoing in the sky, Old Tree had already rushed in with the help of the Skeleton King's analysis. Meanwhile, Yi Xian kept the universe ring of the city guard captain outside the city gate. Then, he directly used the Void's special positioning system and the Eye of the Void to enter Blackwater City. At this moment, he had gathered enough materials, which was the white bone gold concentrate. Ding! White bone gold concentrate successful. A system notification sounded. Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. Finally, it was time. Ding! The Skeleton King can undergo mutation. Do you agree? Hearing this, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't refuse and immediately chose to agree. Ding! The Skeleton King has begun to mutate. Current mutation rate is 1%. Ding! The Skeleton King has begun to mutate. Current mutation rate is 2%. Ding! The Skeleton King has begun to mutate. Current mutation rate is 3%. Yi Xian thought that the mutation would be completed in an instant. He didn't expect there to be a progress bar. However, this didn't matter. After all, the mutation speed was quite fast. However, what made him helpless was that the Skeleton King couldn't move during the mutation, so Yi Xian put it into the plant space. Then, the next battle would be between him, Old Tree, and Wei Zhentian. The news spread quickly. There were many city guards patrolling nearby. When they heard that someone was attacking the city, they immediately rushed to the city gate. These city guards were all Undying Realm martial artists. They didn't have a captain. In Yi Xian's field of vision, there were a total of 15 people in 3 groups. 15 Undying Realm martial artists. Even Wei Zhentian could deal with them, let alone Old Tree and Yi Xian. Kill! Yi Xian did not waste any more time as he gave orders to Old Tree and Megatron. By the time these 3 groups of city guards arrived, the 5 people guarding this side of the city gate had already been taken care of. Following that, Yi Xian and the other 2 took care of 1 group of city guards each. In terms of killing speed, the Old Tree was naturally the fastest. After all, he was already at the 2nd level of the Undying Corporeal Body. Although Yi Xian was at the 9th level of the Samsara realm, his speed was not much slower than his. As for Wei Zhentian, he was temporarily ranked 3rd due to his lack of ability. Old Tree only used 2 seconds to deal with a group of city guards, Yi Xian used more than 3 seconds, and Wei Zhentian used around 5 seconds. Following that, the Old Tree and Wei Zhentian came over with the spoils of war. As for the souls of those people, Yi Xian also used the Void Flame Sword Wave from afar to harvest them. Yi Xian devoured everything and glanced at the interface at the same time. 5 seconds had passed, but the Skeletal King's progress bar had only increased by 20%. It seemed like it would take some time before it mutated. Although the City Lord was obligated to deal with the siege, there were still many forces in Blackwater City. After hearing the news, they immediately rushed over. At this moment, 3 people with slightly stronger auras appeared in Yi Xian's field of vision. One of them was from the Black Scorpion tribe, and all 3 of them were at the 2nd level of the Undying Corporeal Body. Yi Xian had already killed such a group once, just outside the White Bone Gold Essence mine. Although the Skeletal King was not here this time, so what? Brat, how dare you attack the city? Prepare to die. The Scorpion tribe elder shouted and was the first to arrive. However, before he could finish his sentence, Old Tree appeared behind him in a flash and punched him. At the same time, Yi Xian also slashed out a Void Flame Sword Wave. Their cooperation was perfect. In an instant, the Scorpion tribe elder was killed and his soul left his body. What? The other 2 experts were shocked. After exchanging a glance, they approached each other. If one of them was killed in an instant, it would be useless even if the 2 of them worked together. Old Tree could deal with one by himself, and Yi Xian and Wei Zhentian could also deal with the other within 5 rounds. However, Yi Xian's face didn't turn gloomy because of the 2 experts. Instead, it was because of the figure in the sky. According to the speed of this person, he should be an expert at the 3rd level of the Undying Corporeal Body realm. I must end this quickly. Yi Xian thought in his heart. He directly used the Eye of Space and caught the person in front of him off guard. Originally, he calculated that he and Wei Zhintian could deal with the other party in 5 rounds. However, after using the Eye of Space, it would take at most 2 rounds. Bang! The Void Flame Sword Wave was successful again. The person in front of him was heavily injured at the back of his head. Then, he was hit by Wei Zhintian's dragon tail and instantly exploded. Dead. On the other side, Old Tree was still fighting with his opponent. However, with the addition of Yi Xian and Wei Zhintian, he also killed his opponent in 3 rounds. I'm going to break through soon. After Yi Xian obtained the 3 universe rings, his mind slightly focused. It seemed that after dealing with the 3rd level of the Undying Corporeal Body Realm expert, he would be able to break through to the Undying Corporeal Body Realm. When this person rushed over, the Skeleton King's mutation progress had already reached 60%. It seemed that Yi Xian still had to deal with it himself. Brat, you dare to cause trouble in Blackwater City. You have guts. Prepare to die. The 3rd level of the Undying Corporeal Body Realm expert didn't intend to talk nonsense and directly attacked. The Skeleton King was still transforming, so this person could only be dealt with by Yi Xian and the others. Fortunately, Old Tree and Wei Zhintian were both in the 2nd level of the Undying Corporeal Body Realm, so it wasn't a problem for them to delay him. In addition to Yi Xian, it was still possible to kill him. However, Yi Xian didn't want to participate in this battle because he estimated that the people from the City Lord's mansion would arrive soon. He had to investigate. It was said that the City Lord of Blackwater City was at the peak of the 4th level of the Undying Corporeal Body Realm. If he came, Yi Xian probably wouldn't be able to withstand one move. In an instant, Old Tree and Wei Zhintian were already fighting with the 3rd level of the Undying Corporeal Body Realm expert. Yi Xian was observing the battle while paying attention to the battle, preparing to use the Eye of Space to launch a sneak attack. However, this person had already noticed that he had the Eye of Space. It wouldn't be so easy to launch a sneak attack. Ding! The Skeleton King has begun to transform. Current transformation is 65%. Ding! The Skeleton King has begun to transform. Current transformation is 70%. The Skeleton King's transformation was still ongoing. If he was given another 7 or 8 seconds, the transformation would be successful. Seeing this, Yi Xian, who originally wanted to join the battle, suddenly stopped. He felt that the Skeleton King would definitely want to have a great battle after its mutation. The martial artist in front of him, who was at the 3rd level of the Undying Realm, was perfect for the Skeleton King.